Oh, there it is. Lost my-
I need to grab my phone. Grab my phone. No. I'll be right back.
Let's go to step.
Yeah, so I say it rated like a Providence, so three.
Time's, I guess it'll be just you and I. We'll just talk all the time.
Oh, no, that's there. That's here.
Oh, that's
And Helen's on her way, so she's just a
okay.
It's not just us.
little stuck in traffic.
Yeah, so here's small.
She's not from LA, but they just.
Hi, Ben. How are you?
Facilities.
Nice to meet
They
you.
don't know how bad
Deb
it is.
Sellers. Nice. We can move down if we want.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, that's fine. Great. How are you?
Where are you based out of here?
I'm in LA actually, yeah. Yeah, it's on the west side. So.
Me too. West Side also.
Okay, great.
Santa Monica.
Yeah, we're like a block out of Santa Monica. It's
A
kinda
whole
weird.
block?
Yeah, a whole block, yeah.
Whole block,
We
yeah.
see a little, there's like it's like a little metal arch on Wilshire, and
Yeah.
apparently that's the start of Santa
Oh my
Monica.
God,
I
that
didn't-
is.
Yeah, somebody told me that, and I was like, oh, I now know why they put the arch there. I never knew. Like, there's a random little metal
And
arch.
that's it. Don't cross it.
That's Santa Monica.
Okay,
So,
well,
yes.
you have to pay a toll when you go across the side.
I think the taxes are higher. It's true. I think the
I'm
city
gonna
of
agree with
Santa
you.
Monica takes their pound of flesh. And so yeah. I'm not sure that's why we're on this side, but yeah,
Probably.
probably.
Or office space was just available.
Yeah, or something. Yeah.
Good. And this is
Hello.
Is it in?
Hi.
Ewan.
Ewan.
Ewan, thank you.
Ewan McDonald.
Ewan.
Hi. Good to meet you.
Well, yeah, so I.
Good to meet you finally. Face to face. Come on in. This is Helen. I was going to be late. Is it Sarah Torres?
Yes, that's right.
And this is
Hi,
Deb
Helen.
Sellers.
Hi, Deb. How are you? Nice to see you.
Ben Stein.
Hi. Ben.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Still getting used to the LA traffic then.
Yes. Oh, you can move it.
Yeah, we're just moving
We're
down.
moving.
Get cozy.
I bet you like young.
I don't have my card right now. Then I'll send it to you.
2 minutes to showtime, as they say.
You guys just in for the day.
Just in for today, yes.
Whereabouts you based?
Santa Monica. So that 20-minute drive. Not too bad.
I'm getting used to the downtown thing.
Oh, you came in from downtown?
Today, yeah.
Oh. Where are you based?
We're going to be in Silver Lake, but I initially saw LA 2 weeks ago.
Oh.
So I'm about
You just came here from where?
I moved from London about 2 weeks ago.
Oh my God. Yeah, you're the second person that I've met in the past 2 days that moved back from London.
Yes, I mean, the weather is much better.
I know.
I was in London 3 weeks ago, so yeah, no.
Okay, ready to go. How's everyone today?
Good, thanks.
Never better. Thank you so much for coming. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Testing, testing. Okay. Mariana Danilovic, I ran Hollywood Portfolio, which is an accelerator for digital media companies, and this summer I launched Infium, which is an accelerator for disruptive tech. So it includes blockchain, AI, AR/VR, DLT, quantum computing, and other disruptive tech. And the reason we launched that is that Fortune 500 companies will be very disrupted in the next 10 years. About half of them are not going to be on that list within 10 years' time. So we thought this is a perfect time to plug them into companies like the ones we have on the panel here, who have terrific, very experienced management teams, have had successes in the past, and have gone through a very challenging fundraising market in the last couple of years for all of these technologies, and definitely for blockchain. So that's what I do, and I'd like to now introduce some of the panelists. You'll see that they're involved with different areas of investment and have also been raising investment in different capacities in the space. So Ewan McDonald is with DreamView Studios, and he spent a few years in the CGI space. So you can tell us a little bit about it.
Sure. So Hugh McDonald, CEO and co-founder of DreamView Studios. My background's predominantly in visual effects and CGI for games. I worked at Industrial Light and Magic for 11 years on everything from Harry Potter, Star Wars, Jurassic Park franchises, doing kind of leading edge at the time. This is from the mid-90s until the mid-noughties, essentially doing everything from dinosaurs, dementors, and dragons. But in the last 10 years, I've been doing like a series of startups focusing on the cross-platform social media space, mobile games, augmented reality, and virtual reality. The company I had before this, which is Holler Media, helped build 360 VR cameras, which we took on the set of Transformers 5. Michael Bay's company, 451 Media, was an investor, and we got some behind-the-scenes footage, which was then used for like marketing experiences. This latest company, DreamView Studios, is focusing on the CGI e-commerce space, creating like CGI 3D content for e-commerce, everything from like augmented reality CGI products that go into like Amazon.com and their app and kind of things like that. So that's my background.
Very exciting. And then Deb Sellers is a co-founder of Butterfly, which is a next generation influencer network using blockchain and some other technologies.
Yes, hi, how are you? My background has been in the technology sector my entire career, and I have focused in on global sales and marketing initiatives, and also have been on the capital raising teams of multiple startups. And most recently, I am at Butterfly, where we have created new technology, which is AI-powered social data that provides actionable intelligence for brands so that they can scale their global marketing initiatives. So it's been kind of a fun adventure, and we have been in capital raising. We've been successful in that. We can talk a little bit more about that in this session, in the sessions.
And then Ben Tsai is with Wave Financial, and he was with DNA before that, so he's kind of made rounds like I have of the top of blockchain, and he'll tell you a little bit more about what he's working on in the space.
Yeah, hi, I'm with Wave Financial. So, in terms of fundraising, and I guess that's the discussion here, I've been on both sides, or kind of various different sides of this. So, Wave Financial is an asset managing firm. So, as one function of an asset manager, we have to raise money for our funds. And, as a second function, we're also deploying capital into the VC space. So kind of sat on both sides of that. And at the end of the day, we're also a startup, so we've raised for our own startup. And just to kind of add to that list of things that we do with raising money, I'm also the CFO and the co-founder of LA Blockchain Lab, which is a nonprofit that connects the Southern California universities with the government in the blockchain space. So we've had to raise money for the nonprofit also. So that's kind of 4 different angles on that discussion.
From every perspective of fundraising. And then Helen Territori is bringing a new concept to town, which I was really excited about. I was hoping this would happen for like 20 years, and here you are, which is called The Rattle, and she'll tell you all about it.
Sure. So I started out originally in the music space, and through a series of unfortunate events became an investment banker for about 10 years, mostly on starting out in large cap tech M&A and moving backwards all the way to emerging technologies, VC, fundraising, all that kind of jazz. But all the time I was looking at the music industry and thinking, well, why is the deal so bad in music? And I'm negotiating really great bespoke deals on the VC side for emerging technologies. So the Rattle is essentially a way to... it's a series of co-working incubator accelerator spaces that work specifically on finding new business models for the music industry. Blockchain's a big part of that. We work with a lot of emerging technologies across AI and immersive technologies as well, to find new ways for musicians to become founders of their own companies rather than employees of major labels.
And that's what I think is very interesting, because Max Brody, founder of Cent, has a very similar background to Helen's, but he has actually applied it to something that's, I would say, like one of my favorite blockchain companies. That's an Instagram, YouTube, and Kickstarter killer, maybe.
Okay. So I'm Max. I run a company called Cent. We're one of the most popular networks on Ethereum right now. And how it works is essentially we've pioneered this idea of essentially fans being able to invest in creators in a way, but it's really simple. So essentially you can, if you fan finds a creator or finds some sort of digital content producer that they like and they're on the platform, we do this process called seeding, which we're about to update to a new version called spotting. But essentially what happens is you can give money, either to a single post or recurrently each month to the creator, and what you get is basically, like, if you're an early person to give money to the creator, then you get a proportion of everyone who comes after you who gives money to the creator. And so you're sort of designed to, or incentivized to, find and then give to early stage creators, and then you'll benefit financially, which sort of takes a very similar mentality to investors in startups when they're trying to look for value early on. But we sort of simplified the math, simplified the structure, and applied that to content and artists, and it seems to work. And yeah.
It's great. And some people in third world countries are actually have quit their jobs and are now solely employed by Cent, which is really great.
Yeah, that's really our ultimate goal, is to sort of be a new type of income for sort of the new world.
So that's what's really exciting for me, being in the venture space for digital media for a very long time, a couple of decades, is to see that there's always such dichotomy between funding of ventures and then funding of creative talent. And you guys all are in the business of kind of solving the problem for both, using your ventures. So maybe let's start with Helen and just maybe talk about, why did the Rattle first start, and what were some really stark differences between funding of talent and talent's businesses versus funding a tech venture, which we're all used to.
Sure. I hope I'm not going to dispel any myths about the music industry, but essentially the reason the Rattle exists is because the way the music deal works, post-Napster, is very focused on monetizing the back catalogue. I don't know if anyone's bought the 17th remastering of the White Album. It's not very geared up to invest in new talent, and you can kind of see that on the festival lineups around the world. Even the last couple of years have been a bit better, but until fairly recently, I was going to Coachella and seeing AC/DC and Red Hot Chili Peppers, and 6-year-old dudes that are millionaires, they don't have a lot to say to kind of youth culture and the next generation. And like I said, the reason that is because the mechanism which invested in new voices and new talent is kind of broken down. So what we're trying to do is decouple this idea that if you put money into a creative, you have creative control over what they produce, because that essentially means homogenization and a reversion to what's gone before. It's never been the case in startups that if you invest early stage in a company, you get the right to decide what they make and do. So all we're really doing is applying that logic to creatives and saying, if you give them the tools to become entrepreneurial and have a founder mindset, you can trust them with money to make good stuff.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're trying to help them build a business, which I thought always, the creatives are creative, but they can't be creative and business people and everything, and implementers at the same time. And you're helping them get there. So.
Exactly. Traditionally, the creators have been kept out of the business conversation because certain people were incentivized to keep them out of the room. I have talked to endless artists who wanted to be involved in negotiating their own contracts, and they weren't allowed to because they were creative, and it was their job to go in the studio and make beautiful things. It was almost a taboo for an artist to say, no, I'm interested in business, I'm interested in the money side, and I want to see the contracts. So we're trying to reverse that and turn the 80-20 deal, which is the traditional 360 record deal, on its head.
Yeah, and I think, Max, you wanted to say something about that too, in terms of using the platforms now to enhance that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think for a while the sort of legacy structures of the world will still exist and will to some degree innovate, but I sort of feel like I'm very much of sort of the next thing, which is just completely sidestepping that whole structure. And it's if people can get a lot of fans, if people can get millions of people to like whatever it is they do, there's a lot of different ways to turn that into plenty of income for them. And I think what really excites me are things that are really connecting people directly to the people that really love them in a way that's intuitive and financial. And I think for a while we needed all these other structures to exist because essentially we didn't have the internet, we didn't have computers, we didn't have a way of distribution, we didn't have, everyone has a recording studio and their laptop now. It's way easier to get up and get running. You don't need huge amounts of investment early on from a studio or from a label. And so I definitely think it'll be interesting to see how the legacy structures deal with interacting with sort of incumbent models that, or up-and-coming models that are challenging them, because I think there's going to be some sort of, there already has been some standoffs, but I'm curious to see how that evolves over the next few years.
And the promise of blockchain, one of the things that attracted me to it was this whole idea that you can allow creatives to have a bigger piece of that pie without all the intermediaries. So Butterfly was kind of formed on that premise that, basically all the Instagram celebrities and bloggers and people who are influencers in their own area are not really connecting to their revenue in the most optimal way. So I want to kind of address what you guys did there.
Yeah, so one of the things that we did is, in building our technology, is to build this huge social database and apply machine learning to that database in order for it to be smarter and connect the right influencers with the right brands. And what does that mean? That means connecting the not just the influencer to the brand, but the audience affinity to the brand, so that they can get better engagements, better return on investments. And in doing so, that was the premise of starting Butterfly and being able to do this, doing campaigns on a global basis. Because one of the biggest challenges is that a lot of these brands have a difficult time in connecting with the various different influencers around the globe if they want to do a global campaign. And so the blockchain allows us to do that, allows us to contract with the various different folks effortlessly, and the influencers to get paid immediately. And it also shows what their worth is, because you can actually verify their engagement and everything else that goes with it. So it's a really good way for the brands to get a good return on their investment. It's a really good opportunity for the influencers to be able to get more opportunities where they can actually excel, because a lot of these influencers, they don't want to just do a one-time campaign. They want to be brand ambassadors. They want to work with these brands on a regular basis. And so with the technology that we have, we find that that's very useful and helps solve the problems on both sides, both the influencer and the
It
brand.
shows the ROI.
That's right.
So with DreamView Studios, that was somewhat of an idea as well, is to create work for, almost like a gig economy for many creatives.
Yeah, I mean, we were the size of the market in terms of the 3D commerce, like essentially creating CGI products for every product on the planet is a rather tall order. And one of the things that which we identify is like rather than just continue to scale our own services, which is the DreamView Studios part of the business, we need to kind of manage the distribution and manage the actual assets themselves in the distribution, which is essentially our platform, which is dreamview.io. And that's essentially something which we're offering to all of the businesses that we're working with and the manufacturers, both the receivers, which is the e-tailers like Amazon. They don't actually create a lot of their own products. They essentially get that from a lot of manufacturers. And with the CGI, before they were just getting images and it's like send me a photo of such and such, but then they required like a CGI version so that companies like Amazon Wayfair can create their own product representations and lifestyles, which is also to do with like CEO and discovery of those products. But in addition to that was the increasing demand for essentially creating augmented reality versions. And now there's basically passing that buck to the manufacturers saying, hey, we need 3D assets and we need high quality photoreal, we need like augmented reality versions as well. And most manufacturers are saying we've got no idea how to produce 3D assets. How do we get this done? So that was an opportunity for us to essentially go in with production services, which is the studio part of the business, and then Dreamview.io, which is part of the like how do we actually manage this and how do we actually get the evolving requirements back to like companies like Amazon and Wayfair, and doing so within a platform allows us to essentially like manage both the assets and the relationships to the assets, including like license management, digital rights management, etc., which is another good use of the blockchain. So we're doing proof of existence on the blockchain, as well as like smart contracts between essentially who's actually creating products within this ecosystem, and then ultimately a marketplace as well for transactions to happen within this ecosystem. So it's something which we're developing right now, and we've partnered with a company called Suku.world, and they're doing physical provenance on the blockchain, and essentially that's like where does your meat come from, where does essentially a product come from. So it's a great synergy because they're essentially tracking all this stuff already in the blockchain, and we also don't want to reinvent the wheel. So we've got a great partnership with them. They introduce us as to, in terms of like physical product owners, to want digital representation of the product and vice versa. So we've also got people that we're introducing them to as well.
So what I love about this model is that you take something that's very sort of Hollywood-centric, right? You're an animator, you're an artist, whether it's a short film or a Disney film, you know, you get a job, right? But here you can create models, CGI models of the whole world that's basically sold through e-commerce, and you can get paid for it.
Yep.
And you don't have to actually work on that hour like you do for Disney today. You actually can have a prototype that gets sold over and over again, and you can get residual payments. It becomes a business.
Yep.
That's really, these are some of the coolest companies I've seen for creators, like in all these years of digital Hollywood. And I think, and I think this was, we started Infium, is we feel there's so many emerging technologies right now that are shifting, tectonically shifting the field of entertainment and many other industries. And we feel this is the time to help these kinds of companies get to that next level quickly. So Ben, when you digitize assets, can you explain the process behind it and why, you know, we need that today? You know, these are clearly a good example.
Sure, yeah. So I think, you know, I'm probably less in the field of entertainment, more on the financial services side, but I think some of the things that we had talked about before was on digitization, securitization, or tokenization. I think they're different terms people use, but really putting assets into tokens and having them be tradable and so forth. So just as an example, right now we're looking at tokenizing whiskey barrels so people can trade whiskey barrels and so forth. And the idea behind that really is more from having people gain access to a good investment product, being kind of the aging of whiskey, the increase in value as the whiskey sits in the barrel over time. And that, you know, kind of using the tokenized technology, we're able to make that easily transferable among people, and that's one of the big advantages of using the blockchain technology.
Very fascinating stuff, and we may have the tokenized earth at some point. That said, I'm going to give some numbers that are not so great about the blockchain space itself, because I've done it for the last few years on these panels, so might as well do it today. So the total investment in 2014 is $0.6 billion. This was venture capital, pre-ICOs, right? And 109 deals. And then 2015, 137 deals, $500 million. 222 deals in 2016 with $0.6 billion. So not much going on, you know, like about $500 million a year and, you know, 100 and change. And then in 2017, 1.4 billion in 487 deals. This is from Crunchbase News. And then in 2018, after the 2017 bubble, which we discussed here on the panel, back in 2017, there was 4.65 billion raised that year in 1,148 deals. And this is when everybody jumped in and said, oh, we're going to have a token attached to our deal and do an ICO or IEO in 2019. And back to only 445 deals and 2 billion year to date, 2019. So significant shrinking. Many different reasons. Some attorneys will argue it was a bubble that bursted and was promoted by a bunch of people trying to take advantage of the bubble. There are quite a few lawsuits of that kind. The SEC would say, they're selling securities and they were not filing them as securities, so they had their own lawsuits going on. So there are regulatory pressures, there are performance pressures. But aren't we putting the whole blockchain space on trial here without giving it any time to develop? Because the bubble really started, middle of 2017, so it's not like it's been around for more than a couple of years. So what do you guys think? What is a good way to raise money if you have blockchain technology in your offering today?
Me first.
Yeah, you first on the hot seat.
There's a big difference between blockchain technology and essentially an ICO and token raise. So I think the two things definitely need to be separated.
Cryptocurrency.
Cryptocurrency, yeah. In terms of identifying what the value is and what each one of them is potentially being used for. There's definitely a lot of value in terms of security through blockchain. So having some association with your technology with the security aspect of blockchain is definitely a credible story. But myself, like others, like last year when we were trying, especially summer last year, ICOs seemed like a viable way as an alternative to essentially, rather than giving away equity, was to try and do a ICO and token raise and at least have something associated with that within your business. But that bubble burst literally as we were investigating that. We had a lot of advisors telling us about how to do white papers, how to what the value was. So did some time exploring that, but thankfully the bubble burst soon enough for us to not waste a lot of time and then focus mainly on the technology aspect and the security, hence the transaction smart contracts aspect and how that could then assist us with our story for fundraising.
Yeah, we did the same thing, so we spent a lot of time doing the exploration, probably more time than you did, unfortunately. And we had, the Perkins and Coie and, Deloitte, we had all the big players, and then we had a bunch of other lawyers in the room, and nobody could decide on what we should do. What were the token economics? How are we going to make this work? And it was very difficult. And the regulatory, as you know, just was changing every 5 seconds, and it was just really risky. And at the end of the day, we are a real business. We have a real product, we're solving real problems, and the blockchain is there to assist that. So it was more of that, and we said, okay, well, how do we go about this? And after the bubble, burst, we went back to basics, which is we looked at more traditional ways of raising capital, and we did that, and we did a seed round, raised a couple $1 million, and 1.5 in fiat and 500,000 in Bitcoin. And we're able to develop the product, and pre-launch, we've been able to have some serious strategic partners that also helped in us raising capital. So there's different ways that we went about it. And we also looked at crowdfunding and everything else, which we can talk about.
We'll put up with that. So
Okay.
Max, you did an equity raise the whole time, right?
Yeah, we like them. We also spent a lot of months designing a coin and doing the whole thing, and ultimately because we were actually getting a lot of demand from our user base to launch a coin. We had tens of thousands of Ethereum people that were launch a coin, and we kept feeling like one of the big things that they liked before that was that they were just earning Ether, they were earning a currency that was relatively well known, more well known than a lot of the other coins. And what I saw through some of my friends who did ICOs was that you don't realize until after you launch the ICO, but after the coin is up and running, you essentially need to run a monetary department. You need a whole separate company that just deals with all the different attacks your thing could get on exchanges and tries to regulate the price. And so much of your company value is held in the coin, and so when the coin dips, it's like your whole company like totters. And the other big thing I think that we realized that ultimately was the reason we decided not to do it was that almost always in these projects the founders have equity in the company, and then they, you know, additionally will probably also get some of the token of whatever gets launched. But in a lot of situations, the founders will be the only equity holders, and every investor will be a token holder. And so there'll be a lot of situations where whatever decisions potentially being made would maybe benefit the equity holder over the token holder, or the token holder over the equity holder. So it's not clear. It just misaligns all the incentives, and so people fight a lot. And yeah, I think I loved the idea of it. I still think it's more like philosophically pure or something, but I don't think it's ready yet. I feel like there'll be some sort of hybrid of equity and ICOs at some point when that's matured. But yeah, we also did an equity raise, and it seems to be the move as of right now.
Yeah, so Ben, you can maybe address kind of the global reason, because you've been in Asia, you've been here on a bunch of trading desks. Like, why did this even happen?
Yeah, I mean, I spent over a decade on the trading floor, and I've been kind of a regulated securities person in, you know, many different countries, the U.S., Japan, Hong Kong, Singapore, Taiwan, and so forth. So when I got in the blockchain space, which was probably later than most people, you know, I didn't actually quite understand the whole, you know, issuing new tokens and so forth, in the sense that, to me, it felt like a brand new airline that is selling mileage of things that don't exist yet. It's like, oh, how do you pre-sell that value? And, you know, that doesn't represent ownership of the company, exactly as Max, his comment on, you know, there's significant conflicts that are not resolved. I think the traditional financial world has set up kind of checks and balances on debt holders, equity holders, everybody kind of, you know, knowing how they play, you know, the order of when it gets liquidated, who owns what, and who has rights, who doesn't have rights. You get paid more for giving up rights, you get paid less, but maybe more upside for keeping your rights, and so forth. And the ISO thing was just, or you can get some electronic tokens and put money in, and hopefully you'll get something out of it, type of thing. And that was very uncomfortable for me. For most of our tokenization, you know, for example, of whiskeys and so forth, they're basically whiskey being held by an entity, and the ownership of the entity is being put into tokens. The tokens are sold as securities, and they follow securities laws or proper exemptions that we file, you know, U.S. and globally, and we offer them through that framework. So, you know, I think for me that's a little bit easier. I think another analogy that I was giving to people is that I think when the railroads were invented, it was conceptually great. Everybody wanted railroads to go everywhere. So, you know, to me, the kind of the ICO in the blockchain world, it's like everybody building their own railroads, and then all the projects are building their own rail trains on top of those railroads. And a lot of times you just want to be a passenger. You don't need to build your own rails, your own trains, just to get from point A to point B. Somebody's building that. Just figure out what you need and go with it. We actually, as a financial services company, are not spending that much effort on the technology side. We find partners. We try to find best-in-class service providers. We invest in those service providers, which is, you know, kind of a nice benefit of us being users. We talk to 10 different people. We realize which one we would use, and that would probably be a good investment for us, because hopefully other people who've done their research would come to the same conclusion. And we also don't have to worry about the back end of once it's issued, all the maintenance of it, which also Max mentioned, you know, the economics of it. You know, if they're considered securities, the whole concept of, hey, we should keep the token price up or down or any direction is probably illegal, right? So none of that, you know, we need to deal with. So I think that there is kind of a fine line in that ICO raise space. With that said, I mean, I you know, to kind of give an objective view, internationally, certain countries are not taking that as, you know, as far in the securities world. SEC's taken a pretty strong stance, and I feel like they took it a little too late. They kind of let the bubble build too large, and then they try to go burst it, so it's a little messy. And there are countries who have still continue. I think in Singapore, you can get a lawyer for $10,000 to write a letter that says it's a utility token, so now you have a utility token. Then you can do kind of whatever you want because it's not a security. And you know, that's that's a shortcut that I'm not saying you guys should take. I'm just simply saying that that is happening right now, right? So it's tricky. It's a country-dependent thing. It's the regulatory thing is quite tricky from region to region.
Yeah, so it's a jurisdiction really matters. Helen, you want to?
Yes, sorry, I'm like jumping at the bit. I agree. It was a bit early to call it a bubble and a burst, but I definitely agree it was an overreach. A sudden influx of all these products and arguably access to a huge class of investors with a lower level of sophistication. But fundamentally, the rules of raising capital are still the same. And I think you guys are really good examples of this. To drop in some stats that I learned on Tuesday at an esports panel here, average gamers are spending about $2,500 a year on games. Average music fans are spending $250 a year on music. And one of my own stats, people who make music, creators, musicians, take home 12% of that whole music industry income generation. So whenever I see a disruptive technology, specifically in blockchain, with my VC hat on, I think, well, who is incentivized to see this succeed and who is incentivized to see this fail? If you're trying to take that 12% and take from the rest of that market and disrupt that small bit of income, there's a huge amount of big players out there that are incentivized to see you fail. If you're creating a new market outside of the system, a new economy, those are the businesses that are going to attract investment, and those are the businesses I look at.
Yeah, it makes sense. I had a discussion with someone from New York who's creating a creators platform and connecting all the dots, because distribution and marketing and production and post-production, none of it is really connected for music, for film, TV, et cetera. And then I said to him, but what is the technology platform that you're using? Well, I don't think it really matters. I'm like, yeah, it really does matter, because otherwise you have many incumbents now with Apple and Amazon and everyone else jumping in or trying to kind of kill you off early on. Unless you have a breakthrough technology platform in this space, you don't really have a way to raise money. So what are some other ways that you guys have attempted to raise money outside of the blockchain space? Because that was kind of the theme this morning, is like you were there at the front line of these ICOs. Now, what are some other ways that you were kind of trying to do this that may or may not, that may or may not have been successful?
Yeah, so, once the ICO, didn't happen, we went down the equity side of things. And we also explored crowdfunding. And there's a lot of different platforms that are out there. And it's really important that they do due diligence on you, but you really have to do due diligence on them. Because what they claim they have might not be everything that you're expecting. For example, how many people are accredited investors on the platform? What does that really mean? Have they verified them all? Have they all invested? Have they not invested? How many people do invest? Et cetera, is really important. And then what is their role in the crowdfunding? What do they do to help market you? Because this is all about marketing. Once you get on, you're on the site. How do they market you effectively? And do they also invest? And when do they jump in to invest? Because a lot of these platforms, they will invest if you hit a certain level, or they'll have a group of people that will invest if you get to a certain level. So there's all these questions that need to be asked. And what are your responsibilities, and how much is it going to cost you? Because there's that as well. Are they taking care of the, if it's non-accredited, are they doing the KYC? Are they doing all this, type of other legal side to things, or do you have to pick up that? So these are all questions that you have to ask when you're looking at crowdfunding. The other thing is, what we learned is a lot of them expect you to bring investors to them. So you're bringing now the investors in, you're bringing in the lead, and so you have to understand where you are in the mix. And I find that, or we found that with the blockchain and everything else in disruptive technologies, it didn't fare as well as those that are more the traditional. So you really have to kind of explore and see who is successful in your niche and where you are in that phase. Are you at the seed stage? Are you in a little bit later? Are you just trying to close out the rest of the round? You just need another couple $100,000. Where are you in that mix? And I think those are some of the things that we explored and looked at.
It's kind of interesting. If you look at Kickstarter and Indiegogo, non-equity bearing fundraising was very successful for entertainment and digital media for many years, and consumer products, right? And then when the equity crowdfunding started, first with the accredited investors like Crowdster and GoFundMe or whatever the platforms they are using now, and then with all of the equity bearing, Reg A and Reg C platforms, there's a real, I would say, difference the way you approach each raise. It's just fundamentally more complicated. We did a lot of Reg CF raises and some Reg A pluses, and you literally are spending 2 or 3 months producing more elaborate websites than you ever would in your entire life, and providing data in a public domain that you never have to provide even to the VCs in the meetings until you're like down the 7th, discussion on due diligence, right? So it really is a very challenging way to raise money, but yet what's really wonderful about it is the liquidity. So what are your views on, challenge versus having a liquid investment where people can go in and out of the investment and you can easily replace investors and you yourself can actually have exits along the way?
Okay.
Max.
Okay. Yeah, I think all those sort of crowdfunding structures are different. I feel like in terms of, you mentioned Kickstarter. I think Kickstarter, as far as I can tell, has largely just become like pre-ordering products. Like it's just like, which is cool, which is great as that exists. And I think these equity crowdfund things are also interesting. I'm coming from my experience of working with more like traditional VCs and funds and angels. I do think that there's a lot of, for an early stage company, there's a lot of, and I didn't necessarily realize this ahead of time, but when you get certain investors that are very strategic and that are like real people that you can like call up, all sorts of value really gets added on that sort of human level of like this person has decided to be an investor, this person like wants to do that as their job, they want to connect you, that is like, I would say almost over 50% of the value of getting an investment. So I think for projects that just need capital, like that's it, like they don't want to hear anything from anyone, they just need money, that could work well. But even for that, I think it's still a new structure, and I think there's so many more investors that are not on those platforms that are just doing the normal thing. And so I think you really got to weigh the money, but also like where the money's coming from and all the potential. You're giving away a few percent for however much amount of money, but you're also not getting on top of that all of the connections that could be made for you, or all the other things that you could get for that 2%. So you might get some liquidity, but you sort of lose some X factor of it being an actual human that you know.
And being so resource challenged at startups, it's not just money. It's really important to have what they call strategic money. And that money is what kind of value can they bring to you, whether it's connections to brands, whether it's connections to people, whether it's connections to other resources that are out there. It is just so other advisors that you might want to have to help you along the way, because in startups you're just going full force, and you don't have time to be thinking necessarily of all the strategic things that you should be thinking about. And so you need that help. And so it's not just about the money, which is what we want to do.
Yeah, I think there are pros and cons for each of those platforms. We did a couple of crowd funds using Crowdcubes, an equity platform. And yes, the con is when you go out for your Series A, you are lacking the backing of your seed funders who would usually, spearhead your follow-on and be the strategic kind of cornerstone for all of your future conversations. But for a company like ours, which is so community-focused, what it really did bring to the table was, well, just like you said, firstly, we did have to bring about 50% of our own strategic investors. So although we raised 1.8 mil or something, only half of that was actually crowdfunded, and the rest we brought in. And
they don't tell anybody that.
Well, yeah, you dig through the filings and eventually it becomes
Eventually it's
obvious.
there, right?
But what was really great is that we got this really long tail of people throwing in a tenner, $50 here and there. But a lot of them were already within our community. They were people who were part of our London membership or our future US membership, and it made them feel super connected to the company because they're sharing in the future successes. So if you're running something that's more community focused, I think it's a really, really good way to have an extra connection with your customer.
And having been in the traditional venture model most of my career, I see so many issues with it as well. Okay, the first thing, like way back when we started the KPMG Accelerator, there was, it was the first accelerator at a Fortune 500 level where, we had 110,000 people globally that were professionals at KPMG going, okay, can we help your startups? It was really exciting, right? Lots of people to help and lots of value. But now there's accelerators just everywhere. There's a half a dozen of them with each Fortune 500, and there are many of them that are sort of privately held and global in nature as well. And what happens is that people get coddled into this idea that I could just have a business plan and a couple of smart people and someone's going to give me 50 to 150 to maybe 250 grand to do something with it. And then you get to the Series A raises and it all falls apart because there's just so few things with an MVP that are actually having some traction from consumers, and all the VCs are saying, oh, we want all that. Additionally, the unicorn side of the things, which was kind of growing at a crazy rate for so long, right? And we had 1,000 unicorns a few years ago before the whole blockchain and crowdfunding started. They're all falling apart now. Like WeWork has kind of started the tsunami of unicorn debacles. So that model got to the point where the pendulum swung towards the investors in a big way. They were sort of controlling everything. Your deals, if you were a startup, to get even to an accelerator were expensive and very, very intense in terms of voting structures and rights that you have to your company. And then it got more progressively intensive to the unicorn level, if you got to the unicorn level. And then the set of expectations was we'll just all put our money into where we want to put it, and hopefully that will work, right? But it's not working. So I feel like there is a real dichotomy between the liquid markets, the crowdfunding, the blockchain, and the illiquid market, which is, with venture capital has become instead of 7 to 10 years, you're waiting 14, 15 years to see an ROI. What do you think may happen? I'm going to ask Ben to kind of put his analytical thinking cap here. What's going to happen here with liquidity?
Sure. I think the VC world is kind of facing the reality of if it's not a liquid market, then you can kind of market books pretty much anywhere. And that was kind of what was happening with WeWork. But, when you're ready to go and do an IPO, they ended up writing out on paper all that they're doing, all that they're planning to do. And then you read the paper, and I don't think anybody was impressed. And that was kind of how the whole thing started to get unwound. I think that there are markets developing for private, what is the right way to say, pre-IPO shares that are being traded. That's always kind of been in existence. And with the application of blockchain technology, there is an increase in liquidity of a lot of these things. So I think it's not as rigid as before. Before it was really, until you have an exit, you just have to hold on to it and you run 10, 15 years. And on the flip side, people just didn't go do IPOs. They just sit on kind of continuing to grow and making further and further and further rounds. I think people are going to ask for more public disclosure, going to ask for quicker IPOs, and also I think there will be more trading on the back end of that. So I think that part of it is good. Overall, I think this whole kind of increase in people's involvements in investments and startups and so forth really is driven by the fact that there's probably too much liquidity in the market, and that's more of a kind of a macro statement. I think people do have excess capital around that they want to invest, even not and they ended up either investing in themselves or in the invest in VC companies who end up having big VC funds and so forth. You're seeing outsized funds being raised at VC, in real estate funds, in pretty much every single asset class. People are just buying it up because, kind of more paper or more zeros are available now. So I think that's what's driving a lot of this, actually.
So the liquidity will be continuing to happen.
I think the liquidity will actually increase, but with that increase in liquidity, there is a day of reckoning for companies that are not really making money for that valuation to hold and things of that nature. At the end of the day, the whole discussion of driving growth is at some point you're going to make money and you're going to get that money back. So, that's kind of a fundamental reality that when we went through kind of Internet 1.0 back when I was going to school, that people left school early just because they didn't want to miss the rush. They went and they built, and people were trying to measure their business by number of eyeballs. You can't deposit eyeballs, you can't withdraw eyeballs, you can't spend eyeballs. They're just eyeballs. So that monetization for certain people, that didn't happen, and those companies failed. And their business model, they were successful. I mean, Amazon went through all of that, and they're successful because they had a lot of revenue other than just eyeballs. So I do think that day of reckoning will come on, and it's slowly transitioning, right? Is that actually going to make money? WeWork fundamentally doesn't make money, and it takes on a lot of long-dated real estate risk by selling short-dated real estate revenue, and that long versus short mismatch doesn't work fundamentally as a model for them. So, they're a lot more flamboyant than all the other real estate companies, because all the other real estate companies were actually, traditional ones are operating on models where they say, I can't take that risk. I don't know what to do with that. And WeWork was filling it with VC money to say, don't worry about it, we'll cover it. I'll just go raise another round if I have revenue shortfall. So they keep burning through money. And at some point, you have to hit the piper. So,
Yeah, Matt.
I just want to, push back a little thing on that. Was just, Amazon doesn't make money off eyeballs, but Google, Facebook, YouTube, it's all eyeballs. And so I think if you know how to monetize the eyeballs, I think then you really win. And just as another side note, we were talking about accelerators earlier, and one of the things that I've found that I didn't know before raising money was that, because we got approached by a lot of accelerators at the beginning, and we were considering doing one, and one of the things we heard multiple times was that if you don't do Y Combinator, if you don't do like Techstars, if you don't do one of the top accelerators, then it actually is seen as a really bad thing if you do any other one, because it's seen as like, oh, you couldn't. It's seen as like a negative flag that they were like, for a later round, that you might sort of highlight you as not a very promising team or not a very promising company. So I just want to throw out there, because I didn't know that as a sort of a landmine to walk around, but I'd say that in practice, that's like a thing.
That's so funny you bring that up. When we started our accelerator, the whole pitch was, you don't want a deal. You want a deal on the way to Kleiner, but once it's at Kleiner, you're not going to get the deal. And once it's out of Kleiner, you don't want it. So it's kind of like you have to get in between that entry into Kleiner's portfolio, right? And it's the same idea now with just the lower down the scale Y Combinator, and you see how more challenging it is to make a good decision as an investor whether that deal is going to make it or not after 17 pivots, right? You wanted to say something?
Not really.
Always.
You've seen it all.
No, I think the main thing is with anything when you're trying to raise money, ultimately the ultimate goal is to generate revenue. You're creating a business. The scenarios where you're trying to raise money and there's no real business. It's the potential of technology, the potential of something. It's like, yes, there is investment there, but it's really hard to convince somebody in terms of, unless you've got real traction, or you've got either advisors or you've got some sort of strategic partner that can say, look, this is like a possibility. So you've got somebody bolstering your vision. But what we found essentially this last year was the best way to go out and raise money is actually have a business that's generating revenue. Then you've got traction. You can show that the money is essentially going to scale your business, and how you're going to do that with marketing, etc.
So that's what I love about this panel. It's all about that. I want to ask audience, we have 10 minutes left, if you have any questions for our panelists. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is John Q. You call me Q, like the letter. I believe we're at a very interesting intersection right now with film tech, media tech, and I guess blockchain, right? Our organization is called TILFA, and we're connecting all the film markets in the world on an artificial intelligence blockchain platform. Now, when we approach financiers, either in the VC industry, they're skeptical about blockchain and crypto, and our platform doesn't use cryptocurrency, but it automatically assesses that what you're doing is tied to crypto, so they kind of don't understand it, so they're hesitant. But when you also approach film financiers, they're like, well, we're not in the blockchain crypto industry as well. So it's like, I know that there's a strong need for this now, primarily with what we're doing to manage DRMs. What is your advice on how do you approach to raising capital in this industry, primarily the film industry, with this blockchain type of a platform that's not utilizing cryptocurrency?
So is it public blockchain or private blockchain that you're running?
It's going to be on a public blockchain.
I wouldn't make a big deal of it, honestly. I would talk about your core value as a company, and then I would say, like, as a side note, like, oh, the way in which we make sure everything, you know, stays secure is like we post it as a transaction on a blockchain. But I wouldn't frame it as if you're like a crypto company. I think that just generally hurts nowadays. And so I would sort of keep it as like part of your tech stack, but I wouldn't shout about it.
And that's what we did as well. We originally we came out, we're like, oh, blockchain, this, you know, because it was all the hot thing, and then all of a sudden it was like, you know, a dirty word, and so we had to kind of take it out of our presentations and know that it's in our tech stack is right. You know, how do you do all these amazing scalable things? And oh, well, that's the blockchain. So we kind of keep it on the side, knowing that that's in our bailiwick. But what we are is a core business that helps people and we solve problems, and that's what you have to pitch. This is how we do it. This is how we drive revenues, and you pitch all of that piece of it, and that's how
You
we've
need
done
a
it.
minimum viable product at
That's
this
right.
point. So I don't know if you have that. It seems like it's going to be on a token. It's like not a good thing to say to investors right now. It's like, here's the platform. Here's an uptake on it. We got, 10 film festivals signed up and they're using it and it's working great. Then you'll get an investment today versus like a white paper. We're going to put this on ERC20 or what, It's not really, we're in a different market.
And I think all the investors really are just going down the same traditional thought process, which is you have to have a viable product, you have to have proof of concept, you have to have revenues, other people that are buying into it, so it's less risk for them. And if you can solve all of that, that's what you're trying to address. And so you just address it from a traditional perspective. And that's how we have found that has worked, because otherwise, if you go down this path, you end up answering all these questions about giving a, education on what blockchain is. Then you've become now the teacher, and that's not really what you're trying to accomplish. At least that's what we have found.
Quickest path to it's accomplishment.
Yeah.
Good question. Any other questions? Yes, hi.
Hi, my name's Anna. I'm curious about Max's comment regarding, applying to accelerators, and unless it's one of the top ones, like, don't bother applying at all, almost. As I'm part of a startup right now that is in that process of trying to apply to accelerators. I'm curious what the rest of you guys think regarding that.
Yeah, I can jump in this. When I was at Lazard, we spent a long time deciding whether or not we were going to start an incubator. So I went around every other company in town and who had started an incubator and talked about why they'd done it. And I'd say more than 50% were funding it out of their marketing budget, which means they're not really interested in the outcome of the companies attached. It's a way for them to be publicly involved in innovation and the new generation, but the standards of entry are pretty low. So I think it's not that you can only go to those two accelerators, but just make sure you do your research and make sure you're getting into something where they are incentivized to see you succeed rather than put your logo on their website as a PR exercise.
Yeah, and I also just want to say, in doing the research is really an important piece of it, but not, the Y2 Combinators, all those different, accelerators that are out there can only handle a certain amount of, companies that they can support in a given year. I mean, you're one of a very select few, so you have to look at alternatives. And what you look at is what else they can bring to the table, not only through the whole process, and not only through the process, but afterwards. What else can they bring to you? Maybe it's accounting services or legal or whatever it is that you may need, because again, we talk about resource challenge, you are, and so what are the resources they can provide to you? I'm not so sure if I'm on the same wavelength of that it's a negative. I actually think if you can be successful in any accelerator that shows success, to me that's like getting money from an angel investor, thank you, right? I mean, like, to me, I think it's a positive thing if, again, you're doing the research and you're finding the right ones that can help you along the way.
I just want to back up my statement a little bit. So this is what I was told by people. So I was told by people that, if you go to that one, like, we wouldn't even look at you if you were in that. So that was just, I'm giving you just the data of what I heard. But I do think in general, I would say on average, a lower end accelerator is easier to get an investment from than sort of an independent angel. And I think in a certain way, seeing for your company's sake, if you could raise money from angels, that's a good data point to know. Like, if you can't, then there might be something that you still need to work out, and that if you worked out before you raised money, it might make the valuation a lot different. And so, I mean, it depends on your situation, but I think trying to hold yourself to the highest bar makes all the future funding much easier.
And you just check their track record on helping the companies raise Series A after they graduated from the accelerator, and how many of those, if they've been around for a while, have actually exited successfully, had like an IPO or some other liquidity event, through M&A, et cetera. So those are the two statistics. Last question. No more questions? Okay, one more. Hi.
I was wondering on the ICO that you kind of died about a year ago. Is ICO coupled with IO? Is that a viable solution?
It's still happening. There's about a couple billion raised this year through IEO, ICOs in the blockchain space. Many different jurisdictions have different regulation. When I went to Malta in 2018 for the conference, 8,500 people showed up, which is the largest the Malta Blockchain Summit was ever been. And the reason for that was that Malta passed the regulation for digital financial assets at that point, and would allow ICOs and IEOs. They're legal in that jurisdiction. Switzerland has pretty good laws for that. Singapore, now Bermuda's trying to become the central location for all of those. So if the companies are in the jurisdictions where IEOs and ICOs are being validated by the regulation, they're still happening. In the U.S., we had the SEC sue companies that are not even from the U.S., like Canadian companies that came. So not really.
If you don't sell in the US,
You would have to be in another jurisdiction. Yeah. To do the raise, I think you would have to have the whole company function in another jurisdiction. Yeah, there are capital that's about $2 billion raised this year.
does it still raise money in ICO?
It has. It's a couple billion this year.
It's smaller.
Yeah, it was like at $12 billion last year. So it's declining. Yeah. So we're just talking about the big trends, and that trend's declining, but it's still around.
Yeah,
There's a problem with the liquidity of all the tokens afterwards. That's what people are realizing.
I'll jump in with probably two comments. One is, in terms of size of raises, I think that's more a reflection of people's appetite for it. And that comes from the fact that, crypto hasn't done well overall as a market from an investment perspective. In 2017, whatever you bought went up and everybody was buying, and that new capital flowing in, it was easy to raise a lot of money. It's much harder with the bulk of those existing investors already sitting on major losses or write-offs and so forth. So that's one part of it. And just to answer the specific question you were asking about IEOs and ICOs, I think IEO, people are buying it. So just for those of you who are less familiar, IEOs are basically ICOs, except they kind of have a stamp of approval from the exchange that they're going to be listed on. And the exchange is de facto making a review and an approval of that deal because they're going to list it on their exchange upon the successful IEO. And they get paid for that, obviously, so it's a little bit of a conflicted discussion. So overall, that's kind of the major difference there. But from a regulatory perspective, all of the discussion we've had with regards to ICO also applies to IEO. The legality and all that just really doesn't change just because some business, being an exchange, give you a rubber stamp of approval. So.
You can actually help to
Yes, that's a good point. There's so many exchanges, like a few hundred of them, and actually I sit on the advisory board of S9, which is a system that's kind of creating more liquid marketplace globally. And once you start looking at the issues with the exchanges being unregulated and developed as they developed in like a couple of years time, it's very hard to gauge how your business is going to actually grow with a token. So yes, you can raise the money, and then what? We didn't even talk about this whole dichotomy. After looking at a couple hundred companies, I launched something called Bid Angels, and we had all the original investors in top 200 companies and 40% of the market cap of crypto, and you meet with all of them. There are some really solid businesses, and their tokens were just, the value was down, 95, 97%. There was no reason why these companies should have their value, their token value down to that extent. And so it was very hard to manage the business and grow it through all these things that they're describing and manage the growth of the token in a market that's completely deregulated and completely, being a math major, arbitrary. It's not like there's like these bunch of exchanges and you can market make. People are trying to market make across exchanges that are not having any sort of logic underneath it. How do you market make across that? It's just not possible, right? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, I mean, I think you mentioned, there are many, many exchanges out there, and I agree with that. But I think the you can go to exchange. So the question then comes down to how many real users you have on there and so forth. And everybody wants a Binance, IEO, and people get in line for that. People pay a lot for that. They're you fighting over who can have an allocation for that versus much smaller exchanges who would be able to do your IEO for very cheap. And this goes back to I think Mariana's point of what happens after you do the IEO. What happens to the token? Does are investors even interested in doing that, or are they just there to buy the IEO so they can just dump it the moment they get it? So it's not an interesting. It's a very tough environment from that perspective, and part of it has to do with the fact that it's not really regulated. So people are really acting out on their own interest, and a lot of that is very short term rather than how well the company they're investing in will do.
I just want 1 minute from each panelist to if you were sitting in this room trying to fund your company, what is one takeaway you want to give them today? Okay, start with Max. He's got all the great ideas. You're first.
I would say meet the smartest people you can and have really good conversations with them and entertain them and be kind of selective and kind of be the person that's choosing them. That helps a lot. And just don't take any money that gets thrown at you. If you're selective, then it kind of sets the tone and things tend to go well.
Helen?
Yeah, I've been sitting here listening to all this and thinking a lot about the democratization of access at the really early stages, and that's something we see across pretty much all industries at the moment. And I know I keep banging on about the music industry, but that's where my brain's at. So just like there's 26,000 new songs on Spotify every day, there's hundreds and hundreds of new startups setting up every month. And just because it's become a lot more easy to get into that first stage, and ICOs have been a big part of that, and that the amount of capital that was accessible, doesn't mean that the standards have changed to get your Series A. And the standards are still pretty hung on financial metrics. That's kind of what we were talking about. The financial metrics need to be solid. You can't raise money on hype. You can't raise money on attention, eyeballs you can monetize. So as boring as it is, I would say, your financial metrics have just got to be so solid. Otherwise, you're never going to get into the Series A world, and you're never going to be able to scale.
Yeah, I think one of the things, I think probably my one point of advice to all of this is that you should really look at yourself and understand where your firm is at in the grand scheme of things. I think there's always a big mismatch sometimes when very small firms end up seeing the biggest VCs, they have a connection, they get a meeting, and some of the VCs aren't really able to invest in some of these projects. So you're really finding the right client base to go to with whatever project you're working on, I think is actually a very difficult thing, but that's something that you should try to do. And the better the fit is, the easier that conversation is. And sometimes it may be slightly above that chain or slightly below that chain would really, help move things along.
So I agree with that. I think one of the most important things you need to do is make sure that you're checking all the boxes on what, if you're going to a VC or any investor is going to ask. First of all, are you solving a problem, right? And will people want to buy or purchase anything that you're doing? Do you have the right team that can execute your plan? Do you have a business plan? You make sure you have a plan that actually shows how you're going to get there. And more importantly is, what is your go-to-market strategy? Because the go-to-market strategy is how you're going to execute and be successful, and how they're going to then get to that exit and get there faster. So you have to be able to answer all of these questions. Getting in front of the right people is so important. So you need to strategize on, which are the right, if it's VCs, which are the right VCs that are in my space that have invested in maybe competitors, because they'll understand it. And why is that important? Because not only will they invest in you, but they understand how to help you. So you have to look at all of these different things, I think, before you take the first walk out the door to figure out what that is.
Back to the basics.
That's right.
And then ultimately, there's differentiation. Why are you different than anybody else? Why is your product better than anybody else's, and what are you going to do with your team that somebody else can't do? And that gets back to how you market yourself, even when you're going in to meet these people, and then ultimately, what's your marketing plan once you've created this amazing product, and how can those people you're talking to actually help you get there?
Yeah, this is really an amazing panel. I want to thank everyone. We're launching Infume Salon tonight. Wait a minute, you get a free pass if you talk to me. I'll give you a free pass to come. It's in Santa Monica at Spaces. You can see you on and Max present as if they're presenting to the investors, which will be in the room, but you guys are invited. And we also have another panel at 12:30. Thank you so much for being wonderful audience, and thanks for clapping. And we'll take out time for all the questions.
I'm going to have to send you an email. I don't know if I've read it.
Extra time.
But I'd love to.
Just walk
Thank you.
outside. How are you? Good to meet you.
Good to meet you. Hi, how are you?
I literally just moved to LA 2 weeks ago.
I don't. Yeah, sure. My LinkedIn?
Oh, right. Yeah.
Excellent, thank you. I'm good. Okay, nice to meet you too.
Great. Yeah.
Okay. Are you getting us, kicking us?
I'm happy to help. It's on my board. I raised the seed capital for the company. Hired their company. So they got half that, right? So my company wants to pull together private local bonds, wholesale, and use.
I'll circle back.
On steroids. We actually want to provide so let's make sure you got it. Why are you back in? We went out and put some on the ground. Transfer agent, we are a road dealer. We got now. We're just going to see that out, right? So I want to I know that I know press. I just want to come see you with me. Come see you. It's like 30 minutes. I'm in Santa Monica.
That was my one.
All right, man. So I'm trying to do that. Get the car. Where you are.
No show?
Reach out to me for sure.
Of course, they did. I was all worried about that, and they don't need the USB.
Debbie?
Oh, really?
Make sure your badges are showing just
You gonna take a photo?
Yes. Out him. Sorry to meet you. I'm gonna get this is Dean. Hi. Dean. He's awesome.
Good job.
Well, nice to meet you. What's your
Get up here.
Oh my God. Can you make it? My backpack's right in the way.
Make sure my badge is out too. Thank you. Beautiful. Okay. He's just, hi everybody. I'm actually the moderator, but we are waiting for a dongle. And we're going to start in a minute or two here. Thank you for coming. While we're waiting, who here is a content provider of AR/VR? Who produces content? What about marketing? Oh, you do? Oh yeah, I know you. What about marketing? Are most of you marketing people? Marketing? And what about you guys? What do you do? Oh yeah, from where? Oh, from Bakersfield. Welcome.
Here's your dongle.
And here comes my dongle. This far? Yes.
Daniel, can you mute the main, please?
So, what's your major, you guys? And yeah, that's not working. Ask them what their major is.
Oh.
For the oh, my mic isn't on yet. What are your guys' majors? Digital media?
So you came here because you thought, okay, I want to find out, because there's a lot going on here between influencer and podcast and PR. You kind of plug and play when you want to integrate. It's good to have you here. There's these really interesting things.
So more like.
Okay, I tell you what.
I'm so interested in this.
Let's go ahead and start with introductions, even though it's not being recorded because they don't have the. Can you record without the VR typed in? Without the, Can you record anyway so that we can live stream
Yeah.
until you get it worked out?
I'm pulling this on, because I'm gonna use this for the audio.
So should I use that microphone?
You want me to move one over?
Meet with them and be around people. So I feel like those kind of experiences could be.
Yeah, it's like the distribution and the touch points to get into AR is like my main focus. That's why I like talk about it today because now with what AR, there's
There we go. Hello? Okay.
There we go.
Move it down. Good morning, everyone. Really nice to have you here. I appreciate you coming. My name is Cynthia Lieberman. I am the Chief Operating Officer and partner of the InfluencerCode.com, as well as LibreCom, which I do content marketing and media strategy. Today we're going to talk about AR, VR, mixed reality, branding. We have some really interesting panelists. One person got stuck, and so we're working on that. We have a little technical difficulty, but we have a lot of show and tell as soon as they get it set up here. So I thought the first thing we would do is I could just go down and introduce the panel, and they could tell you a little bit about their businesses, starting with Michael McGarr from Quantum Era. So why don't you explain what your business is?
We're an augmented reality company. We also do VR, mixed reality. We started out producing projects that were about history. We started with the Alamo, and then we're working now to get Gettysburg finished. Is the Battle of Gettysburg. Sorry.
Very good.
And so we're working on other projects now too that are more with air travel or Air Force, that sort of stuff, working on those types of projects.
So we'll be talking a little bit more about how his amazing journey of the Alamo versus the Gettysburg in AR in just a moment. And then next is Nicole. Is that Nicole?
Yep,
Yeah.
Nicole.
Nicole, why don't you tell them a little bit about what you do at Magid?
Hi everyone, so my name's Nicole. I am a qualitative market research analyst for Magid, and Magid is a market research and consulting firm. So our clients will come to us with a business question, and then we go to the consumers and understand what are the trends in the industry, and we advise our clients on what to do.
Thank you. And then next is Taylor Patton, and Taylor works for Trigger, which is the mixed reality agency, or Trigger Global. I'll let you explain what you do.
Hi, I'm Taylor. I've been in the augmented reality space for 4+ years now, focusing specifically on how media should attach itself to AR. I've been at Trigger now 6 months, and Trigger's been around for 14+ years in the mixed reality space. And they've done every type of bespoke experience from B2B to B2C, really focusing on the goals of brands. So today I'm going to just dive a little bit into where we see the industry going and how that could fit into brands' digital strategies.
And then at the very end here, we have James Giglio, sorry.
That's okay.
From MVP Interactive.
Sure. So my name is James. I'm the founder and CEO of MVP Interactive. We are a consumer engagement technology company, so we enhance brand experiences through trending and immersive experiential technologies. And so we work, as you'll see throughout our presentation, we work with a lot of professional sports teams, leagues, their corporate sponsors, as well as large advertising agencies.
So great timing, because we just got our AV up, and so we're going to go ahead and talk with Michael McGarr, who's going to explain. Well, I tell you what, before that, let's just talk about the media landscape and the fact that disruption almost seems normalized, right? It seems like, what is disruption? Maybe everything is normal, but that's not exactly true. And a lot of times the audience doesn't realize how much augmented reality especially is ingrained in their lives because of mobile technology and other things. But there's a lot of exciting opportunities, but let's start with the past and bringing it to the future, because, we're going to can't show that because he's not here, so let's not do that. Here we go. The hero's journey is a noble but difficult path. I don't know if you know who Joseph Campbell is, but he's famous for the hero's journey in terms of storytelling, and it all starts with story. And so to talk about that, do you want me to show the video first?
Yeah,
or?
that'd be great.
Okay. But where is your video? Hold on. Here it is.
It's very short. So, there we go.
Dimitro, yay, you can go next. Okay, no problem.
So we started out working on the Alamo, building an experience of standing at the Alamo and being able to watch the battle in AR, standing next to the people who defended the battle, or defended the Alamo and watched the battle happen. And then the next step for us was to do something bigger. The Alamo was 6.5 acres. And so we chose Gettysburg, which is 50 square miles, so it's a significant change in scale. And then that required us to think about it differently in terms of how AR would work in that type of circumstance. Because you could stand next to a guy who was going to go off into battle, and then 30 minutes later, the battle is a mile and a half over a hill. And so being able to stand there and watch it happen from the perspective of a bystander wasn't possible. So we created all different types of ways to experience it, where we can fly up above the battle and we can fly around the battlefield and watch the battle happen from that. Also, we created gamification inside of it so that when kids are there, that they have some sort of mission that they can go on, and they would capture artifacts on the battlefield that actually existed inside the museum. And so they could capture the artifacts in the battle, on the battlefield, and they would learn about why that artifact was there on the battlefield, and then relate it to what was going on inside the museum. And when they found the artifact in the museum, they got points for that as well. And it helps them to grow in rank from private to general. So there was a significant amount of challenges with the scale and scope of the battle. The number of soldiers who died in the first day at Gettysburg was more than all the soldiers who fought in the Battle of the Alamo for 13 days. So we had to solve a lot of different problems. We created this with CGI. A lot of the stuff that you see is in most recreations of the battle or reenactors, where you have a couple of hundred guys at most who are walking around, and we're able to show thousands of people on the battlefield at the same time. And so where that's leading us, and talking about branding, is when we first started out, we've only rebranded ourselves 3 times in 3 years. And so we're promising not to rebrand within the next week. So what we started out as a company called Alamo Reality, which really kind of focuses on one product. And so then we woke up and said, well, we need to be something broader. And so then we branded ourselves as Experience Real History. And then we started getting presented with projects that had nothing to do with history, and so then we had to come up with a different brand. And so the brand we arrived at was Quantum Era, because quantum mechanics is, the primary thing about quantum mechanics is that time is fungible. And so we see ourselves as a time machine where you can go back in time or go forward in time, and that kind of covers everything that we do. And plus it's a lot cooler name than Experience Real History. And it made a nice logo as well. And so at any rate, the projects that we're working on now have to do with aviation, space, those types of things, and also tourist things that not necessarily deal with history. So,
you know, Michael, why don't you talk a little bit about scalability, because you've talked about doing an augmented book with it, and the ways that this gets applied within the museum, how you're using this with the product itself, because you can't just have a video. You got to have like everything.
Yeah, you got to have everything. And like Gettysburg, the interesting thing about Gettysburg is 7.5 million people come to the battlefield, and only 1.2 million make it into the museum and pay admission to get in the museum. And so there's a a definite disconnect between the battlefield and between the museum. People that come to the battlefield don't see any reason to go to the museum. And so one of the things that we did was, in creating those artifacts, give them a reason to get into the museum and see the real artifact, and then watch that artifact come to life inside the museum. They can spin it around and play with it. And then in terms of how we're marketing this and how we're selling it, one of the things about most of these historical sites is there's absolutely no Wi-Fi whatsoever at those places. And so trying to get somebody who shows up there to download an app that is quite heavy causes problems of adoption. And so what we've arrived at is that we're leasing iPads to the tour companies, and their clients then pay to use the iPad, which is already loaded. They don't have to worry about bandwidth, any of that sort of stuff, and it's a much better experience on an iPad than it is on a phone. So then that way, then when the users or the visitors come, it's just one addition on top of the ticket price that they get to get on their bus. And we're looking at, for every 4 people, they have 2 iPads. And that helps a lot for us in terms of scale, to be able to scale it. And then the other part of our market is also education. We're in 40 some odd school districts in Texas with the Alamo, but every school district in the United States needs to teach the Civil War, and if they're going to teach the Civil War, they need to talk about Gettysburg, and so that's a helpful thing. And then one other thing that we do in terms of sales is that instead of selling one-off, we sell as a subscription, so that the school district has to buy it every year. And so we don't wind up selling to every school district in the country one time, and then that's the end of it. So we sell it as a subscription, and the subscription model works really well. That way we can do updates, and we can do all those types of things that add value to it. And for the schools, the cost per student is under $1 per student per year. So it's relatively cheap for them to adopt it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that your product is a good example. No matter what, when you're doing an app, you're there to solve a problem. And ease of use, the less windows, the less trouble you have to go through to get to it. So, having the iPad and having it at a cost that's affordable for a school or for anybody who goes into a venue, makes your product more accessible and more scalable, so that you can go across the country and not just. And it makes sense that you'd be doing space and aviation; those are more organic. But Gettysburg might be a little harder sell, so the easier you can make it, the better.
Yeah, and the other thing too is that when you're selling something into a space where you have tour guides who are giving the view of what happened at the battle, they look at us as competition. And so what I do is I go in and meet with the tour guides and get them to understand that this is just a tool to help their experience better. Because usually on a battlefield, particularly Gettysburg, it's the park itself is 7,000 acres of just grass, really. And so people have a hard time visualizing what happened there. And so with being able to see the battle happen where I'm standing looking and watching the battle, it engages them quite a bit more. And then part of the thing that we saw toward the end was an avatar, and we have these avatars that are with you get assigned an avatar, and they're real people. And we animated their photograph, and they tell their story in 3 pieces, and you find out at the end whether your avatar lived or died during the battle. And they're pretty compelling stories, and it helps them to connect emotionally with the story versus this general did that and that general did this. You tend to see in history books, there'll be maybe 1,500 people killed in a battle, but this general died, and everybody's all upset because the general got killed. And it's like, what happened to the other 1,500? I mean, they had a life as well, and so we want to make that connection more understandable. So,
That's actually a really good segue to Demetrio, who came, because he has been working on a patent with a very interesting geolocation, because geolocation and putting you in places where you couldn't be before, dead people, whatever, celebrities in his case, I'm not trying to minimize what you do, but I'm going to switch over now to Demetrio. Why don't you tell them really quickly?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, here, I'm using your mic.
Oh, you're using my mic, okay. Hi. Did you want to show the reel, or
Yeah,
do you want to?
I'm going to show you this really quick. And then you can
Okay. This is our reel. This is our sound. Going.
you see in the little reel that we've hit a lot of sort of angles on new technology, immersive experiences, 360 VR, virtual reality, a lot of crossover in augmented reality. We started working in augmented reality applications with Stan Lee in 2012 or something like that, so long ago in the space. And I had the pleasure of working with a lot of the folks on this panel last year and discussing the status of things. My brain on the subject of AR has been going more macro, because one of the first apps that we were involved with in MVP was leveraging a patent. And the patent did something unique in that it was tying geospatial point to not just latitude and longitude, but also orientation. And a little stat, I think we're somewhere now around 4 trillion pictures being taken in a year. The later smartphones are delivering not only latitude and longitude, but roll, pitch, yaw, orientation type information in the picture. So you have this world that is grabbing all this data in terms of not just a pinpoint, but the way it's facing. So we have been tackling this problem along the way for the last really about 7 years, and actually had some discussions with Michael about what he was seeing on the battlefield. And I had the good fortune of going to the battlefield right before you guys launched. We just were going on a family trip, and I saw exactly what he was talking about, that you had this sensation where you walked out, you see these incredible grassy green fields, and you can sort of see the farmhouses and everything else, but how do you make that come to life in a way that's really meaningful, but then also with the margin of error in geo positioning, how do you pinpoint that experience so that it comes up in exactly the right spot, facing the right way when you're tying to a location. So over the last year, we've been developing a framework that enables us what I'll call scaffolding, that will be a global framework where people can take these pictures, and where they're useful, they could be commercialized, they could be potentially given to the park services so that they can orient their experiences in that manner. And the other thing that has happened recently, I worked out a deal with the creator of the MacGyver brand, and so we're looking at how do you then create. You can imagine, right? Where does your head go right away? How do you MacGyver stuff? And could you create an AR game experience with the MacGyver brand and make it geo-positioned? Go put it in a city and have really fun scavenger hunts and things and what's cool about the tech, though, is that say I line it up with the Sears Tower in Chicago, the clue might not be what's in geospace, in virtual space. The clue might be in real space. So because I've oriented it this way, I can now put the clue over here and have something else go on and foster really cool branded experiences. So.
Well, why don't you?
Oh, sorry.
Sure, Mike. Why don't you explain a little bit of how you can integrate branding? Like with MacGyver, it's DIY.
Right.
So people can participate, because it's important when you have apps like this, especially when you're it's an interactive emotional experience that connects with brands, which is what brands want. More and more consumers are looking for that. So how do you get brand support or ad support that ties in with the goals of whatever the consumer's journey is?
I think the answer to that question is probably just the sort of larger exclusive content kind of thing to draw people into an experience. So if I can get something in a new space that I can't get anywhere else, it draws people. You've got a unique experience where you've got a captive audience. I'm coupling this activity with also increasing fiber reach out to locations like Gettysburg. So we're thinking big in that way, that 5G isn't necessarily the answer, because it opens up all kinds of security issues, privacy issues, and everything else. But if fiber were out there, you could have really locked down, solid experiences delivered on Wi-Fi in the region. But again, I saw this. I'm afraid I'm aging myself, but I saw this with broadband. you had to have exclusive content, you had to have the ability to deliver. Saw this when mobile started. We went out on missionary work trying to convince all the companies that phones were for more than talking. And now, but the cycles are reducing in time, but we're at this nexus again where technology we can visualize, we know we can technically do things, but how do you get them into people's hands in a meaningful way and
easily
and
accessible.
And the beauty of AR in particular over VR, there's hardware, right? You have hardware concerns. People have to adopt the hardware, and a lot of gamers have some of that hardware. But the hardware isn't going to be wherever you go. And until the glasses are ubiquitous, we're not going to be able to do that. But then you still have the problem of how do you get the content and streaming at a high level that they can utilize a good experience. So in the meanwhile, everybody's walking around with a smartphone now, and you can do things through that device now. And there is absolutely nothing keeping us from delivering at least some content now. So how do you then do something creative with it? You got to have the content there that's unique.
Well, just one more thing on that in regards to branding. So let's say you have an automotive company who wants to introduce their new app-driven, cool way to fix something, MacGyver style.
Yep.
That would be an example of a brand who would come in and work with you, and you would be able to show your engine
Right.
and have that brand be part of your solution.
Well, even more than that, the insurance, it's funny you picked that because I have another business partner who is doing a new entrepreneurial effort with auto body shops. Why? Because auto body shops, the insurance model is changing. You're going to have everybody driving around with what's the name of the solution that they tell you where when you have an accident or something. So but something's going on within the bureaucracy of insurance so that they're not allowed to show preferential treatment to shops in the same way. So you will be able to use the geo-positioning, guide someone to a shop based on your location at the time, choose a preferred shop or choose, but that's through who? The car manufacturer, not the insurance company. And so now you've got this geo, yeah, exactly.
So you're on a camping trip and you get stuck.
Yeah, and there's also really practical applications for things like, just imagine you're walking down Sunset Boulevard and you're in the mood to go clubbing, and you could have the content, the media for whoever's playing, whatever band is playing that night, and see some music videos that they've done, purchase tickets right there, and then just walk right in. So you can do your scouting that way for retail applications.
Well, so geolocation, ease of use, all these things are important. But in the bottom line, it's about having an emotional connection. You can actually have a relationship. A lot of you have been to a lot of the influencer things here about the influencer needs to have a relationship with their audience, and then the brand wants to come in and insert themselves organically. So the analysis is not just how many influencers or how many viewers, it's about how much they engage. And that engagement, a lot of it is based on the emotional connection or the qualitative piece of what that particular product brings, which is where Magid fits in, which now helps me transition over to Nicole to explain that.
Yes, thank you. So Demetrio and Michael, they both touched on a few things that I'm going to be covering when it comes to VR and AR. It's all about that connection with the consumer. And that's what the goal of this research that I'm going to explain to you was. So to give you a little background about how this all happens, I am a qualitative researcher. So you all have probably heard of focus groups before. We recruit people to come in, we show them some kind of stimuli, and we just open up a conversation to really understand how consumers feel about things like AR and VR and new media that is out there. So I was the one who moderated the focus groups for the company Magid. And if you move to the next slide, you'll see a breakdown of what this research entailed. So we conducted 6 2-hour focus groups, so in Los Angeles and in LA. The people who we spoke to, they were 18 to 45, all of them were tech enthusiasts. So they had to be people who would be likely to care about VR and AR, and they also had to have had some kind of experience with VR in the past. So maybe they went to an amusement park and experienced it, because we wanted to take away some of that wow factor from the VR experience that we would be talking about in the groups. So on the bottom half of the slide, you can see some of the experiences that we tested. So we had consumers actually, as homework, try out 2 different AR experiences on their phone before they came in and just write reviews of it. What did they think of it? What did they like? What did they not like about it? And then we had the consumers come into the facility and actually experience VR content. So you see the list of some of the VR content. It's the Coco VR experience, Vanderpump Rules. There was a reality show experience with the 4, that's the singing competition where the chairs turn around. And then for the AR content experience, we did Rampage, we did the NBA AR one. So I'll talk through just some of these examples, because what we really wanted to understand is when it comes to brands creating content, what is the best route for them? They have all these options, but for their brand in particular, should they choose VR? Should they choose AR? Or should they just be making regular content to get a more massive reach? And one of the main findings that was kind of obvious before this study, but this just really reinforced, is that the ancillary content, so those VR experiences, those AR experiences that are related to a brand, it has to feel authentic to the brand. It has to make sense for the brand. So for example, what we found for VR, the strength of VR is it's a connection to consumers' hearts. It packs a punch. So when they're experiencing that Coco, the Coco movie, I think it's, is it a Disney movie? It's an animated movie. And that experience was a perfect fit for virtual reality, because the strengths of virtual reality is you get put into a new world, you can interact with characters, you can get a new perspective on something. And the Coco movie was a great fit for that, because it took the consumer to a new world that was full of colors. The experience involved them going through a train throughout basically the setting of where the movie was. And consumers said after they saw that VR experience, it increased their intent to watch the movie or purchase merchandise that's related to the movie. So that's a great example of how a brand used the appropriate platform, so VR, and it made sense for their brand. Now, VR did not make sense for every brand. So for example, consumers did a Saturday Night Live, you see at the bottom of the list, a Saturday Night Live experience. And that involved the Childish Gambino, who's a rapper and actor, walking them through the set of Saturday Night Live. And it was pretty underwhelming for consumers, because they're saying, I go to Saturday Night Live to laugh. This experience did not make me laugh at all. It just felt kind of bland compared to what I expect from that brand. So also we have found from VR that animation is more clear, more crisp, makes consumers less nauseous than seeing a human in VR, just because that's where the technology is right now. So seeing humans in settings in real life, it didn't necessarily accomplish a goal of creating an emotional connection with a consumer. So when it comes to AR, we found that AR is the best way to get to consumers' habits. So Michael, you gave a great example of good AR, because it had a goal for the consumer, because a lot of times AR requires the consumer to get up and move around, and in order to make that effort worth it, there has to be an emotional payoff, and it sounds like your experience really provided that. An example of a AR experience that we tested in this group that did a really good job of utilizing the platform to its full potential was in Oxygen, so the channel Oxygen. They provided an AR app for consumers, and their channel is undergoing this rebranding where they're now providing, kind of like the content of like true crime and think like investigation discovery kind of content. So in this AR experience, the consumer actually had to get up and move around and pretend that they are a detective solving a crime. So they put their phone like this and they see a body that's laying on the ground, and the goal of this AR app is to find out who did it. And think about what you're doing while you're watching this kind of true crime content. as you're watching this content on TV or wherever, you're trying to figure out who did it. So the AR experience was really in line with why people seek out that kind of content in general. So it really made sense for that kind of brand to choose that route. And then finally, to give an example of an AR app that didn't work as much was just one that felt like it was a knockoff of Pokemon Go. So as a lot of consumers talked about augmented reality, it feels less innovative to them because they've seen a successful example of that, which is Pokemon Go. And so the best quote that I remember a consumer saying was, if you're coming late to the party, don't bring paper plates. Which means if you're coming to the AR game, you better bring something to the table that I have not seen before, something of quality, because that's the only thing that's really going to get my attention. We found that AR actually has a bigger potential to negatively impact a consumer's perception of a brand because it feels like a cash grab. So if a brand comes out with something that feels just like Pokemon Go, they're like, put some thought into this. This does not really, impress me. Whereas on the other hand, when it comes to VR, Demetrio, you mentioned a lot of the barriers that are in place when it comes to using VR. So, for example, you have to get the equipment, you have to put it on, you're secluded from the rest of the world, so you're not able to experience it with your friends and family. So there are some barriers, but if a brand such as Coco, the movie, creates a successful VR experience and the consumer goes through all those steps to actually, undergo the experience, it can have a huge emotional payoff for them, as seen with Coco VR. So my company and I, we put together a little decision tree that helps you understand when it comes to creating branded content, what are some of the things that you should consider? So the first question that you ask is, what is the business objective? What is my goal? Is your goal to get massive reach, to find a lot of new consumers, to get your brand out there to people who haven't heard of you yet? Then maybe you should stick to the basics, which just means regular branded content. Now, and the reason for that is because there are some barriers when it comes to virtual reality that I already discussed. What we found with some of the augmented reality apps is there was just difficulty in loading, and there were just technical difficulties in a lot of the apps that we tested. And a lot of consumers said that I would have to see marketing for these marketing materials in order to know they existed. So that in itself, do you have marketing budget to market your marketing materials? Which, if the business objective is to create a deep connection with the consumer, a unique connection with the consumer, then maybe you should consider VR and AR content. And then that leads me to my next point, is where you say, do I have materials to get the word out there for this VR or this AR experience? Because if you don't, then maybe you should just stick to the basics, because that's much more discoverable, shareable for the consumer. If you do have resources to get the word about this out there, or maybe you could partner with another brand to get the word out there to their own consumers, then your next question should be, how do I want to connect with the consumer? Do I want to go into the consumer's world? So do I want to use my technology to overlay something onto the consumer's world, their reality? Or do I want to bring the consumer into my world? Do I have a world that's worth bringing the consumer into? So, do you have something that is going to create that emotional experience and use VR to its fullest potential, which is showing them new things, introducing them to characters that they have an emotional connection with, and also changing their perspective on things?
So that's great, because it's sort of an in-between of where we're, this whole intersection of technology and fiber, and then the emotional connection, and what does it all mean, and how can you do it? But then there's the shopper journey, the experience that a consumer has to go through. And so next we have Taylor Patchen, who's going to explain from, we're a little bit out of order in the slides, let me just get you up here. And she's going to take you through the AR platform experience. Am I on the right slide? Is that the right first slide?
Yeah,
Yes.
you can skip to the next
Okay.
one. That'd be great. I think everything that my panel said so far is like actually supports everything that I'll kind of be discussing today, focusing on the scalability factors, focusing on the right experience at the right time with the right brand and the right consumer. To Nicole's point, a lot of people are just creating content to create content. They see now that AR is a lot more accessible than it ever once was. AR used to primarily focus in the app space, and now with web AR and social AR, it's kind of these new, the barriers of entry are less than they've ever been before, so brands are jumping to it. But from the Trigger perspective, we kind of say, wait a second, let's focus on the brand objective. Let's focus on what makes the most sense for your consumer. You can actually jump to the next one.
Tell me how you
Trigger's actually been around for 14 plus years now. We've created content all over the map, I would say, from the social BR perspective, B2C, consumer-facing tools, all the way to head-mounting devices, B2B. So pretty much we have clients that come to us, they have a problem that they'd like to solve, and we don't necessarily have this initial suite of products that we're like, here, pick from this list. We then take those problems and create those solutions. We're a creative technical agency, and then we'll bring in the right technology partners, as you see on the bottom there, to create those solutions for clients.
Okay. Oops.
Here's just like the wide spread of experiences that we've created. We don't have a niche like my other panelists here, but it just kind of depends on what's right for that consumer, for that brand. So we've created on-site experiences, we've created social experiences, we've created discovery, kind of like Nicole was saying, where we just literally help from a user testing perspective and understanding what that brand specific consumer would want. So it's a wide range of experiences. And then, so today I'm going to kind of jump into web AR. This is new to the technology of augmented reality and the scalability factor. Like Demetrio was saying, it's so hard to get people into these experiences and get them excited about it. Brands are putting so much money into these experiences. If there's not the right distribution channels, then what is the point in the end, right? If you have a couple hundred people doing something, over a couple 100,000, reach is important, but it's connecting that emotional connection with reach that is a really big, important kind of brand strategy for Trigger. We've had a lot of brands and agencies come to us because they're really interested in web AR, which can be accessed directly from a QR code or a short link. So there's no need to download an app anymore. We're not constrained by the social channels development tools. It's a completely a code base that we can just create whatever content that we'd like. So there's positives and negatives of that. Couple things here just in terms of it supports horizontal and vertical surface tracking, the partners that we're working with, which was not possible prior to a year ago on web AR. Only gyroscopic was possible before that. If you want to skip to the next slide. So this is just a quick example of what I was just mentioning, all the touch points, and this is how we're trying, from a Trigger perspective, to connect web AR experiences into the overall digital ecosystem and strategy. In the past, AR has been its own facet. It comes from innovation budgets. Nothing was connected to the digital and media agencies that had the main budgets and were the main scalability factors for brands. Everyone looked at them as two separate entities, and Trigger's trying to come from a perspective of connecting the two. And that comes from on-product, POS, print media, digital ads, owned and operated, social. And those kind of scalability and those metrics are already accounted for. So Trigger's trying to look at it from a perspective of matching up those analytics to really show the success of augmented reality.
Which falls back into qualitative as well, which is what Nicole is doing.
And if you actually would just want to jump to the next slide, that's just a couple examples of shopper augmented shopping experiences.
Maybe you could just tell them, pick out a couple and just explain what people are doing there.
From an augmented shopping perspective, this is just a main focus as well. Jumping from the web AR perspective, augmented shopping is a great practical, nice use case for AR. So there's two different ARs that we're looking in. AR as a plus up to experiences in the consumer journey that people are already used to, and then AR as a standalone product. As a consumer, if someone hands me a web AR experiences and the iconography is all different, I don't know what my end goal is supposed to be, I don't know if I'm supposed to buy something, I don't know if I'm supposed to snap a picture, I don't know if I'm supposed to enter a sweepstakes, coupon. If I don't know what that incentive is, I, as a consumer, will not do that experience. That's where we look at it from an augmented shopping perspective, is really just adding to the consumer journey that people are already used to, making them feel comfortable in using AR as a tool to actually grow the experience that they're already participating in. If you know that you are going to shop for a specific product, then utilizing AR as a tool to help you learn more about that product and then ultimately get an incentive, whether you're in store and that's a coupon or whatever that may be. We've seen lots of success from that perspective. We did some work with Miller Lite on St. Patrick's Day where an actual leprechaun came out of the cup to offer something, and that was all over the web. So this was happening in bars all of St. Patrick's Day weekend, where we used the actual bottle as an image target to animate this character. From the product informational standpoint, that right photo there is actually a Warner's bra. It was a 3D rendering of a bra. That was all based on indoor displays at Kohl's to drive attraction and actually educate consumers on what they'll get out of purchasing this specific bra. And the brand actually saw incredible lift because that kind of information was not readily available to consumers. From a try-on perspective, I'll just move over. Warner's bras was not in the try-on category, but in the try-on category, that was on the left there, something that we did with transition lenses. Transition lenses did just that, transition from indoor and outdoor. So we used background segmentation to actually place the user in an outdoor or indoor scene. From there, they could then choose their lens color, choose what frame they wanted, and we are actually seeing great purchase directly from an augmented reality solution. This is just a really quick kind of map of how we think through the augmented shopping funnel from brand engagement, product info, try on purchase, and that whole brand loyalty ties directly into those touch points I was previously mentioning. Whether it's POS, digital media, print media, whatever that may be, utilizing the information that you're gathering from your AR Affinity like brand consumers is so, so important, and I don't think people are connecting those dots in the way that they should be. So Trigger's trying to kind of change that mindset for brands. So it's like I mentioned earlier, it's not two separate entities, actually adding AR into the funnel that you're already creating, and then utilizing those metrics. How many glasses did they try on? Which colors did they like? Were you seeing a lot more engagement on the day glasses versus the night glasses? Then from there, you can then re-engage with consumers based on how they actually interacted with your product. So there's a lot of very exciting metrics that can be done that don't need to be campaign-based, but that can ultimately drive how people engage with your brand.
Yeah, I think that it's important to, Jonah Berger wrote a book called Contagious, and remarkable facts are what make things go viral. Anytime you can do something remarkable. If I had a leprechaun jump out of a cup on my phone, I'm going to say, look at this leprechaun, and Milwaukee whatever beer over there is in the dust, because then I'm going to want to share that on Instagram, and we're going to want to have eventually leprechauns toasting, and again it becomes a character and an icon for St. Patrick's, and it gets a longer tail on it. It's not just a one-trick pony. You can make it a longer-term destination. And it's kind of interesting because I'm going to now go to, thank you. Is that all the slides? Wait, you have one more.
Oh, I think that's it, but that's just one.
Okay. The AR journey, yeah. Okay, now I'm going to go back up here to James. I think you are at the top. We got a little out of order here.
I messed
so.
everything up. I'm sorry.
It's Dimitro's fault. Okay, James, let me get
It's my
down to you.
fault.
Sorry. There we go. Do you want me to show your video first?
Yeah, and that'll about sum it up. We want to leave some time for
Yeah.
Q&A, so
No.
we'll show a nice sizzle.
Yeah, but what you do is really interesting though.
So as you see,
MVP, Most Valuable Player Interactive.
It's actually motion virtual play.
I know, but in this case, that's how I use it.
So thank you for that. As you see, we certainly don't see technology as a zero-sum game, meaning that we've been able to really stack a level of our expertise and IP to develop immersive experiences towards the brand guidelines using a host of different technologies, right? And so over the past 6 years, we've really solidified our footprint in the sports and sports sponsorship world, as well as creating live event experiences. And so some of the other slides that we can quickly go through are a little bit of a case study in terms of usage performance, and I think the underlining theme, at least with Trigger and some of the other folks here, have been talking about what brands are now valuing and how they're seeing experiential technology as this new form of media. I think we're really at an inflection point in terms of generational usage and how traditional advertisers or brands are really changing their message or their promotion of their products to really create that experience and memory of, to connect with that consumer. And so I think this plays well to all of us respectively in terms of being on the forefront of offering these solutions probably a little bit ahead of the overall market. I think from a business to consumer standpoint or the consumer market, there's a lot of price resistance or usage resistance in being able to use this as a day-to-day function of daily activity. However, when you tie and attach a brand experience to this, it really opens up the user base and it really allows for consumers that may not be able to afford a VR computer gaming system or experience AR outside of Pokemon Go while they're attending a festival, a sports game, or some type of live event or lifestyle environment. It allows them to really open up their brand loyalty as well as the experience with that particular connection to the brand, right? And so as you see by this case study, this is just a quick example of, we really have two business development platforms in terms of selling our services to professional sports teams and their venues, and as I mentioned, the advertising agencies, right? And so here, this is an example that we produced for the Philadelphia Flyers, in where our messaging has been really trying to promote the idea of professional sports teams using the game day event as a full day experience, or as full as they can potentially make it, given the price of tickets, the challenges of the pleasures of the in-viewing home experience, where this particular market is really challenged with selling tickets and getting fans. And so, antiquated versions of concourse activations have been, credit card solicitations or towel promotions, some of the things, I grew up personally, would see attending ball games. So now what our messaging is really promoting the access of the concourse as a main artery to that main product on the court or on the field. And so what properties are doing now are opening up 3 hours prior to a game event, and they're staying open a little bit longer post-event. This is a consumer economy, right? And we're a consumer-based society, and so this really allows for the consumer to enter the venue to really holistically experience what it means to attend X, team's event or game. And so leveraging the concourse as a perfect form of real estate or a piece of real estate to leverage immersive technology is a really great touch point for us. And so we've been able to, thank you for that transition, to really leverage that access point. And so here's another great example that we built for the Washington Redskins and Bud Light, in where we created this digital social lounge where we were able to implement virtual reality products, full simulated sporting experiences through gesture 3D-based gaming, as well as some light levels of AR photo concepts with, creating a virtual bobblehead. And so what was really popular, what was really effective for Bud Light is, from a marketing standpoint and sports sponsorship, they've really tasked their properties or the teams that they sponsor with the challenge of saying, hey, over the past X amount of years, that we were able to fund your signage within stadium. Every, LED or Jumbotron is going to have our branding, but are we really creating this experience? Are we really tying into our brand into this game day experience? So we're going to now challenge you to come up with ideas on how to, really connect the consumer with our brand. And so by being able to develop this social lounge, essentially helped create an affinity towards Bud Light, and then what they called the opportunity to get liquid on lips and being selling Bud Lights. And so year over year, we were able to enhance this digital lounge with music, with mobile beer carts, as well as a full DJ booth and things of that nature, where we were able to not only give the fans a fun experience, but then also sell product for Bud Light. So it was a perfect blend of the entire consumer journey. We can scroll through to the next.
Coca-Cola?
Yeah, we can go through. These are just other examples. This is, again, another great example of using AR concourse activation, leveraging large displays or jumbotrons, in where, depending on the technology level of experience that you have, some consider these maybe alpha channel videos or chroma keyed video experiences, but to the general marketing population, these are AR fan experiences where you're able to overlay an image through a lens view, right? And so we were able to promote the overall fan experience for Coca-Cola with the Detroit Red Wings on this concourse display. Quickly, we can go to the next slide here. One more. This is just more data here. I want to just talk about leveraging AR, whether it was geolocation. We talked about this scavenger hunt philosophy of how we can get people interacting, roaming in free space. And so this is a great example that we developed for Atlanta United soccer team. And so what they basically did is they came up with this social promotion that they wanted to create a pop-up event promoting the upcoming season. And so what we did was we took their existing mobile app that was developed by IBM and built in this AR feature that was able to scan these customized branded QR codes that we essentially placed throughout the city of Atlanta. Now, why we went QR before a web-based activation was really the timing in the marketplace. This was back in 2017, and they gave us about 4.5 weeks to develop this program. So we needed to sort of, as developers, you understand some of the nuances and corners that you have to kind of go around to produce an example, right? And so we decided to come up with this branded QR code imagery where we placed strategically throughout the city of Atlanta. It happened to be on Valentine's Day, on a Wednesday, and the only promotion channels that they used was Facebook, Twitter, and their social channels, where they said, hey, the first 17 fans that are able to collect and scan as many of these touch points win a free jersey and tickets to the first game. And so lo and behold, these numbers show, although it was a small sample set of usage, within about an hour's time, we've had start to finish completions and really create a viral moment for these fans, right? And I think when you have a brand affinity already, having them access technology and engage with the brand even strengthens that particular relationship. And then I'm not sure if we go to the next slide here. Okay, so I guess we didn't show, it's fine, but so the following year, based on the success of that scavenger hunt, what we were able to build was an interactive jersey. So as the season went on, the team came out with a new jersey, and with that jersey, there were about 5 different Atlantic-centric logos or imagery.
So wearable tech?
It's wearable tech for the most part, in the sense that fans, those that have the team app, we built the foundation of the AR experience, but now we created this image recognition lens within the app so they can scan their jersey, and depending on the logo, it would drive different content. And so throughout the season, we had different messaging for fans to really interact with that particular jersey, right? And so Atlanta is really, despite the success of the Falcons, Atlanta United's a really soccer team. It's a really soccer city, and so being able to tie these very local, homegrown imageries to the jersey and promote this interactivity to the jersey was a really phenomenal experience for us. And we're hoping that it leads to what can be done in retail and wearable tech and such. So I know,
James,
again, I want to leave up some time.
I was just going to say, I think that what we're going to do, thank you very much, because there's so much great interesting things that are going on, and I think one thing you can take away from here, like you talked about scalability, wearable tech, geolocation, qualitative emotional bonds with your brand, and the web AR strategy. It's not a one-trick pony. In evolution, it's not the smartest or the strongest that survive, it's the most adaptable. And all of these people are constantly, how many times did you rebrand? 3 times? I mean, you have to be nimble. 5 weeks? What? But it's starting to become more and more possible to flip these things around, and sometimes you have to go around the corner and do things a little bit differently. But in the end, it's the customer will adapt with ease of use and price point and accessibility and engagement and entertainment. If you went on YouTube today, it was either to be informed or entertained, most likely. If you went on your phone today, informed or entertained. And that's what all of you bring to this table. So thank you. Let's open up for some questions, if that's okay. Yes, sir. What's your name?
What your company does is extremely impressive.
Thank you.
And extremely expensive. So I want to know how your clients are evaluating the ROI.
That's a great question, and I did add in some metrics. Cynthia,
which one do you want me to go to?
Right here. So this is a great example of. So we have a back-end platform that we call MVP Live, which is a live event database and platform where you can deploy your activation as well as gather all of the user-generated content that's collected. So there's an exchange of information for participation. So putting my name, my email address, maybe my phone number, the video takeaways from the experience, the photo takeaways, they're all warehoused in this back end, as well as we leverage our facial detection capability in that we're able to run an anonymous analytics scan of the overall footprint to show our brands that although, yes, we've registered maybe 100 users over the last 60 minutes, we also have what we call these passive engagers where we're leveraging impression rates, demographic information to say, there's real dwell time here connecting with your brand. So maybe it's a more traditional KPI from a media perspective. It's still valuable. Your brand, a consumer is still experiencing your brand or witnessing it. So what we like to say is, we're not the CMOs or, the consultants for the agencies or the brands themselves, but what we try to do is provide them with as much information as possible that they can figure that out, right? And I think we've accomplished that. And you'd be surprised, quite honestly, some brands, say, for example, Coca-Cola, they just want to own the experience. They don't even care about the data. So they know that they're, say, the pouring rights soft drink for Major League Baseball. They want touch points throughout Major League Baseball. And if that's a virtual home run derby game, great, and they can care less about the data. So it is a fine line. So the challenges as a business and what we've had to really adapt to is really create this menu list of items in terms of price points and how we can consolidate technology into maybe smaller form factors. And a great example of that is what we did with the Los Angeles Clippers. I'm not sure if the room has seen the viral video of the pose with the pros with the Dallas Cowboys, in where they had a big 80-inch touch kiosks that fans could sort of see their viewpoint of themselves, and then the players would kind of come into frame. So that technology, the challenge for us, it went viral. We got a bunch of teams interested in that, but once they saw the price tag or understood what the hardware implications were, we had to dial it back a little bit. But as technologists, we really challenged ourselves and say, all right, let's condense the form factor. And so what we did for the Clippers, from a software standpoint, we created a one-to-one experience to that, but we did it on a traditional wedding photo booth, if you will. And so we went from a $100,000 product down to a $10,000 hardware product, right, in terms of really working within the budgets. And so that's kind of
I think the difference between an Atlanta local team to Coca-Cola, their budgets are going to be different, and so therefore what their demands are, and what you have to know what the customer wants, and then back into it what you can afford to get to them.
Exactly.
And what you need to measure. So do we have any more questions? Hold on one second, I'm going to ask back there.
Hi, my name is James Warner. I'm a professor at Cal Poly, and I do research in VR and AR. My question is for Taylor. The experiences that you showed are all sort of 30-second, one-off, kind of an immediate, momentary thing. So I was wondering if you have researchers who create content that's more narrative, story-based, something that lasts over time, that people would really get into with AR. And that seems to be something that works with VR, but working with
Yeah, of course. From that
Yeah,
perspective.
could you just summarize just quickly what he?
Yeah, from my understanding of your question is instead of that kind of one-off AR content, a narrative content that grows over time and the research to see whether the consumer bases actually were growing with that content? Is that kind of? Okay, awesome. From our perspective, we've seen initially with AR, that's where people, that was like the entry point to AR, was that kind of gimmicky, one-off type of content. From an augmented shopping perspective, the examples I showed you today, and I'd love to talk after this as well, are those really grab someone in that moment, drive one specific KPI. In the shopping perspective, it is that purchase funnel. It is getting them to enter sweepstakes, get a coupon, sign up for, like, get a movie ticket, whatever that may be. So it is more one-off. We have created a lot of experiences for brands that are those overall arching stories. Like we have on-site experiences at dealerships where you kind of turn the car into something else and you're teaching different safety features and utilizing characters from movies. And we've created experiences like that we've seen things that work, things that didn't work, went back to prototyping, and then grew that out at a national level. So we've created experiences like that where it's more so testing things out, seeing what works, seeing how consumers are engaging, seeing where that brand lift in is, and then growing it. From a shopping perspective, that's where that funnel is that we're trying to create. And to Jim's point, sometimes that data lies in their field, but we've been really trying to explain to clients and brands how having that data will really help us tell that story and really ultimately help them. So it's connecting with the digital agencies, the media agencies, the creative agencies, and then connecting that into us is definitely where we see that
It definitely takes a village.
It definitely takes a village. And what
JC,
they're
do we
willing
have
to
time
do.
for one more question? Can we, JC? Can we, one more question? Can we do? Okay, go ahead.
I have a question for Mr. McGuire. I love this because I'm a culprit of like sleeping through a lot of my history classes. Not because history is not important, and that's not, but just the way it was delivered to me wasn't as riveting as the way that you're talking about. So if somebody's taking an adventure, let's say through an iPad, do you guys intend to have the iPads communicate with one another? As in, if I go through an experience, but I'm like 1,000 acres away from my friend, we can meet up after and we can talk about how our characters maybe crossed a narrative together or something like that? Is there anything like that?
We haven't done that, but we've talked about being able to have iPads all linked together so a tour guide can have everybody on the same page at the same time.
So eventually you'll have a second life. You start getting more into that virtual and geo and all the
I love where your head's at, though. I love that.
Very interesting.
And then back to the story, the question about the narrative, is that's what we've done is created a long narrative. The thing that we learned too is that if it goes over 2 minutes, we lose them. And so we're not trying to be a compendium of Gettysburg knowledge. We're like the entry level drug to history. So you see it, you like it, it's like, oh my God, that was so cool. I want to know more about this. And then the tour guide, or they can go on the internet, or they can read books or whatever to learn more about it.
Well, I'm hooked.
Okay, cool. That's what it was meant for. You got to wipe the powder from your nose.
So finally, thank you so much, everyone, for coming. It's been great having you. Our panelists will be off on the side here if you would like to ask any questions or speak with them a little bit further about their businesses. Thank you very much for coming to Digital Hollywood and attending the panel. You guys stay here 1 second. Dean. Because Demetrio's here now.
Somehow in my head, I thought
Before they.
I happened to be walking in.
Oh, wow. Wait, just 1 second with their names so we can get this picture. Here, it takes me a second to get up here because I have a bad
I would
angle.
love to.
Okay, you do it. You do it and send it to me.
No, you're good. I was like, I've been replaced. No, I would love to get your card and connect further. I've worked with a couple of Hispanic companies, with agencies that work with the Hispanic market. So yeah, we can definitely connect.
CrossFit.
There you go.
Could you guys just excuse us? Could you excuse us for just 1 second?
Oh,
Everybody
sorry.
lean
Yeah,
in.
no.
We're just going to get our picture. Come on over here, James.
Yep.
Thank you.
Nice seeing you.
All right, you guys can step off the stage.
I will definitely reach out to you.
I gotta go.
You want me to go
No,
now?
it's okay.
Sure.
I like your card.
Thank you.
There we go. Okay.
Okay.
And we'll do
stand in the middle of the battle, and you can spin around and watch the battle happen around you.
In all the different, I've been through those.
Yeah.
Good thing, I thought I was driving consumer to virtual package to put it to market. That's been my job forever.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that, because that's so much sugar.
I actually don't, but if you give me yours, I promise you I'll email you.
The reason why that's tired is like from the media perspective.
Mhm.
Really
Oh, you guys are with SWC? Simon Wiesenthal Center?
Yeah.
I think I met your partner, one of the guys last year. No, it's a different guy. Was it you? Oh, okay, yeah, terrific. So are you still working on that?
Yep.
Yeah. Who are you working with over there? Are you working with Rabbi Cooper? Yeah, no, he's a friend. I've known him for 20 years.
We're going to release the app in, I think, March. Yeah, you'll be able to see stuff online at our website soon. Hi.
Yep. Yeah, no, I love that. I'd love to.
How difficult was it for you, like, to actually go through that process? Because I always feel like it's kind of hard when you're like, you kind of have an audience first.
Amazing. Yeah, it definitely will, because that's.
It's you take the audience along with you, you know, and so as we were looking at what we were doing, my business partners were kind of involved.
What are you
in
going to do? You're going to go off to another session?
And I wasn't, and so once they had that brand, I mean,
you're welcome to
like,
do what I do.
you know, guys, we're kind of stuck with just doing Alamo for the rest of our lives because nobody's going to understand the Gettysburg version of the Alamo, and so then we moved to the next one, and then again, as we started looking at how many followers we have, you know, in the thousands, but not, you know, in the millions, so we can teach them how to go to the new brand.
No, yeah, I totally agree. You need to put that into other aspects.
No, we like through Facebook and through Twitter and stuff like that. We notified all the people who were following us that we were moving to this new thing, and we really I don't think we got any drop off. I think it actually increased our audience, so it was much better.
All in totally different spheres, but all related.
Integrated. They're all tied together in some way. Pretty exciting.
AR, yeah, oh, it's huge. It's just huge. The demand is coming up to us now, where before it was we'd go in and say, we're doing AR for education. People go, AR is what? Augmented reality? I don't know. And now we're getting from the bottom up, where the students are demanding to have AR in the classroom.
In the hospital for 6 months, and you're 9 years old, you go to Disneyland, you know.
Yeah, you have to find somebody who's got some vision to get the funding. Yeah, and these are not cheap.
Later, technologically, is that a permanent thing?
So, I mean, Gettysburg, I've been working on it almost 2 years now.
I have a master's in
and then the Alamo, we did that night alone, which was very compressed. But anyway, it takes a while, it takes a commitment. And you have to kind of visualize where the market's going to be when you get there, you know, what's the device is going to play and all that sort of stuff. So you have to have an understanding of that. Right now, glasses, Apple is supposedly going to come out.
University has a thing in the booth over here, and they are, that's where I got my master's program.
The
It's a
application we're
program,
building
and you
will
could
play
talk
on
to them
that,
about
but we have to tweak it to make it. Yeah. So.
Media psychology forum. It's a group, and they do all kinds of weird, crazy stuff.
Looking at Gettysburg is what made it start to change. Yeah, because it was just
sociological impact of AI,
and then also the other opportunities that were bubbling up towards us. It's like even Experience World History wasn't going to work. You know, it just doesn't help. So we wanted something that was kind of a new word that nobody has, like quantum era, and it didn't have a, you know, like Google, it didn't have any kind of a connotation to it, so we could do whatever we wanted to with it. But it also kind of sprung from my interest in quantum physics. So
I don't have it right in front of me. If you can remember, it's Lieberman C. At Gmail, L-I-E, Lieberman C. Jose, just say I'll be happy to talk with you. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm
Yeah.
I know you, don't I? Haven't I met you before?
Oh yeah, yeah. You've changed your brand as you go along, and if you look at major brands like Exxon and people like that, where they've gone through brand changes, it's part of the process, and hopefully we won't have to change again. But, we own we got approved for the trademark for our brand, and then somebody challenged it who had used Quantum something else. But and we have like 5 years to figure out who's going to win that battle. Anyway, yeah, it's great. Thanks so much. Nice to meet you.
Even more, right?
Yeah.
Because most of my clients we get, they say, well, we put this product, that product, that product.
So I went to school at Art Center when I was.
Brick and mortar and brick
went
and
to school
mortar
out
to
here.
virtual
Art Center's in Pasadena.
built a massive
It's kind of like what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
You know,
So
Alexa.
I was an illustrator for 11 years, and then changed over to digital.
All these bolt-on parts. Make sure I dissolve that problem.
We did. We
Very
made a
cool.
comprehensive system.
Thanks so much.
Capable of hosting hundreds of millions of items.
Yeah.
I want to start focusing on
So,
when your experience, how do you mentioned education. How do you keep it like entertaining as well as being
You have to make it an adventure. So think about it, not like a game, but an adventure. Like I've built for like 25 years. I've built adventures and learning, and so you create a quest. And as you're going down the road for that quest, you have to solve these different things that are all on the path of what you want them to learn. So you set your learning objectives. You figure out what your learning objectives are. You break those objectives into digestible pieces, and then you make that into the adventure. So if I have to learn this one particular skill, what's an adventure that's going to take me? And so you look at what the overall adventure is. Am I a spy? Am I an archaeologist? Am I something like that? And then once you have your overarching thing, then you see if all of your learning objectives can fit into that. And then you make it go through it. You want to make sure that your learning objectives is tightly woven into the story.
Jenkins, and they stole
So that it doesn't feel like you're stopping and doing a
And
lesson.
so I'm just wondering, it just seems
So
like
as you're
what I'll
doing
do is
it,
I'll
it's like
connect
we
with
live
you and I'll
everyday
bring you
life.
by
We learn how to do
LinkedIn,
things
and maybe we
because that's
can share
things
some
we want to
resources. And
accomplish.
also, you know, I do
I want to do
marketing,
this,
PR, decision
and
making,
I'll
I do all
figure
kinds of
out how to
stuff.
do these 6 things in order to do that.
Just being like, hey,
platform reaching out to all the people. So why don't we reach out and connect and see where we can find synergies.
That was a big step. I've got to go meet with
You're welcome.
Coordinated live event for Earth Day. With like 30,000 live something. I don't know, it's really interesting. So it might be somewhere something that ties with you, and so let me find out more about it.
The audience outnumbers the panel?
Yeah, you can switch. It's too
That's the
nice.
official rule.
Yeah. Unfortunately, though, it may not change. It may not change.
I've been on panels where literally we outnumber the people. Well, exactly. It's going to millions.
All right.
Is anybody going to go outside and bark?
All right, I think we can start. It's too nice a day. Everyone's out eating salads in courtyards and things like that. So hopefully they'll trickle in. So quick note about the panelists today. Yvette had to cancel at the last minute. She had an emergency, so she won't be here. So we'll have 5 panelists instead of the original 6. All right, so a little bit about me. I'm Dave Birnbaum, and Feedback Central. Are we good? And I've been at Digital Hollywood many years on panels. This is my first time moderating, so let me know what you think. Hopefully it's not that complicated. My background is in haptics. Haptics is technology for the sense of touch, so I'm coming at it from kind of a technology perspective and technology enabling new types of media and interactivity. And today's panel, we have a really kind of broad, diverse group of people that are using VR, AR for new types of entertainment, enterprise, interaction. So I'll go through and read about the speakers before we begin. David Gull is a tech entrepreneur, licensed architect, startup advisor, and lead accredited professional with particular focus on virtual reality and augmented reality solutions for real estate and futuristic enterprise visions. He's delivered 500 and more new development virtual tours. He believes people make decisions based on gut-level emotions, and VR and AR can be powerful assets to create emotionally compelling experiences that motivate people to take action. Samantha Gorman is co-founder and director at Tender Claws, an award-winning independent creative studio operating at the intersection of art, games, and technology. She's been working in XR since 2002, amazing, specializing in writing for interactive media, and is currently a PhD fellow in media arts and practice at USC's School of Cinematic Arts. With her work at Tender Claws, she brings a unique approach to XR content creation, making players question the nature of technology and our place in a tech-driven society for experiences that are truly compelling and provocative. She has worked on every major platform, including Google Daydream, Google AR Core, Oculus Go, and Oculus Quest. David Brady is CEO of Cream Productions, a company he co-founded in 2003. With offices in Toronto and Los Angeles, Cream develops and finances and produces distinctive and award-winning content across a wide range of TV and digital platforms in North America and internationally. Cream is recognized as a world leader in VR, AR technologies and storytelling, starting its VR unit in 2015. Cream is currently developing a proprietary technology to create high-fidelity, low-computational, AI-backed virtual humans. Rene Amador has worked with 16 startups over 22 years, starting at age 10, when he got his start selling personal finance software his father had developed for the Commodore Amiga computer. After working in digital development for Fox Broadcasting Company and the Baker Entertainment Group, he co-founded digital agency Automaton Creative. Automaton Creative, where he pitched and directed over 350 commercials, short films, and pilots as co-founder, general manager, and creative director. Rene co-founded AR Wall in 2017 as an augmented reality solution for filmmakers. And Mark Rickard is an award-winning film and VR producer. He's developed and produced several feature films alongside Hollywood luminaries like Terrence Malick and Edward Pressman, and was a producer on the 2019 film Run the Race, which was executive produced by Tim Tebow. Mr. Rickard founded the immersive entertainment company Virtuality in 2017, with initial ventures including the groundbreaking volumetric adaptation of monologues from Macbeth, titled Shakespeareances, which he also directed. He's aiming to again break new ground with forthcoming experiences based on major literary works, such as an award-winning novel by Arthur C. Clarke. So that's the panel. We had some of the panelists gave us some visuals, so we'll just go through some interesting videos that'll give you a little bit more perspective on what everyone's working on. So the first one, going back to Renee, is AR Wall. Renee, anything you want to add to that to explain what's happening here?
Oh, so this is our filmmaking technology. We call it ARFX. We're the first ones to do this. We've done about 40 deployments of this type of technology. And to be clear, this is a complete alternative and replacement to green screen visual effects.
Thanks.
Really cool.
All right. And this is from Outer Realm. This is David Gull. Is that actually you?
Too late for the other ones, though.
So can you explain what's happening here?
Yeah, there's no sweet music, but basically we're super focused on giving people immersive, realistic experiences, in this case, for the actual conveying of an architectural project to win the city approvals, so community board members and community members can go actually tour through the proposed property and approve. In this case, they were approving that scope that encroached into the sidewalk, and by allowing everyone to actually experience that, they approved it because it gave something, an amenity to the city instead of taking something away from the city.
Oh yeah, look up at the building from there.
All right, this is Tender Claws.
Distinguished guests, are you looking for a little entertainment? You've come to the right place. A venue outside of time and space. May I present The Under.
Samantha, tell us about The Under.
Yeah, so The Under is our newest project. It was designed originally as a Quest launch title. It's in partnership with Oculus, and it's coming very, very soon. It's a full-fledged, 8-hour game, but one of the things we worked on is for the next 4 months, in the first 4 months after launch, we'll have live actors in the game possessing NPCs for the first, where you'll be able to have some chance encounters. So.
Oops, sorry. And one more from Tender Claws here.
Long-form AR narrative content-driven experience it's about 3 weeks. It was a launch title in partnership with AR Core, and one of the things we wanted to do was combine AR and some of the nascent machine vision and sentiment analysis processes. So part of it is you're raising a virtual pet fish, and depending on what emotions you feed him over the 3 weeks, he kind of evolves. And it's eating the emotions of you and your friends and turning them into food. That's it.
Cool. All right. And video from Cream.
Oh, you're joking. Okay, you're not going to do anything. That's cool. Look, I'll be here all day. Do you like jokes? How does Bob Marley like his donuts? With jam in. What's black and white and eats like a zebra? No. What's black and white and eats like a horse? Zebra. Yeah, you guessed it. That's all I got.
So that was the wrong video, but what we're very interested in doing is human performance and virtually created digital humans. And the challenge was to create, to scan a performer, an actor, and then recreate him digitally so that he or she can be put in a virtual space. The challenge that we had is that we wanted to be able to put it out on mobile processors. So you can find photoreal digital humans in feature films, and they require a lot of rendering time, and they're very, very expensive, millions of dollars. Whereas our goal was to create a photoreal human that you can interact with that uses machine learning and the game engine to drive it, has lip sync, because I think it's very important that you have an avatar that actually sort of syncs its lips. They're very rare to find, and can be used on mobile. So that's our latest product, and we're very proud of it because we think it's one of the only ones, if not the only one on the market that can do that. And it's very cheap too, which was important to us.
Cool. All right, so I want to go back and talk about Oculus Quest and Vive Cosmos, the new generation of VR that is making a splash and may portend kind of a shift in the industry. What do you have there?
It's an Oculus
Quest.
Quest,
And it's an
David.
Oculus Quest. So it may end kind of this bifurcation of VR into mobile, where you put your phone in a headset versus PC configurations. There's going to be more crossover with LBE. There's going to be immersive experiences that are available out of home. And so first directed to Samantha, but anyone can chime in, of course. How do these changes affect production and distribution? And is AR on a similar path to VR, or is it very different?
I think to back up a sec for like the larger context, I think when people talk about like AR and VR and comparing them or combining them into one thing or how they're different, it's usually about this idea of spatial computing. So it's not necessarily, I think, about the difference between AR, which is a lot, like kind of projected onto your world that you're seeing on the outside, or VR, which is a more hermetically sealed experience in the headset, but an idea of like spatial computing and a three-dimensional world access where you can interact with the graphics and how they actually like impact your world. So I think what everyone is predicted, and which does seem like it could be the future, is like an integrated all-in-one AR VR type of headset, and I don't think that's like a surprise that that's where it could be headed. Is there a second part of that question, or is it general?
No, please. Somebody want to chime in?
Well, I mean, this is the Quest that you talk about, and I think we didn't grow up, but we all started developing. Well, maybe you've been doing it since 2002. It's okay. You've had some, but lately, the tethered sort of the Vive and the Oculus. Original Oculus was probably the most, it had a lot of friction because you're tethered to a large computer. This, I find, just anecdotally, at home with the kids have tried them all out. These are all teenagers from the neighborhood. They've tried the Vive, they tried the Oculus, but they all come around, and this seems to stick. So, yes, it's huge, but because it doesn't attach to a computer and all the processing is done in here, it sort of seems to be the next phase. As you say, we could all see in the future maybe this shrinking down until it's just a pair of glasses, really. I mean, that's all our dreams, so that, you're wearing your glasses, of course, and everything you see, it'll be projected on here, and you can go either into virtual reality or AR or a combination of the two. But if you see the trajectory, we can just hope that happens sooner than later.
And the Quest has a pass-through camera. So you can clearly see the blueprints of this happening, where when you wear a Quest and you're arranging like the safety boundaries of the world around you, you see a camera image of your world in the viewer before it goes fully into VR.
Yeah, anyone who wants to try it afterwards, we can put it on your head if you want. Just anecdotally, my youngest son, he was wandering around with this for about a week, and at one point he took it in the car. He's like, "Do you think it'll work in the car, Dad?" And I said, "Yeah, it'll work in the car. Let's try it out." And it worked in the car. So I think that there's, there's a lot of progress being made for users.
Was he driving?
No, I have to cross the Pacific Ocean in a few weeks, and I'm definitely bringing my Quest because it's going to make it easier for me for sure. And actually, when we were designing an AR experience for haptics, we struggled so much with augmented reality headsets that we actually finally gave up and switched to VR with video pass-through. And so I think that it could be the case that video pass-through becomes better, faster than AR headsets, and that you actually may use a VR headset for AR. It's possible.
And you look very cool wandering around with it on, of course.
It's like Beats headphones for your eyes. Cool. All right. So another interesting topic with this shift in VR is controllers. So the Vive Cosmos has a new type of controller. Controllers are starting to get more advanced functionality, like advanced haptics. At the same time, some companies are trying to get rid of the controller altogether, and hand tracking is coming to the Oculus Quest, supposedly. There are startups that are going to be able to track your hands and do skeletal models of your hand configuration so that you won't need to touch anything. So the question directed at David Gall, so hand tracking for VR, is that a good thing? Is it going to help enterprise and then to the rest of the group for entertainment? What does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely does depend on the industry that you're in. I think that hand tracking for the consumer industry is going to make a huge difference because the more friction, what we're learning is the more friction you can take out of the process, the higher the adoption rate will be. So now that you can unbox an Oculus Quest and go from opening it to up and playing a game in about 2 to 5 minutes, that's a huge difference from unboxing the original Oculus and 30 minutes to an hour later being up and running. So I think just taking one more thing out of it and having people pull it out of a box, throw it on, and be playing and be excited and be immersed in something and interactive with something is going to be huge. On the flip side, I think controllers, in particular for anything that's an enterprise use, are going to be really valuable. I mean, we've been trying to get rid of the mouse and the keyboard on computers forever, and everyone still wants a mouse and a keyboard. The iPad was awesome when it came out and it had an integrated keyboard, and then the first thing that everyone did was build a case that had a keyboard in it. So I think, like anything, best of both worlds. You ship with both, and they both work equally well.
Anyone else?
I like the fact that if we lose the controllers, we can share experiences more readily, because one of the biggest issues that I'm sure we all experience is when you're trying to show somebody something in a headset, and it takes them like 5 minutes of messing around in there before they click the play button, and then you're like, give me it back, I'll do it for you, blah, blah, blah. But if we can get rid of the controller element, that's really going to allow for more fluid sharing of content. And then, of course, depending on the experience itself, you'll have a lot more freedom with lack of encumbrances that the controllers can add.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I don't know if any of you guys have actually seen it or tried it, but Zuckerberg at the OC conference showed it, and you just use your hands, and it sees your entire hand, so it can see your fingers, and it's just the virtual headset sees everything. I don't know how real that is, but that's what he's pitching. So you can press buttons.
Yeah, You've tried it, and I think like anything, there's like constraints around the technology, right? So I guess a good example is when our actors, we were asked, why didn't you use hand tracking for your actors? And it's, well, like, not everybody acts, with all their gestures in this window in front of you, right? Or like what is the occlusion for the camera? Because like there's certain different gestures, so it's promising, and I think it's going to be exciting when I think it's going to go live in the coming months and more devs have access to it. However, if you're making games for entertainment, there's a whole discussion, I guess, a pushback against getting rid of the controllers because gamers really want the trigger button. And that is something that I think is like really instituted and sticking kind of even in this space where people are talking about hand tracking, is a concern.
Can I just ask a question out in the audience? How many people have tried one of these on? So most people, okay. So everyone's familiar. Okay. I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, I wonder if we're moving towards a moment that's similar to the Kinect, right, where there's a class of experiences that become enabled, like the way that the Kinect enabled a new type of game for a while, but that it may not be perfectly overlapping functionality. Anyway. Okay, so another interesting aspect of all of this is that the new technologies are enabling new types of narratives. So you saw with 360 video and then VR that storytelling kind of changed because you could tell stories from different perspectives. You could build sense of empathy that you couldn't before, and so there were new formats. The fact that you couldn't wear the early headsets for very long meant that the content was short. So there were all these new constraints and new opportunities created by that for storytelling. And so this is directed at Mark. What are the new storytelling techniques and changes to the way that we tell stories that are going to be coming in the next few years with these new technologies?
I think to encapsulate, the governing principle there would be mixed media, right? And that's a catch-all way of saying utilizing different formats of capturing media and then the assets derived from that blended together to make the sum total of a more immersive experience. A couple of examples of this are something we have in the can that we shot last summer. The director, Brett Leonard, who did The Lawnmower Man, we shot a 360 series and a feature film at the same time. So it was the same script, same actors, same set. We would shoot at 360 in the morning, then come in the afternoon and do the 2D coverage. What was born from that is a pretty revolutionary format that we kind of didn't anticipate. I look around the room and I see some people who've already seen it, so they can nod in corroboration, hopefully. But we blended the 2D assets inside of 360 space, right? Which allowed us the opportunity, which most 360 video is devoid of, to actually get a more intimate look at the scene as it's taking place. So while you're immersed in a setting and a scene is happening before you, we activate emotional lenses, is what we call them, with 2D footage that are the same scene taking place, not necessarily the same take, but basically beat for beat. And it opens up the narrative and emotional engagement in a way that previously none of us had seen or thought of. And now it sort of sets the table for going forward how we can ideate. So that's an example of integrating various forms of media into one product, if you will, and activating them across platforms because you have the assets to do that. And I know what Renee does is very similar in the sense that it's a mixed media gumbo, right? So it's utilizing all the tools at our disposal to make a more meaningful, and in this case, narrative experience.
That's exactly correct. If you can imagine it, it's if you're familiar with film and television sets, you're basically adding a couple more people to that kind of hodgepodge of team. You have a lead artist, someone in charge of performance, someone in charge of audio, and then the interesting thing about what we're up to is we have someone thinking about linear time, so someone who's in charge of the animation and sequencing of all the events, whether that's on a film set or out at an experiential. And then we have an engineer actually building interactivity in. So to be clear, when you're looking at our virtual sets, there's interactivity with the camera, but then there's also interactivity with the actors in the actual scene. They can trigger events with their gestures and motion and stuff like that. So we've been seeing the world of experientials where there's a very high expectation of interactivity, and the world of cinema where there's a focus on high level of design and control. These are kind of smashing together right now in our office, and we're working on a major deployment right now that kind of combines everything together. And I think the key stakeholders, it's like 5 people, which is way more than I'm used to having on this type of project. But it's simply a necessity, not only because the time crunch, we're doing this in 4 to 6 weeks. So a very major deployment for a retail brand. But the office is very interesting as a result of that. We've got a lot of people from a lot of different disciplines and backgrounds, not just game development, but coming in from visual effects and all these types of different worlds. And that makes it very interesting.
Cool. Anyone else?
How many people here are writers or screenwriters? Okay, cool, awesome. So I know that Yvette, who couldn't be with us today, has worked on creating some types of structures for writing interactive projects. I kind of work in a different mode where, because I'm doing a lot of things with technology that are kind of even in Tendar, where we were doing things with machine learning and AR that hadn't really been combined before, I have to kind of recreate and really think on our toes for why we're including the interactivity and why, what does that resonance have with the story, and not just to have branching choices for the sake of branching choices. And when you're thinking about who can compose for spatial media, I find that actually working with screenwriters to kind of teach them, because they're imagining, sometimes a movie set in multiple dimensions. So screenwriters and playwrights are some of the best writers that can adjust to interactive media, at least in my experience. Our next project is going to be co-written with a screenwriter as well.
An important distinction on that, because we have writers on the team, and I come from film originally, and there was initially it was kind of an insurmountable answer to seek. In the sense that in the early days of VR, you'd go to these panels, you'd hear people talking about the rules that you can or cannot break, or what still needs to be established, and it kind of had everybody held up for a while in the ideation process in a way that I think was possibly a bit of a waylay, but one thing that was a key breakthrough for us is, when we just decided to get out there and experiment, was the notion of ideating from a void of blackness. Right? And what I mean by that is, when you think about typical media presentations, you're often thinking about what's the set, what's the backdrop, how do I fill every square inch of this place with something to look at, and what's derived from the experience inside of a headset is often that if what I'm looking at is meaningful enough or interesting enough, the rest of it can be a total black void. So that kind of reconfigured our perception of how much. What is narrative really? What's the journey that you take somebody on, and does it have to be a direct transposition from the typical, filmic format? And it's been a revelation. So, 2 cents in the pot for people. Start with blackness in your mind and see what happens.
And for AR, would that also apply? AR, the blackness is the world around you. It's the context. Yeah. So, how does that affect your thinking there?
I think with AR, there's a lot more of an expectation that your identity as a user is going to be incorporated into the story somehow, either because of your location, your gestures, some type of action that you're taking to interact with that AR world. That's what we're feeling. I think with VR, there's more of an understanding that it's going to be slightly more of a like a curated experience, that you come in, you have this, you're kind of going on a ride, almost like what people were kind of comparing it to, which is like surround cinema. I think it's been able to break out and achieve something more than that, but I think the expectation is still like, I'm going to take you on a ride, and me, the creator, is going to dictate that for you. Whereas in AR, because I guess arguably because it's coming out of the world of mobile a little bit more, this is an expectation of like, it's about you, and it's about like, what are your goals and what are you up to, and trying to match that somehow with some type of valuable experience. So the way that we're thinking about it is a lot more like a traditional user story, where that you would have for an interactive experience, with the interesting part of that every segment of that has to be at the quality of cinema, which is the kind of the goal that we have for ourselves at our company, kind of bringing that to the world of AR. So I think it sets a very high bar, because in actuality there is no actual answer to how do I give you a cinematic, rich experience while still also kind of being fully focused on you, your objectives, your actions. There's no easy answer to that yet, and I think that's the kind of the challenge that we're facing in AR.
Interesting. Also, Mark, I think you were talking earlier about some volumetric integration with LBE. Is that?
Yeah, we closed a deal to make. So we got the rights to the MacGyver franchise, and we're going to be making VR escape rooms, right? But the key selling point there is that we're going to allow users to view themselves volumetrically in real time for the first time. So essentially, the breakthrough there will be that the player or user experient, if that phrase can catch on, will be able to see themselves and the people that they're there with in a communal way and participate, collectively to solve problems set against the backdrop of the MacGyver IP. So volumetric assets, which as have already been touched upon, are generally pretty costly and in my experience, to a large extent, overkill for the final product, depending on what you want to do. Bless you. But in this case, the meaningful integration of the player and an ability to see themselves as themselves volumetrically will kind of double down on the immersion of it. And once again, it's a hybrid. It's a mixed media. I mean this experience will be MR in the traditional sense, and it's location based, so it's a little bit more on the premium end, and therefore the budget as well. But the sum total of it will be a very progressive breakthrough in cinematic VR, if you will.
Only such a tech forward group would say traditional MR. I don't think I've ever heard those words together. So, David Brady, you're also working on AI-driven avatars, and I know that you've been looking at them for training as well as for storytelling. And so I think it's kind of related to this idea of kind of identity and in situ assets.
Yep.
What do you think?
Well, cinematic virtual reality is something that is close to my heart. My company is television and film, so we come from narrative, and I've been making narrative my whole life. So for me, humans are at the center of it. So our latest project, the Avatar project, is about making a human in a virtual space that seems like a human. And I've been very hard on the rocket scientists and brain surgeons who work for me that are way smarter than me and have been figuring this out. But to me, if you enter a virtual space with a human being, I want to be able to go up to that human and look at their pores and have their eyes track me and really kind of question whether or not there is actually someone standing here with me. I want to be able to poke that person and have them react, and I want to basically feel like, I can smell them if I got it close enough, smell their perfume. What I was thinking about sort of how to, do you remember the Hall of Presidents at Disney World? You have Lincoln saying 77 years ago, and then, in the future you see robots like that are, Westworld. You can't tell them apart from a human being. Our goal is to create in a way that's not prohibitively expensive, not, it doesn't take weeks and weeks to render a human being that you can interact with. Because to me, we've done a lot of virtual and AR experiences, but if it's not about a human being, if there's a human being involved, it's a little different. So that's what I've been concentrating on. Entertainment. Obviously, entertainment to me is actually the hardest thing to crack in terms of a business model. I think that, watching Game of Thrones on a big screen TV is a pretty darn entertaining evening. To beat that in virtual reality is going to be really, really, really tough. But I think that in terms of education, enterprise, training, just real-world interaction, the way you interact with your social media, the internet, if we bring that into a virtual or AR space, I think there's a lot of opportunity there. So entertainment, as much as I come from an entertainment background, and I'd love to make all VR entertaining, I think that's actually the hardest nut to crack. I think that it's in the other realms that actually there's a lot of opportunity. So yes, we're using our avatar. We're talking to, for instance, we're talking to a university health network in New York about creating training videos for them that actually use humans. They showed us they have their healthcare workers use VR to train on code blue situations, for instance. So once a year, everyone has to go through training, and they showed us their VR, and it's sort of a bunch of doctors like, this patient is having a heart attack, and you can't see their mouths moving and stuff. It's like, whoa, and they say, can you make our doctors look better? And we said, sure can, we can do that. So I think that, in training and onboarding and industrial uses, there's a ton of use, and you can just make it more realistic. So, to me, it's about humans. I really want to see the sweat coming down our avatar's face. I want, that, we actually showed the wrong video, but in the demo that we have, you can poke Dominic and he'll react to you. You can just hit him in the crotch. And my developer said, what will someone do when they put on this thing? And someone said, they're going to hit him in the crotch. and they're right. Most people will go and he'll say, oh, we're not friends, are we? Or something like that. So, you take human nature interacting with humans. And to me, that's very interesting. So that's what we're concentrating on. And I think we can deploy it in all kinds of different ways. Does that answer your question?
For sure. Yeah. Anyone else? Well, what's interesting too is that Digital Hollywood, I've been coming here for years, and we went through, I guess, what I've been trying to coin VR winter, where there was all this excitement early on with VR 2.0, and people were seeing dollar signs, and they were waiting for the holiday rush. Never really materialized to the scale that anybody wanted, but now there's kind of renewed interest. And listening to you speak, I'm thinking about this idea that entertainment came first. Maybe that was backwards. Maybe the expectation that we were going to be entertained by all this technology first was the mistake that we all made. We had to build infrastructure and find the new use cases for the new technology, and then maybe the entertainment case will catch up.
I just think we're so good at entertainment in other formats. Yeah. We really have been working on film and television for more than a century. And it's bloody good. It's really an entertaining. People still go to films, and 3D didn't take off because a 2D experience is really, really, really good. Yeah. So I think that, not to say we're not going to catch up and surpass it and try different languages, but it's a high bar. Yeah. So in the meantime, there's all these other avenues that we can pursue, I think.
Yeah. Well, and now we have these new devices for VR, so it seems like interest is really coming back. On the other hand, AR maybe is in more trouble. I don't know. A couple years ago, it was such a big deal that we changed our research direction to make sure we understood this new medium, and the headsets didn't really arrive. When they didn't work as well as people expected. I think there's still a lot of investment, but it's also bifurcated between mobile AR and something that is more akin to what AR Vision originally was. And those to me are quite different. So for Renee, what do you think about the state of AR today, and are we going through an AR winter?
I think arguably we're at the tail end of what the first hype bubble was. I think for those of you that follow Magic Leap, it was recently revealed that they made less than $20 million in revenue and have now raised, I think, something like $3.5 billion. So there's a mismatch there, obviously.
The WeWork of VR.
Yeah. So there's a lot. The other thing that I would say is that there's a lot of people inside the industry that maybe are becoming more mindful of maybe we shouldn't do that. Maybe it shouldn't be this crazy spiral into being a dragon sitting on a pile of gold or something like that. And I think arguably the conversations that we're having with other entrepreneurs, that I'm having with other entrepreneurs and investors, is that because of WeWork, there's a lot more focus now on reasonable metrics, have you made money? Are people interested in this product? That kind of basic stuff. We're doing okay on that side of it. Just to let you know, it's not like every AR company is imploding at the moment. That's not the case at all. There's quite a few folks that I'm aware of that are doing okay. Most of them are working on the software side. I think when you're looking at the platform level, which is kind of the one that Magic Leap is chasing down, you just have to be realistic here about Microsoft kind of being the gorilla in the room, and just being realistic about the type of work that they're doing. They're not only have a gaming console, which is obviously going to become crucial for the future of the industry. They've got HoloLens 2, which is coming out, is supposedly doing gangbusters, and people are really excited about that. And then for those of you unaware, they have relaunched the Kinect. So there is a Kinect version 3 that has been shipping for the past few months. We have quite a few versions and copies of those or units of those, and that is a very impressive piece of technology. So I think if you look at where the actual hardware is going, processor capability, sensor capability, there's a lot of interesting stuff happening outside of the headset space for AR. And what I mean by that, it's skeletal tracking, body tracking, head tracking, digit tracking, all that kind of good stuff that supposedly 10 years ago we had reached some kind of limit or peak on that. Now we're breaking out of that world, and it's starting to become very, very interesting. And you're seeing that with Leap Motion, which was a hand tracking device company, which got recently acquired by Ultra Haptics, and I think that they're going to be doing interesting stuff with that. In the next 12 months, I think this thing that AR has to look forward to is that hand tracking and that body tracking of individuals is going to go a quantum leap in an advancement and in sophistication, not only because there's big boys like Microsoft putting money into that, but that everyone else is actually coming up with interesting ideas on how to solve this problem.
Renee, what's Facebook doing? What's Zuckerberg and Oculus doing in terms of AR?
I think they've mentioned that they will be looking at pass-through AR, which if you're not aware of the difference, pass-through AR means you're looking at a video signal out of a camera on the front of the headset, and then the AR is getting composited onto that video signal, as opposed to what conventional AR is. I don't even know if you call it conventional, but the HoloLens Magic Leap type of AR, which is you're actually seeing the real world through what you can imagine to be like glass, except that the CG is being imprinted, overlaid on top of that real world, and there's an attempt to, if I'm perceiving it on that table, there's an attempt to, like, if I were to turn my head like that it would stay on the table. In actuality, you can argue that promise hasn't been achieved yet. So pass-through AR, I think, is easier for a number of technological reasons. The first most being that the latency issue and the tracking issue becomes far simplified, because you actually have the video signal of the cameras to use as the tracking data, which is it's a better way of doing it.
Samantha?
Yeah, so do you guys know about Magic Leap, or if you heard about Magic Leap? Well, so when Magic Leap came out, I felt it kind of, people have been working with the industry for some time, felt like kind of the emperor's new clothes, and that was actually always the joke, because you never really knew what the product was. So I think like it's unfortunate, because what has happened is the story of Magic Leap, which is kind of very much a cultural story, and to Magic Leap itself is now a signal to investors. It becomes a kind of parable, which like changes the fate and the direction that investors go, which is really kind of, I think, an unfortunate thing for the industry. So there are a lot of people in the industry who are hoping that it succeeds, just because people use it as a barometer of different things. In terms of like this idea of like VR, AR winter, which is very true. So when I was, this is more than 15 years ago, when I was a freshman in college, I started working in a cave environment, which is a type of VR studio that has 4 walls and is back projected in stereo graphics. So it's drawn to one person's perspective wearing glasses, and everybody else has to huddle around them and follow them around so that they can see like the 3D illusion. But the point was that this was made like $1 billion, cave studio. And then in the 90s, the hype of VR kind of waned a little. And then they had lost their NASA funding, so they're like, fine, let's just bring in like these humanities students. We're not using the space anyway. And then eventually I went to USC, And at USC, I saw in the mixed reality lab, there were these old like VR guys from the 90s who had just stuck with it long enough that when Palmer Luckey was the lab assistant there, you know, and he like, it's a long story, but when, you know, Oculus got off the ground and then Facebook invested and there was a resurgence, guess what? They were there, you know, so like this, it's just a continuous pattern of how tech develops. And it's more, I think, a more important thing of like how you can maximize that and like kind of think about how entertainment or how, you know, what you're trying to do kind of fits into like the current space at that one time. And there are people who are making mad bank off VR entertainment right now, and they're in games. And, you know, and that's the people who are doing well. And, you know, it's not everybody who makes games for sure, but, you know, they're there, especially with Oculus Quest 2. That has been very successful for some studios. So, yeah.
In some ways, it's an old story of the technology and the content for the technology, chicken and egg,
Yeah.
right? Maybe there's an overinvestment in content at one point, technology's not there, then the technology's there, but there's no content, so no one uses it.
Well, I think of it as a braid, a 3-strand braid at our company. It's, you know, you've got the creative, the technology, and then the business model. They kind of all, if you've got you know, technology but no way to deploy, no creative way to deploy it, it's not going to inspire anyone. They all kind of have to work together in a sense. And if you don't have the creative and the technology set, you're not going to attract the money. You're not going to find a business model. So, you know, at our company, we try to kind of pay attention to all three. Whether it makes money, I don't know. There was a lot of VC money in the last few years that kind of dried up. And I remember the guys working for me said, Dave, you should go after that $50 million VC, and we said no. We bootstrapped ourselves. I was adamant, and I'm kind of glad because, you know, it's I didn't see a business model yet. There's just a lot of money floating around, and I think it's guys like people like us who are still here, and we're tenacious. The business models, we're going to slowly build those business models, and we bring the 3 strands together. So
the VC was for hardware largely, right? So that to me was where the disconnect was, because they didn't double down on content creation support.
Yeah.
And that's why you reference us as the people that are still here, because we're the ones that, you know, picked up the torch and started making anything for this hardware. But in terms of the ROI, it's, you know, it's proven a lost leader for those guys, because there hasn't been a seminal, that the content pipeline is not unified, and there hasn't been a seminal breakthrough piece that's not a game that makes everybody run to buy their
so most of the money's in
VR headset.
Gaming or LBE, I guess, these days, isn't it?
Because it replicates the existing models that everybody can wrap their heads around, vis-a-vis the theatrical releasing model, where, you know, you put out a piece of content and people line up to pay you some tangible dollars for a tangible ticket for a you know, out-of-home experience. But it's a swirling pool, right? It'll evolve largely over time. We just got to continue to stay with it for, what was that, 19 years?
Not 19, but
24.
And I think Renee
It's
used the
amazing.
term, you said it's important to try to get oligarchs to fund big projects.
Yes, I technically did say that at one point. Yeah, I mean, just being realistic, looking at the economy and looking at consumer spending right now, people are very, very happy with their smartphones, and they're not making that many other purchases in consumer electronics, unless you're, you know, folks like these people on this panel here that just have to have, you know, the hottest, newest thing. So just to give you an idea, we have like basically every headset or whatever in the office. The Oculus Quest is the first one that I'm considering buying for my girlfriend, basically. And ironically, the reason is because a lot of her friends have them, and she wants to like keep in touch with them. And this is mind-blowing to me that actually people are more reliably social on these types of digital spaces just because they can plunk it on, even almost like in their car, like, you know, obviously not driving, but like they can pull over and like plunk and like join the experience or whatever, you know, I guess as long as they have Wi-Fi or something. But that accessibility is the difference between like, you know, the threshold of like, oh, people are reliably available here in this digital space at this time, in this specific, you know, virtual room or whatever, So I have friends that are like that, like, hey, you want to talk to me? Wednesday at 8 o'clock, I'll be over here doing this type of thing or that type of thing on the Oculus. So that type of behavior is relatively new, I would argue. That's something that I haven't seen maybe since this came out, maybe even in the last 90 days. So I think it's interesting that VR is moving in that space, but my definite feeling is that enterprise is the place where we're interested in making some advancement. The idea being these brands have something novel that they need to deliver on a continuous basis. There's a lot of interesting stuff happening on your phone, on that screen. You have a lot of interesting stuff happening at home. So how do brands get you to come out, go to their event, come to their, the convention, come to the retail location? We're trying to provide that layer of interesting, large, rich experiences. Do you have the other video that I sent you? That would be good to play if you. So let me show you what I'm talking about when I mean something that's a little bit more than consumer. Did you have that one?
Maybe.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'll see if I can load it up quickly. But in the meantime, David, you're enterprise, right? So what do you think about enterprise applications?
Yeah, I mean, well, and just to follow up on what you just said, we talk about the FOMO threshold all the time at our company, and it's like there is no FOMO yet for VR headsets. As far as we heard, that's the first I've heard of people feeling like, enough of my friends are using it that I'm going to buy it just for that reason. But the reason we're excited about the Quest is, again, the super simplicity and the fact that it also does link up with the PC. And so in our minds, this is the best of both worlds. That's launching this month, by the way, where you can buy that, you can have it out of the box for your games, but then you can also plug it into a PC and get a high-powered enterprise experience at the same time. And so we're thinking a lot about how we build all of our content and all of our experiences to be cross-platform. It's technically the same platform, but now we're talking about PC versus mobile. And the other main thing that we're noticing is there are essentially no mobile headsets left, right? Daydream is gone. Samsung Gear VR is gone. Cardboard just sold the licensing rights so that anyone can use it. So there's a lesson there for sure. I'm really happy that we skipped developing for mobile VR because it no longer exists. But every time you pick a platform, you're taking a risk. We dove straight into Magic Leap development as soon as the headset came out because we thought it was just good enough, whereas we didn't think HoloLens 1 was quite ready, just given the field of view limitations. So, every time a new platform comes out, you're kind of doing a gut check, and if you're bootstrapped, which we are as well, you're deciding, are we going to pour 6 months of resources into this new platform? But we're waiting with bated breath for the PC link for Oculus Quest to come out for that reason. And if it's effective in performance, I think we'll essentially reach out to all of our existing customers, all of our potential new customers, say, ditch everything, use this.
Hey, can I just follow up one thing that you guys were talking about too? I'm finding that, people would complain early on that these were isolating, that virtual reality isolates you from everyone else. But I've noticed in my experimental petri dish being 6 kids, teenagers, that they're constantly talking to each other this way, and they all have they have to be home at 9 at night on a school night or whatever it is. But with VR, actually, it can be very social. What do teenage boys often do? They often watch the football game or the hockey game together, and they want to sit there with each other just watching TV. They do it in gaming right now, but what VR I've noticed will help them do is they get to hang out with each other. So they'll literally be sitting in their room at home, but they'll look to their right and their buddies here, and they'll look to the left and their buddies there, and they could be watching the same thing. So I'm actually thinking that VR can be quite social. It can pull people together. So it sort of goes against the grain of thinking that is traditional when it comes to VR. It could bring us together, and I think that's why I asked about Zuckerberg, because I know he wants to turn sort of what Facebook is, for good or bad, sort of bringing people together and communicating. He wants to be able to deploy it in VR. Maybe.
Yeah, no, and I actually have a question, but I'm not going to ask it because we need to get to QA. Anybody have questions? Yes.
So you mentioned Magic Leap just reassigned all their patents to
JP Morgan Chase.
We saw Osterhaus has vanished, so has Dockery. You mentioned now that basically Oculus has abandoned, the Gear VR. Same with the Daydream. So what's left?
Yeah, I mean, I think.
I'm looking at this, and with 5G arriving, will this be as powerful as that Oculus?
Yeah, so I think just to clarify, I believe Magic Leap collateralized some debt with their patents. They didn't assign them to them, but
Supposedly for $1 billion loan.
But yeah, so I mean, I think we're just seeing attrition, and that's actually great because we're weeding out, the things that aren't working well, and we're gonna keep moving forward with the things that are working well. I didn't know the product intimately, but Dockery never made great strides. Meta was up against the big dogs as well there. So HoloLens 2 coming out right now, no one can get their hands on it because so many people want it, right? So that's a good sign. And I don't think, since it's a second generation device, I don't think there's a lot of risk there. I think everyone knows it's going to be 2 years to 3 years better technology-wise than the HoloLens 1 because it's been 2 to 3 years. And so I don't think there are going to be any surprises, and you're backed by the largest company in the world.
Go ahead.
So I want to back up what Ray was saying about young people getting their hands on these headsets. I also have a petri dish of a bunch of boys who are teenagers, and they can't, they trip over themselves to put that headset on and play Creed or Beat Saber or get in Rec Room or just explore and check out all the demos. And when they do it with their friends, in the same room with their friends, and so hilarity just ensues constantly, So even though they are putting it on and they're in this world, they're still engaging, especially the fact that it has that pass through. And the thing that fascinates me the most is that they really want to use it, and that's the generation that I think that we should have been focusing on with VR and AR. We should have been working with children this whole time and getting them used to using these devices and understanding what spatial computing is, instead of focusing it so much on adult headsets. But touching on what you're saying, I think what's happening right now with AR headsets is too many companies are trying to throw everything into that headset and make it the one and only headset that's out there. And it was too bulky, it looked too much like goggles on the head. And then you have companies like North and Spectacle and Snap that are making these more leaner glasses-like, and then Real. And Real is a company that came out of Magic Leap, and Magic Leap screwed the Jesus out of them because they stole their patents. But they also were making Oakley style-looking headsets, but it's to make it look like glasses, and that's the goal. And that's probably the reason why those other headsets are not working. Nobody wants to put them on their head. I have 2 Magic Leaps myself. Try to put it on people's heads or artists and musicians, and everybody just, they want their phone and stuff.
I brought this thing in this little white bag, and I didn't have to pack it up because this is what my daughter, she's 15, carries around. She carries this to school and to all her friends' houses. So even with an extra bag, she's willing to show everyone, take it all around. They all want to sit. So the smaller it gets, the more they're going to want it. And I agree with you with that generation. Maybe I'm biased because I have 6 of them, but yeah, I think we have to be concentrating, sort of watching the patterns, the use patterns.
I'm interested in the technology for the live event space, as well as attractions. Also in terms of sponsorship activations and stuff. So when I look at Dreamscape VR and these group VR activities that they have, is there a limit to how many people that they can do in that sort of element? I I went to Virtual Studios, and I met your partner over there and saw some cool stuff. But I saw like a...
Third floor, you mean?
Third floor, I'm sorry. And I was looking at AR. But, you know, they had a thing where it was like a live concert. And for me, in that space, I'm thinking sponsorship activations in New York, London, LA, and doing you know, some kind of contest where like 100 people can go to that event and experience our live event going on in LA. Is there a limit to how many people can do that at a time?
Right.
Incorporating that second screen for those who are not yet at that level.
Yep.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The main issues are going to be the actual throughput of the data off of that site where the broadcast is happening, and then to everybody else. I think when live streaming first began, digital live streaming to be clear, first began, that they immediately hit bottlenecks where like 2,000 people would join, and I would crash every single server. I think a lot of those infrastructure issues have been built out. There's a lot of real-time server infrastructure, high-resolution video infrastructure to actually make that stuff happen. So a lot of the way that that's happening is just like it's piggybacking on existing live broadcast, live streaming tools. The only thing that is different is if there's interactivity involved, which is one of the things that we're looking into. But again, it's 5G, it's fiber optic, it's it's edge computing and being able to push processing and work into the cloud that is actually going to enable all this to happen. So like, you know, this is something that Verizon is working on, AT&T is working on this, every telecom company internationally is working on this. They don't have a lot of use cases yet. AR and VR might be the perfect one. And to give you an idea of where their head's at, there's a lot more density of the actual 5G transceivers. It's like something like it needs to be 5 times more dense or something than 4G. So they're looking actively for any reason that they can come up with to plunk these down in a place, a Walmart, a Best Buy. You know, you can start to imagine what they're thinking about. So that's some interesting conversations that we're having right now with those telecoms.
Sorry. Yeah, so in the last, I think it was 8 months or whatever, Fortnite did a huge like virtual concert, you know, with lots of people joining, and there are lots of experiments with live venues, which can be limited, you know, in certain ways. There's different numbers that can join, right? It's not necessarily like restricted. But if there's like in that case, you weren't able to interact with the performer. So in the Under, we have up to like maybe 12 people in a room at a time, and where it's more like vaudeville theater, where everybody is networked, and there's different instances of that room. So we can kind of tweak those numbers of how many people are in the room engaging and interacting with each other in the live performer, but there's certain like restrictions, you know, in terms of like frame rate and server and things like that. So it totally depends on the context. It totally depends on the resources of whoever is doing it. If you're talking about something that is like more like hardware or more like a physical installation, it's about like the design of like the throughput of how many people, like, you know, I forget exactly how many people Dreamscape can get through, but it totally depends on the experience. I did one where there was 5 people. I did one where there was 3. So, yeah.
I think Dreamscape is at 4 per pod. And I had a very long conversation with them. Those guys are doing really, really well. And they're opening a location something like every 3 months or something like that. So those guys are doing gangbusters. Very interested in working with them because they're doing good.
There's more questions, but I encourage you to come speak to the panelists. We're out of time, and there's a new panel in here in about 10 minutes, so I've been asked to cut it. So thank you all. Come up and keep talking. Thanks so much.
Oh my God, I think it's
really well done.
I'm gonna run to the other room. I'm actually speaking.
Oh, yeah. Which one? Emerson? Okay. All right, awesome. I'll make it if I can. Let's see what happens. Okay, cool. Thank you. Hello. Hi, Lauren. Good to meet you. Oh, hi.
How did you know that?
AR wall, but
Did
we
it have
have
an
an
accent?
application expert for,
Oh, okay, I was wondering.
specifically for, like immersive experience.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. We do. Yeah, we're going to be looking in the new year. Awesome.
Stickers for my kids.
I have a card, but I don't have too many. Do you mind taking a photo of it?
Jars of stickers.
Oh, thank you. Awesome. No, I've never spoken here at Digital Hollywood. It's exciting, but it's definitely competitive.
You know,
oh yes, would you like to?
There's a long story how we got the name. It's not very, it's not an interesting one. It's like thanks for saying hi. You too. All right, hi guys. Dave, hi. Oh, excellent.
And I was excited about space station, and I like the cinematic VR.
Oh,
well, I mean, if you mean celluloid.
We're doing a series about the history of the sitcom for CNN just now. Maybe we should include the first virtual sitcom. I didn't know it existed.
That would be amazing. That's really cool.
Okay, I'll come out.
I love the medium, just in general, that was what got me excited to reach out forward. So, and my background is in film and television, so I don't know if you've ever worked with
Not my first time. All the time, yeah. Both in TV and like we do is television. VR I started about 5 years ago, the unit, and it actually is making money, but it's sort of like our skunk works. I call it being digital. It's like a R&D lab.
I'm not really sure.
And I love it.
Because she's got 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3.
Well, that's okay. I love that. That's my background, but I'd love to connect and talk about both.
100%. Here, let me give you this.
There's writers, like I love doing that.
We totally are.
I mean,
Always
she,
looking for new talent.
see if I can set her up so she
She's
can.
got an office here, but we're based, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Because she's, I'm not going to like tell
For
her.
sure. Yes, I'm in the Toronto office.
Okay.
And then
I did.
I'm in London.
That's what it looks like on paper.
Right.
We started in Canada and London, which was LA about 4 years ago, Toronto.
So yeah, we're looking for.
It's very snowy as of 2 days ago in Toronto. It's very nice. Oh, did you? I got crazy snow this year.
I doubt she'll be visual.
Yeah, no, it'd be great. We're constantly looking for talent, so yeah.
Great. I'll email you, and then I don't know if you're hanging around today. I brought somebody else. I headset for my trailer, but if not, I can.
I don't know what my time is like. I hope I figure that out. I have a meeting. I don't know what it is. What time's your panel?
Mine's at 4. I'll just give you my number, and then I'll be sure to email you so we can connect.
4 Central City show. I probably have to figure it Oh wow. Oh wow. All branded. That's cool.
So we're working on a big educational project that's all donor-based. We have a backer. They want to put these in the hands of every school child, 6th to 12th grade in California.
Wow. Wow.
So
That's very cool.
trudging along, getting to the point where we just need one person to write us a check.
You find that person, send it my way.
We have many, right now, we got.
Once you do the product, you have the money.
We're working on a big foundation.
So I didn't get a whole lot of information on this.
Amazing. I think education is like just such an amazing opportunity. Really, that's fantastic. Yeah, please do. I give you the card. Okay.
So if that's the case, I'm going to give you a 10-minute warning at 3 to 2:50. That is what I'm going to do. So you're going to have to do that. Signal switch to the next thing. Does that make sense?
That sounds like a great project.
That makes sense to me. So if you sit here,
We've done a lot of cool productions with friends. Cut Up Blues is amazing. Yeah, Canada Friends is good.
Media.
Yeah. I worked with Philippe de Bourbon at Cut Up Blues, if you've ever come across him. He's a very good guy. Philippe de Bourbon.
He's set up back there.
Okay.
Get you set up. You want to sit next to your family members?
Hi guys. Hey James, how are you? Hi Eric. I'm Dave. Hi, nice to meet you guys.
Yeah. And then I can come up and switch the name tags for you, but again, you're going to need to give me the okay.
Okay, yeah.
Well, there's different, I mean, I'm talking about sort of using a game engine interaction. So, I mean, what, the avatar, I still
Yeah.
the
Where did I
wrong,
put my
sent the wrong
computer?
video. Anyway, so you can basically we created this avatar that you could,
Hi.
you can
Angela.
It's like a puppet.
Nice to meet
And
you.
you can use the game engine to drive it.
Okay, so do
there's
I
all
need
kinds of things you
to?
can put
So I
in the
left there.
background.
Oh, that's my phone.
Start to use AI or all kinds of things. So
I have two
we're right now
files
we're
and then I have
concentrating
some
mainly
links.
on sort of
So
the
what should we
visuals
do?
and then the dynamism in terms of lighting.
Oh,
and
okay.
The
Will
lips,
it
things
work
like that.
with,
how you
do I
run
even
it
fight this battle?
is there's all kinds of different ways to run it. But animated characters,
Mini.
as far as I'm concerned, as long as you
Okay.
are with a character that you have empathy for, whether it's animated or like a real
That one, this won't fit in there?
photoreal human.
Do you have another one?
That's an easy work. I don't want it to be like this. I want it to feel, and people interact with
Is there audio on the
or,
files? Yeah.
empathize with animated characters all the time. So I don't know if that is a question or if that's part of it, but is anybody going to be here? Yeah. Totally. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and the mouth has been a big one. So we've been working really. We don't like a lot of places are using mouse bag, but we don't have to do that now. And that video was actually old, but we can get mouse perfectly safe to use video capture, but then it's delit. So it's performance based. So it's the actual mouth doing the speaking. You can see in it. You can see the teeth. You can see the tongue moving. Things like that.
Oh, hey, Jeanette,
Eyes,
thanks
the
for
same thing.
coming.
We want eyes being able to track you. So as you move.
Yeah, so we'll have
I'm stalking you on social.
Really try to figure out.
Like, oh, here's my
Very soon.
Like my personal
There's a lot of
yeah.
benefits to it.
That's so
And that avatar,
I've been Lori forever,
the lighting
so
on it
it's nice
because
to see
the
somebody else
pores
out of
are,
her
you can see the
costume.
pores, you can see the sweat, which I love. And it's delit, so you get, there's a demo where you can get a flashlight and you're in the dark. You go up to him and light him, and then you watch it, you can put it behind his ear, you get these big ears.
You know, like
Like it comes through his ears and I love that.
So I was wondering
yeah, it's
if
really
there's
cool. But anyway.
Quirky about
Yeah,
yourself.
what do you guys work
You
on?
want me to include when I introduce
Great.
Yeah, I don't know. You don't know? Like if you have a
I don't
secret
know
passion,
but I know when
if you quirky.
What's it called?
Have a if you're like to watch slasher films late at night.
Oh, okay.
Not quirky. Might be the only person on earth that like doesn't eat stuff. Okay, that's a good one.
That's cool. I'm gonna check that out.
Okay. It's a new thing lately. I'm trying.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Very cool. Yeah, that's a great idea.
only like when I have a new credit. That's probably. I mean, maybe.
So, and what do you guys? So, what do you study? You study digital media. Okay.
Right now, it's funny. I'm going to advertise to you. This is analog.
Well, you know what? We hire a lot of students. Like we're in Toronto.
What's your
you
name?
don't
You
have
look
to- But there are a lot of companies
Sandra,
that
hi,
hire
Angela Getman.
students.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, Miss Laura.
A lot of the work, a lot of the really cool work that we've had done, like on that Avatar project in the last year.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Like second
I'm sorry.
first year students who are freaking smart, and they come in and we pay them a lot, and they do great work. So there's a lot of companies out there that really want young, fresh brains with new ideas, you know.
Oh,
so
man.
that's great.
Are you feeling better?
I don't
It's
want
not
people
off.
like
Yeah,
me.
no, it's on its way out.
Oh yeah.
No, we're not doing applications, but. Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah.
But I mean, we're also not like, we don't work for Women in Film.
Yeah.
They just ask Angela to put together the
Vibe,
panel.
you know the on the Vibe there's that.
She's in it.
I am a member, yeah, but.
I have a pair of
Whenever you
shoes
put it
like that. Yeah, those
then
are
you
their
put it on.
Oh my god, amazing.
Hi,
Within
I'm
a
Nick.
minute, they're gonna drop peas.
Nice to meet you.
Like I remember, like, what's with these guys? Like they're always like guys are always like little boys, teenage, like they always do.
You know,
So,
I'm sure if you were a member, you probably still get the newsletter. They're doing a membership special right now because I'm trying to tell my girlfriends who are thinking about joining.
We
Yeah,
noticed that when
WIF.org.
you're interacting with a human,
WIF.org, WIF.org. Yeah, and I'm sure somewhere on there just say click for membership, and it's like a special.
see what he does. They'll like do that, and we're like, well, why not build that into the game? Because we know that they're going to do that. So.
Yeah, know what it is.
I
love it. It's great.
Older people go to school, so we get to educate them.
That's a thing?
That's in their voice, and then when I say it to young guys, they say, you see one? They say, no, I just tell them we were selling. Oh, yeah, all the time.
Yeah, of course. You have to. You got to know the psychology.
That's hilarious.
We're all humans, right?
I can see that as like, yeah, it's like a great stand-up act. Yeah, but coming out of your face, it's
Stuff in, and that's
perfect.
why I want to concentrate on the human being, or the creating the human, or the
Unless
that
they're
very
you.
personal.
And then I say,
So it's not clinical.
I said, you want to see it?
Anyway, nice to meet you guys. Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. Stay in touch.
Christine.
Oh, yeah.
Thank
you.
Send it to me, send it to me. I want to my mother. I
You get
said,
Okay.
I love it. Copies? She's a character. I've like seen her in it.
Oh, yeah?
She's a character, but I'm gonna be just like her probably when I'm my age.
I just rushed by a lot of people.
Thank you.
Camel show. Out of the shop, two black guys. She was with clothes on. She looked like a witch.
I just heard. So you're in the shower?
Yeah. Thanks. All right, I'm going to try this.
Thank you.
Two black guys. The Jimmy Kimmel show. It looked like a nothing else I did.
Oh, you were in
So I
like
was
a big.
impersonating Paula Dean.
Oh.
I meant to say that.
Okay.
That sets it up way different.
Okay. So can I plug it in and not plug it in at will? Because I actually look at my notes. Can I unplug it and plug it in as well at will? Yes. Okay. There we go. Let me fish my glasses out of my bag.
So, just looking at this.
Okay.
Yeah. That's good. Isn't like the conference is supposed to be, which you definitely agree for happy hour at 4:30.
Okay, ladies. It's weird. Near the end of the day, I thought there would be more people here, but let's just play it big anyway.
Yeah.
Okay?
And you know, like I said, I was here yesterday and everything was running late. So.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So
I'm
there
sure
might be more
people
people
will- yeah, I'm sure
pile
people
in.
will come. Yeah, we'll trickle in. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll just we'll get going.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, our guy's in the back. The guy that looks like Lin-Manuel is running over this.
I'm done. Okay. I think your mics are live. Okay.
Hello?
Yeah. All right. Okay, y'all, we're going to get started. Thanks for coming. This is the first of a series of 3 panels in a workshop created by Women in Film for Digital Hollywood. The title of the workshop is Crossing the Digital Divide, How to Use Digital Tools to be Relevant in Hollywood. And we picked this topic. I picked it in particular because I actually am an ex-Silicon Valley girl, and when I moved here to LA and started evangelizing the beauty of digital media, I realized that despite the fact this is going on for more than 10 years, there's still a lot of people who are a little bit afraid of digital tools, and there are still a lot of people who are doing really new and interesting things that we should be talking about more. So that's why we chose this topic today, so we hope you get something out of it. My name is Angela Getvan. I am the head of a community at a company called Influence.co. Influence.co is the place you come where you want to learn to be better at influencer marketing. We're actually a LinkedIn for the influencer community. We're helping folks who work as digital influencers professionalize themselves, develop some capabilities in that area. And then we're also pairing them with brands in order to make money and find work. And we're offering education and other community activities to get these groups together. So if that's something you're interested in participating in, please come sign up. And by the way, 2 of the lovely ladies on this panel are members of Influence.co, Nick Mora and Brandy. Both are on the platform. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce everybody. Immediately to my right is Nick Mora. Nick is a TV host and an influencer. She's an executive producer, a television personality, and she's also a celebrity and pop culture expert. So save your questions for a little bit later. She's a recent graduate of USC, and she majored in communications and cinematic arts. And she produced several shows on the university's award-winning television network. And then she's also worked with ABC Family, Access TV, and Trois Magazine to interview some of the industry's most prominent figures on national television. And she's turned some of these interviews into online segments, which is something we should talk about. And she's developing several TV programs and films right now, and then also appearing online and on cable channels as a TV personality. And I found out she's probably the only person in the world who does not eat pizza.
I do not really love pizza. Sorry.
Next to Nick is Meredith Riley Stewart. I've known Meredith for a while through Women in Film. One of the things I love about her is that she was an integral part of Flip the Script, which is a comedic web series produced by Women in Film that riffed on the inherent sexism and bigotry in Hollywood. She's produced a couple of additional digital series, Autocorrect FU and Southern Dish, and also an experimental VR short. And she has a number of acting credits, including appearances on Devious Maids, Criminal Minds, and 3 out of 4 soaps that are still on the air. She is dedicated to using media as a platform for social change in her work as a producer, and she's about to go to work as a producer on her first feature film, where for which she raised $500,000 on her own. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. So next to Meredith is Brandy Marie King. Brandy is known all across the web as Love Brandy Marie. She's a model and an actress and a web video star whose mix of videos and photos on Instagram have earned her more than 330,000 followers. She was also big on our beloved late discontinued Vine as well. We should talk more about that. She had more than 60,000 followers on Vine. And she is from Sacramento, and she's of Cape Verdean and Portuguese descent, among other things. Beautiful ethnic blend, and she went to UC San Diego. And a fact I know about you that you didn't tell me is that your cousin Jordan Andrade represented Cape Verde in the 2016 Olympics.
Yes.
So she has Olympian blood in her family. So. And then finally, at the end, we have Cassidy Getvan, and in case you haven't noticed from the name, we're related. Cassidy is an actor, and she's also a principal in a company called Rebel Casting. She graduated with honors from NYU's Tisch School of the Arts with a BFA in drama. I'm a proud mom. Where she studied at Playwrights Horizons in Stone Street Studios. And while she was there, she was featured in a Facebook commercial and in the Stone Street digital series Paradise by the Dashboard Light. While she was at NYU, she and her friend Yelena, who is a USC drama grad, discovered they had an eye for talent, and they formed Rebel Casting. Rebel Casting focuses on scouting and street casting, and they've parlayed this ability into an actual scouting deal with IMG. They've cast beauty and fashion shoots for Damn Joan and Daniel Moon, music videos for Gary Clark Jr., Joji and Oliver Tree, and short films like Girls in Space. Cassidy is also hoping to formally kick off her own acting career by finding somebody to cast her in a project. And her, something she would like you to know is that she's currently in training to be a sommelier. So, okay?
What is something?
A wine steward, wine expert at a restaurant. So after all these long intros, I hope you get to know all these young women better. So I did ask them to think about a few questions before we showed up today. Every one of these women has worked with digital platforms in one way or the other, and they've used it as kind of an adjunct to a more traditional Hollywood career, or actually to focus on or further a separate career. So I think, Brandy, I want to start with you and ask you why did you start exploring digital platforms in the first place? Like what made you think I want 330,000 people on Instagram to follow me?
So joining social media was a wonderful accident. I moved to LA wanting. Is it on?
Yeah, can you push it a little closer?
I was saying social media for me was a wonderful accident. I came to LA wanting to live the dream and act and host, and I met a great group of people who were the hugest stars on Vine at the time. And
let's stop for a sec. Is everybody familiar with Vine? Vine was the media platform associated with Twitter, and it let you make, how long were the videos?
6-second videos.
6-second videos. So believe it or not, it actually produced an ecosystem of people who became quite famous for their series of 6-second videos. So sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no, it's fine. I forget that, not everybody would know what Vine is. So I met a group of people that were, I was saying, the biggest stars on Vine, and I was invited to shoot with them one day, and I was like, what is that? What do you mean? And they're like, we make videos. And I'm like, but what do you, where do you work? What do you do? And they're like, this is our job. We make videos for brands. I feel like that app created some of the first brand deals where Coca-Cola or Pepsi or whoever would ask to have their product featured in a video, and they would get paid by them. And it was this crazy unheard of thing. And so I showed up. I didn't even have a Vine account. I had a private Instagram that I was hiding from, jobs and parents and just having fun with friends. And we shot maybe 5 videos that day. And with everyone tagging me and having me make an account that day, I woke up to 40,000 followers. And I was like, what? What's going on? And then so as soon as I got things going, I was like, okay, I want to do this. This is fun. At the end of the day, I'm in front of the camera and I'm practicing acting and just networking and shooting off ideas. They were like, we're not doing Vine anymore. We're going to go to Instagram. And I was like, okay, well, that was fun. So Instagram had just come out with their 15-second video, which was really crazy because Instagram was just photos back then. And so we got to make double the length of 6-second videos and make even longer sketches on Instagram. And at the time, I was a PA for this production company called Pretty Bird that does commercials and music. Oh, yeah. And so I was a PA by day and an Instagram celebrity by night, shooting Instagram videos. And so, again, another wonderful accident. I got laid off as a PA, and I got to spend time doing more videos every day with them shooting, and then I just never had to go back to work. I just created a career out of it.
Did you feel scared or desperate when you got laid off, or did you
it was the most scary thing I've ever dealt with. I had just moved to LA, just, you know, having no job security and being away from home. I was just like, I'm going to be homeless next week. That's just what it is. And
So did that fire up your creativity
oh
on
yeah,
Instagram?
for sure, because I had so much time and I had pretty much nothing else to do besides like apply for jobs online. And then it's like, well, I have this many hours in the day, everybody's shooting all day, let me come up with ideas, let me write, let me learn how to edit, let me keep active on my profiles and figure this whole thing out.
Now, what is like the biggest, or at least the most visible, you feel, brand deal that you've cut? You sent me a clip that actually has a piece you're in that was sponsored by Electronic Arts. I used to work for Electronic Arts, by the way, but who have you worked with that you would say is probably the most notable or the one that you really like to talk to people about?
I would say, as far as like wanting to be an actress, that was my main goal. Being able to interview Sandra Bullock, Cate Blanchett, and now upcoming star Awkwafina, that was a dream come true. And then also going to Hawaii to shoot a sketch with Kevin Hart. Wow. So yeah, those are opportunities that like I don't know how else I would have got that without being on social media.
Great. And I do have a couple of clips, and we'll cue them up in a few minutes, but wanted to talk a little bit first. So Meredith, so I don't know how long you've actually been in LA. We met like 3 or 4 years ago, and it seems like you hadn't been here that long.
Right, 5 years.
5 years,
Yep.
Okay. So you had a career as a dancer before you decided to kind of decamp and get out here, and then once you landed here, you did your television work, but you also started doing digital work. So like what drew you to the medium? Like what were you looking for when you started producing things that way?
I guess it was being having access, just having I guess agency is even the better word, that I could just do it. You know, as an actor, I spend a lot of time asking my agents to make sure they're pitching me to this other gatekeeper who's then going to suggest me to another gatekeeper, and then maybe I'll get the opportunity to show what I would do if I got the job. I mean, there's just so many layers in before you get the job. And I mean, I've had great fortune in getting some of those jobs, but you know, you work on an episode of TV and it's a week. So you've got a lot of time when you're not working, if you're not a series regular, when you're not like actually on set. So it kept me sort of like juicy in the world of creating, in like story creating, but also learning things like editing, and you know, how to make a joke, how to punch up a joke and that kind of stuff, with some of the 2 web series that I've created. One is super DIY, that I was doing everything, and another one had a little money and a brand behind it. So both of those together really taught me a lot of those lessons. But really it was about having the time on my hands and wanting to make my own stuff without having to get permission from somebody else to do it.
Yeah.
So that was my entree into it.
Thank you for that. I want to know, like, who's in the room, like, what you folks do for work. Are you producers? Are you filmmakers? Are you performers? Actor? What are you?
I'm an actor, writer.
Okay.
Done a couple of short films.
Okay.
I'm an actor, but most of my day job is as a baby nurse for film and TV, actors under 16.
Oh, really? Yeah.
A nice short day.
Okay, that's cool. And how about you?
I'm from Australia.
Uh-huh.
And I'm an EP producer /producer, developing things right now. And I'm a media director as well.
Okay. All right. So most folks here are kind of thinking about producing their own creative, right, with digital tools. I wanted to kind of make sure that we focus the conversation a little bit so you can get some stuff out of it. Yeah, sorry.
I'm with an SVOD platform.
Uh-huh.
We target the 50+ crowd, and I do content acquisition.
Oh, okay.
Content strategy. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, and actually the folks who are coming after, the youngsters here, the women I have coming after are actually more in that demographic, and we can have a bit more of a conversation about targeting over 50. And it's at 3:15. Yeah.
But I'm sure you can still learn from us.
Yes,
Yeah,
of
right.
course. Yeah. So I guess what I was going to ask Meredith is, are you going to use this learning on your feature? Like has it kind of, the things that you've done in the digital space taught you things that are going to be relevant for you as you work on this feature?
Oh, for sure, for sure. I mean, from just like production, like understanding the importance of a focus puller and stuff like that, like why you need a second, things like physical production details that I might not have known if I wasn't doing it myself, if I was just being the actor.
Right.
Those kind of things that you sort of just can't unlearn, you know, like the list that you make in your brain at night while you're sleeping before producing the next day. So you just, you know, things that you think about that you wouldn't have otherwise. But you integrating with the digital platform as far as audience building and cross-platform media and how important that is. The feature that I'm doing, not the one that I've recently raised the money for, but the next one I'm about to start raising money for. It's an ode to public school teachers, and so it's a narrative feature. But we really can see the viral capability of having our audience be able to sort of shine a light on their favorite teachers, and that sort of viral possibility, and getting people with a digital audience to be a part of what we're doing in that campaign can really be, we hope, open our audience up.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. So Nick, you you kind of started trending into the regular television space, but then you started also taking advantage of what was going on digitally. So what was going on in your mind when you started becoming an expert?
Honestly, I think I hit a really interesting time in media. TV was dying, and it was the rise of Netflix and Hulu, and I happened to be at school at USC kind of learning about live streaming and learning about live TV on the internet. And Twitter had just launched and become really popular, and people were really engaging with hashtags. So I thought to myself, how can I make a TV show that can further engage a bigger audience by using hashtags? Because everybody at that time was only on Twitter, and there were so many conversations being had on Twitter about the live shows that they were watching, because not that many people had DVR at the time either. So that is how I learned the importance of engaging with your audience, and I tested it out with ABC Family, and I was like, wow, I really have something amazing here, and their audience is so much bigger than we know. And, you know, we were connecting with people in China, and I was based in downtown LA, and the fact that I could have a conversation with someone in China by the use of a hashtag was wild to me.
What was the ABC Family project?
I did a special for their Make It or Break It show behind the scenes for the finale, and I used that with using hashtags, join in on the conversation. It's the end of the whole series, and people were really invested. Any ABC Family show, now Freeform, all the fans were huge and had huge fandoms, and so the power of connecting through the media started to become very, very obvious to me. And I was like, if you don't get on board, you're gonna lose. We're really all gonna lose, because at the same time, like, college kids don't have TVs in their dorm rooms, they don't have TVs in their apartments, we can't afford it. We can only afford our MacBook Pro that we saved all our money for in college. So it was, how can you utilize the target demographic?
Does everyone here know what a hashtag is? Okay. No? Well, I'm going to put actually some hashtags up that you can use today if you want to speak on social media about what we're doing. Which platforms did, there we go. Which platforms did you converse with people on?
Well, at the time it was just Twitter, and now it's across all platforms, from Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, I believe. I'm not on TikTok.
No, you're going to have to talk about that.
She's going to have to talk about that. I can't. No, thank you. But Facebook and Twitter, YouTube, even YouTube, you use your hashtag. So I think that you can use your hashtags across the board. For me, I've been really successful with using hashtags on Instagram and Twitter, and those are my two favorite platforms personally, even though I'm kind of shying away from Instagram right now.
Okay. Hashtags are... These are hashtags, the words under women in film. They're the hashtags we'd love for you to use today. And they're just words that are prefaced by the pound sign, and it's used as a signal for searching so you can find terms. And a lot of times when you're on social media, you'll see certain conversations that are trending, and that they're usually centered around a hashtag. So it's basically a way of finding finding content online?
Actually, I think Victor's asking us to use hashtag Visual Hollywood.
Oh, I didn't,
That's
okay.
what happens with events. It's really important that everybody's on the
Yeah.
same page.
He-
Get
he-
it out, good enough, I guess.
Yeah, no, he didn't tell me, I just made it up. This is what they've used previously, so, but thank you for that, so. Great, well, thanks, Nick.
You're welcome.
So Cassidy, you have started your own business, which is basically based on Instagram. So why don't you talk a little bit about how you and Yelena kind of conceived of the idea, and then how you actually use Instagram to drive your business forward.
Yeah. Okay. So I previously worked at another casting company called Cast Partner in New York, and they specialized in street scouting and just like unique everyday people. So a lot of my job was just all day for hours going through Instagram and like finding people who were not famous and did not have a lot of followers but had a really cool look and were really interesting. And then we would like save them in our database for future reference. And then Yelena, my business partner, was working at Warner Brothers casting some TV shows that were coming out at the time. But we both decided that we wanted to create our own business instead of like working for someone. So we started Rebel Casting 2 years ago. And we also specialize in street scouting and I don't know the word, is Instagram searching, I guess you could say, as casting. But so a lot of it is just like going through Instagram, finding people who are really interesting and cool and that no one knows about at the moment. And then the other part of it is street scouting, which is just going out on the street and finding people. And then to keep like in contact, we get their Instagram. So a lot of it is like connections made through Instagram. And we get a lot of our jobs through Instagram as well, just people seeing our previous work and then they hire us through that.
Do you have a crazy Instagram story, like a connection that was made through Instagram that really panned out, or?
I mean, most of our jobs we got through Instagram, like the Gary Clark Jr. video. We cast a Gary Clark Jr. music video, which we had no connection with the team before, so they must have found us through Instagram. So that was pretty cool to get to do that.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Well, I need to get back to my other questions here because I'm a little bit lost without my computer, just like a millennial. So, okay, well, this is a good question, and then I'm going to steer it towards Brandy, actually. So somebody mentioned TikTok. So I said, pick 2 platforms, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, whatever else you want to mention, and then tell us why.
Oh, so you want me to talk about TikTok?
Well, I want you to, if you want to talk about TikTok, or if you want to say TikTok sucks, that's fine too. But if there are like 2 platforms that you feel are very dynamic right now, or the ones that people should focus on, tell us which 2 those are.
Yeah, definitely Instagram, which is like my bread and butter. I have my largest following on there. You can pretty much do everything on Instagram that you can do on everything else. You can go live, you can share your stories, post videos, pictures, and now with Instagram TV, you can have even, I think, up to 60-minute videos on that separate page, but it's still within your Instagram page, so that's pretty cool. Touching on TikTok, I'm like 3 weeks back in. It was formerly like Musical.ly, which was its own thing. It was like younger kids lip syncing and doing this crazy choreography and all these like camera angles, and I was just like, okay, I'm not doing that. Like, I don't know how to do that. It was cool, but it was just a large thing to tack on to everything I do on Instagram and Facebook and YouTube. And so I was just telling Nick that I just started getting back into it, and it was actually kind of fun just to be free. And hashtags are really huge on there, so you find like the current hashtag or the current trend or challenge, and you kind of just react to what videos are out there or make your own version. And it's super simple, whereas like on Instagram, if I make a sketch, I have to write it, I have to shoot it, I have to edit it. pick the right time to post it and all of that. But with TikTok, I literally can just open it up, record it right there, and send it off. There's not really editing and all this large production value. So I think it's currently like really growing really fast, and a lot of people are gravitating towards TikTok.
I have a question. Is it, because I'm not on TikTok, is it?
Hold on a second. Does everybody know what TikTok is?
No.
No? It's an app. It's a mobile app that basically allows you, has the tools to let you make little mini music videos. That's what it boils down to. So it's very,
Videos, only music?
it's basically based in music, yeah.
So it just basically is the format of Musical.ly and they renamed it?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know what Musical.ly is.
Yeah. But it's expanded. Like,
Yeah.
you don't just have to use songs. Like, now people upload original, like, they'll say, like, a joke, and then people lip sync that.
Oh,
So it's
okay.
not, like, just a song.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Interesting.
And is there a length limit?
I
Like a
think
6 second,
minute.
15 second? Okay.
It's a minute?
So longer,
Yeah, you can do like 15, 30 a minute. Certain challenges, like the loop, it's really about the looping, kind of. And also, like, I uploaded sketches too. Like, as long as it's within a minute, it can still be content on there.
So you can do some acting.
Do you feel it's easier to grow on an app like that right now than it would be like Instagram since you're on both?
With tagging and using the hashtags, I do think it's probably easier to grow right now. Because it's back to the short form of like
Yeah.
15 seconds, and it automatically swipes you up. Whereas like Instagram, it'll hold you there until you swipe up. So the other night I was kind of researching like what are the trends right now, and it would play one video and it was done, and it just jumped to the next and jumped to the next. And 20 minutes later, I've watched all these videos.
20 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't even ask for it, but it kept me entertained. So.
Smart, yeah.
Well, there you go. That's media distribution.
Even
these
we're learning
days.
up here. Yeah, right.
So, Nick, since you're a celebrity expert, are there any folks who come out of more traditional Hollywood, the more traditional Hollywood space, who are doing stuff digitally that you admire, doing things that you think are really interesting?
Yeah, I definitely think there's a lot of great content being made right now on the digital sphere, because even Jennifer Garner is like doing these, like, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but she's doing these really funny cooking videos on IGTV where she like is making fun of her lack of ability to cook, and it's so relatable and it's so funny to watch her in her kitchen. But I think the days of, you know, stunting on Instagram and these like super photoshopped photos with no story and no relatability and no background and no detail of your life, I think those days are over. I think the Kardashian effect is long gone. And the people that are really starting to stand out on social media are the ones that are telling true stories, really connecting with their audience. Someone that I admire so much. I've been following her for, I want to say more than 6 years, because my blog is hitting 6 years, and I started following her before. Her name is Lauren. She's with the Skinny Confidential, and she has taken us on this like wild ride of a journey of her life. You know her relationship with her husband, you know her relationship with food, you know her relationship with fitness. She has a podcast now. She's expanding herself into all different platforms, whether that's Instagram, blogging, Facebook, YouTube, Snapchat. She now has a podcast with her husband. She reveals everything. Not that for me, I'm a little bit more of a private person. I don't really need you to know my relationship status or my relationship with whoever, but she puts it all out there, and I think that she really has evolved with Instagram and has become really motivational, and she's giving you tips and tricks and providing real education and knowledge versus just like, hey, here's a really cute picture of me in my bikini and I'm on a trip with my so-called sugar daddy that no one knows and it's in the background low-key, you know? So I think we're starting to see behind the veil and wanting more authentic content with the likes of Instagram going away. I think people are going to start creating more meaningful stuff for themselves and for their audience, because now we're not doing things for likes anymore, which I think is awesome.
Well, I have an opinion about that, and I don't know how it's going to work out, but we'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah. So, Meredith, before we came in, you talked a little bit about this film that you want to make about school teachers, and you said, I want to use this medium for promotion, but you didn't talk to this crowd about what your idea is. Where you said you kind of came from an influencer panel and you want them to do X. So
Right.
I think this is a really interesting way of actually using people who have influence in digital media to achieve a goal. So why don't you
Okay,
talk
great.
about that?
Yeah, I'll
Yep.
talk about my newly established goal. So this is a feature that I'm producing. I didn't write it and won't direct it, but it's about public school teachers and giving them a voice when they're so often not thought of. And so my director has had a meeting at CAA, like, you know, the biggest agency in Hollywood, and that it got taken to Warner Brothers. So the script is at Warner Brothers now, and it's has great possibilities. But we are tasked with proving that there's an audience for this and that essentially we should be in charge of it, you know, not just sort of sell the script and have somebody else make it and change all the authenticity about it. So we have been brainstorming because we have fiscal sponsorship through an organization called Film Independent that is really sort of the A-list of indies, especially in LA. So that we can take donations. That's what fiscal sponsorship gives us. We can take donations. So if we have an investor who would rather have the tax benefit of donating, we can take a $100,000 donation. Great. And they get a tax credit. Or we can also take, you know, sort of more of a crowdfunding, grassroots kind of style and size of donations. So we are crafting a campaign that will go out for Giving Tuesday, asking people, either whether it's public school teachers, to say, I'll give $1 to show you that I'm interested in a movie about my story. Or people who have a teacher who changed their life, saying, I'll give $1 to have a story about the importance of teachers written and produced. So we want to try to show these major Hollywood companies that we can get $10,000 $1 donations to show that that's just a you know, scratching the top of the surface of the audience that we could have.
Can we give you $1 now?
I'll take your $1.
Yeah.
Well, you should follow us all, you know, on our social platforms. And, you know, during this Giving Tuesday, we're going to make a major push for it. And I want to get some influencers to help me out with this kind of thing. Yeah, to help me out with this kind of thing, because it's one of these things that's like, who didn't have a teacher who affected their life positively?
Yeah, absolutely.
Almost no one. And if you'll simply give it $1, it's a really low ask, but it's, again, proof to somebody like a, you know, Hollywood system. And I know we're going to talk about sort of the blockade in the Hollywood system, and this is part of it, is being able to make your own content when and where you want to with some funding.
I'll give you the $1, you do the work.
Sounds good.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, so that's actually really curious. I'm wondering if you thought about extending that to exhibition, potentially tying that $1 donation to I'll buy a ticket.
For sure, once we're closer, because by giving a donation through Film Independent, we are harnessing those email addresses. And so we will for sure not only have the $10,000, but 10,000 email addresses that we can then get back in touch with when it's time for our premieres, for sure.
And targeting geographic locations for potential, when you finally get to the ability to distribute, to then target that area, or are you actually doing a wider net across the whole US?
Well, we're going to do a wide net, but between LA, New York, Chicago, Miami-Dade, those are the biggest school systems. And we have a really strong connection into AFT, the American Federation of Teachers, the largest union for teachers. So there's something like, I don't want to misquote the number, but I think it's like 30 million teachers. I mean, it's huge, and 150 million high schoolers in the country. So if we can get to just a little bit of that audience, that's ticket sales.
I didn't count this a function of participation. Make this multiply to $10,000 and come back to me.
Amen.
Thank you.
Our first donation.
So, Cass, you've often expressed to me a certain level of negativity about what's going on in social media and digital media. So maybe you could tell this audience a little bit about some of the things that worry you in the space.
I mean, personally, I don't really want my life to be like publicly all over Instagram, which is the reason why I don't necessarily love it so much. But I think for work purposes, it's awesome, and like you could definitely get jobs out of it and find people that you never would have been able to find before. I feel like the negativity just comes from like my own personal Instagram. I don't necessarily want people to. I just feel like in general I'm a very like private person, and I try
Must be
to.
a Virgo.
I'm not. But I just try not to be on my phone in general. Like I just try not to use technology that often. But for work purposes, like for Rebel Casting, it's awesome, and we can find so many jobs from that, and like find so many people from that. I think there's different sides to it. It's like if you're using it personally versus like using it to your advantage.
Okay.
There's like people have different uses for it, obviously.
And I feel like that's where it gets interesting too, where career and personal blend. And what are the lines? Like you see this woman who like shares everything, but that's also her job now. You know, like she is making money from sharing everything. So it's a weird.
As a blogger,
place
it's
to
like
be.
my job too, but
it's like a thin line.
It's like, where do you draw the line?
Exactly.
What's too much information to share? And sometimes, you know, as you get older, and I remember when I started Instagram, it was in college. So at that time, you're young, you're carefree, and you don't really know better, and you kind of want the validation, and you want the attention, and you want all of that. And then you grow up a little bit, and you're like, oh, wait, like the most sacred things in life are private. Like you don't need to share those things. So I think that that's kind of where you learn, okay, I might not share X about my life, but I'm going to share my new skincare routine for people who have skin problems or my weight loss problems or whatever. And those are, you just have to pick and choose what you decide to share.
Yeah, totally.
You know, I don't think it should be a free-for-all, personally.
No, yeah, I agree.
So, okay, you're all women here, and of course, safety is an issue. So have there ever been circumstances where you have been trolled or threatened or felt not safe in the digital sphere? And is it something you might want to talk about or say how you kind of combated it? Or because believe it or not, it's an issue for women.
I mean, I get like marriage proposals like twice a week. You know, it's just one of those weird things, but I can let it go. But I have never felt unsafe, I should say.
Yeah, I've never felt unsafe. A lot of unwanted photos and videos, and comments. It's this weird thing that a lot of people hide behind the comments, and they'll comment something super negative, super attacking, and once you address it, it's like, oh my God, you replied, I love you. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
But
there's
that
a human
happens
on the other side of this.
Yeah, it happens so much. So it's more about, I think, just getting attention. Because it's like, if you really don't like me, if you didn't like this photo, then why are you even following me? So
You never got like any like hate mail? Or like
No.
any like hate, oh my God,
Oh,
or
I've
like
gotten-
you've never tried, like no one's ever tried to hack you?
Yeah, more my email. Fortunately, no one's ever tried to take my Instagram or profile. So
I mean, I've
I feel
definitely.
like you have a story.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've had a blog, givememora.com, for 6 years now. I have been hacked, like attempted hacks on like multiple times. And I really have, especially this year after a couple months of just being full on harassed on the internet and people knowing where I'm at or people knowing certain things about me, it's really scared me. And I think that was the catalyst for me to say, okay, you know what? I don't really know if being an influencer is for me right now. I don't really think I want to share as much as my life with people. And it's really caused me to double up on security. I don't post in real time. I mean, I might Insta story and not location tag in real time, but I will not post a lot of things in real time anymore if I'm going to location tag, which is a huge tool for those of you who want to know how to grow on Instagram. The location tag is a great way to be discovered. I've gotten many jobs this year just from tagging a location. But I think as women, like, we need to be really careful with where we're saying we are, and who knows where we are, because it's not that safe anymore. The internet is not a safe place. And I mean, I'm sure you guys get inappropriate messages, inappropriate photos too, but to get your website hacked or your Instagram hacked when that's your livelihood, that's your bread and butter, it's a very scary world out there.
Yeah, for sure.
You know?
Sure. And it's kind of interesting to you're just like in traditional media, you're often the product, but there are not so many things protecting you, right? You know what I mean? It's a little tougher, so. Well, believe it or not, it is 3 o'clock, which is supposed to be the stop time for this, but I do have a couple of clips I'd like to show if everybody is down with that. So let's do that.
Thank you.
Sorry, this setup is not the best right this minute. Hold on.
Aren't you still doing Facebook at all, or no? That's out?
Yeah,
Facebook's
I
out?
am.
Oh, okay.
Facebook video is pretty big right now on like pages, and there's a new Facebook Watch section where they're trying to get a lot of influencers and creators to create more of a series and treat it like TV, so that they know we post every Thursday at 2 p.m. for a new episode of this. Yeah.
Use me. Use Facebook.
I got your card.
Sorry, guys. Yes, absolutely. Please keep talking.
With 5G, we're going to see platforms transform a lot faster than what we're used to. So just like it used to be on Vine, everything is shifting. TikTok is getting ahead. For the people who are more hesitant to use these new platforms because it changes too often, what are some of the core methodologies that you would say, hey, it doesn't matter what platform you're on, these are the ways to go, this is what you should be doing? I think you had mentioned being authentic. Like, what are some tips that you could give to people who are trying to break into new platforms?
I think you're definitely right. Everything is changing so rapidly. I think when you decide what content you want to stick to, whether it's like I want to do cooking and I need to find the best app for cooking, it's really just finding out what app fits what you want to do at the time, and also what kind of time do you have, because if you can't sit here and edit and produce a 30-minute cooking show on YouTube, maybe you should try TikTok and give a 1-minute tip on, oh, this is how I make an egg, and see how that goes. But at the same time, you do need to dabble a little bit in every platform, because one, not every country is allowed to have every app, which I learned by people on Twitter saying, hey, I don't have Instagram in this country, can you please post your videos on Twitter? And I was like, wow, I would have never even thought about that. So if I've made it, it's kind of easy for me to just push it everywhere, but it is scary to like put your time into something that you don't know if it'll take off, or this app is doing really bad, so you don't want to do it there anymore. I think it's really just about finding out what content you want to stick to and finding the best app for that at the time, because everything's going to keep changing. We can't stop that. You just have to adapt.
On that note, because you said everything is changing and everything really is going to change, the best advice I can give you is, where are you housing your content? Because you own your content. Instagram will own your content as well if you post it on Instagram, but where is your hub? So if Instagram's gone tomorrow, all your content's gone tomorrow. Where are you holding that? Whether that's a personal website for you and yourself. Like for me, I house everything on Give Me Mora. Whether I post a video on Instagram, that video on Instagram's also going on my website, so that if the day after tomorrow there's no Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, anything, at least everything is already on that website. I own it, I have the rights to it, and no one can take that away from me.
That's a really good point. Really, really good point. It's interesting to me that we haven't talked that much about the granddaddy of it all, which is YouTube, right? Which has turned into the biggest visual search database on the planet. Right. And but it's also become big and unwieldy as well. It's easy to get lost in the crowd. So anyway, should we watch some clips? Do we have any more questions? Okay. This is from Brandy. This is the clip I was referring to about that was sponsored by EA.
Come on, it's go time, baby. It's go time. Oh my God, he's clearly cheating every time.
Well, that's game. Wes, give me the stick.
No, run it back. Run it back.
Give me the control.
It's mine. Come on, go, go. Go, 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 go. Go on, go on, go on. You could have just pressed X. What?
You could have just pressed X.
I really need this outfit to pop.
Oh, it's gonna be poppin'.
Yes.
Can I use the bathroom?
Say it in Espanol, please.
Eres un idiota. No sabes español.
De nada.
It reduces the appearance of lip lines and lasts up to 2 hours.
Let's just live.
Hi, ladies.
Hi, Brandy.
I'm so excited to see this film, but I have a very important question. I need to know, out of the three of you, which one of you is most capable of pulling off a heist in real life? Getting some confusing signals.
We can't do it without the other.
There you go.
I know, teamwork.
I think. Do you have room for one more?
Would you like to be?
I feel that I am ready.
Okay, yes. What you got?
I can't say too much right now.
How many languages?
7.5.
7.5. You're in. You are in.
Okay, so I have a lot of work to do.
So awesome.
Thank you.
Just so that was just a few pieces just showing how social media has given me opportunities to work with brands and create online commercials with Warner Brothers.
Meredith
I got
Bradley's
to
here.
interview the cast of Ocean's 8 and then also make a video about that, about my experience, and watch the film and go to the premiere and things like that. But it's really important just to collaborate with everybody. That first commercial was actually my boyfriend / mentor's Madden ad, and so just the level of production of that versus like posting just a selfie Instagram video, like it's totally different, but you have to have that range of like showing I can make content for this like world-renowned brand, but I also can be relatable and just talk to people in my bedroom.
Thank you. This is 30 seconds from Flip the Script, which was the comedy web series that Meredith worked on.
Oh, what? No hug for the big boss lady? Oh, grab me an apple. Don't like peels.
I'm the director.
That's great.
Thanks a lot, Jonathan.
Jonathan, yeah.
Jonathan.
Jonathan. I read a lot of happy endings for lesbians.
You want to make a film that changes how people think.
No.
Flip the Script is on YouTube, so if you are interested in watching this series, please check it out.
On Women in Films channel.
Yeah, so I'd encourage everyone to go watch it. It's really pretty wonderful. So, anything else from anyone today? We had so much more we wanted to cover, and the time just flew by, didn't it? Yeah. So do you thank our lovely ladies for being here today, and thank you for coming.
Yeah, I'm taking donations.
Great. And so I'm going to shuffle them off, and then we have another group of women joining us at 3:15 who are a little older and have been spending kind of basically started their careers in more traditional Hollywood formats, or some of them have actually lived their lives as Jeanette, forecasting what's next in terms of media trends. So we're going to have a chat with them about how they use digital tools and what they think is coming next. So,
Thank you.
Thanks. Oh, wait, can I take a photo with you?
Yes. Can I get a photo?
I suppose. Yeah, can we take a pic before we?
Can I just get
Yeah.
just
read
out
of mine.
Oh, wait, can I have one too? Are we gonna airdrop this photo? Is the question?
Yeah. He's going to get mad at me. I'll say, in this camera, and this camera, and this camera.
This one, and this one, and this one.
Is this your boyfriend?
Yes. And then
Don't you recognize
What
him
is
from
supportive
boyfriend?
So we all strive for.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you. Your message. Thank you.
Oh, one more.
Oh, are we getting another one? No. Thanks. So funny.
Can I get your
Yeah, and I would love to message you as we get closer to actually.
Is there a power source down here?
I'm trying to figure out
Power
source.
Yeah, and
All right, I'll ask. Hi.
It's a very organic intersection.
Yeah. So next.
Thank you.
I'll message you for sure through Instagram.
I just followed all of you
Well,
guys,
and then
so.
you could be able to get a pair of teacher picnic, so. Yeah, so. Well, I just joined them. I just joined them, literally, when I reached out to you folks. I was still putting all the pieces together, so I couldn't quite say. Oh, right, but yes, so I would love to talk some more. I'd love to. Yeah, because they've been kind of busy getting organized, so I literally start on Monday, so. Yeah, so I'm so glad you came in, so we'll have more conversations. So, you're welcome, thanks for coming. You're welcome. Thank you. I'm fine, except I need some power.
Yeah, so VR producers, VR producer. There's a power source right here.
So if you have a badge, 1 pound, not that it would matter. Tessa, this is my daughter, Cassidy. Tessa is, Tessa has been in Rivendell Bell for quite some time, and then she's also founded Smile. Yeah, so,
I didn't think so when I was your age.
Well, that was our first one.
Yeah, so we created something 360. Our first was 6 jobs at South by, and then South Magma, and then 7. It's 501c3 nonprofit that actually brings together installation and surround sound. Everybody wanted to do more immersive, and she had permission to.
So that was a good panel. That was good.
Yeah, but I literally got asked to do this. Yeah, so by the time I was able to pull everything together, and then it's on the website, but it's there. How are you? Good. Nice to see you. Yeah, let's get this last time. Karen,
I spoke to she makes 25, I guess. She went to Harvard Law, but she's a lawyer. I mean, she has requisite knowledge and taste for movies and her boyfriend. I asked her where he works, and she's like, oh, it's not Magic movie. You would know. And I told her who it was, and I'm like, oh, it was in our wedding. And we happened to actually get like the anniversary party the year before.
thanks for coming. Okay.
Are you ready to start?
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
Okay. Hi, I'm Angela. What happened to you? Oh no. Oh, sorry. Well, thanks for coming. Yeah. Okay, ladies and germs, we're going to move on to our second panel today. You just heard from our digital natives. This particular group I have termed experienced explorers. These ladies have had more of a career in traditional Hollywood and media backgrounds, and then they turned their directions and their focus and their talent into the digital space. And so we're going to chat to them today a little bit about what they've done and what they are planning to do and what they see coming for all of us. So immediately to my right, I've got Taryn O'Neill. Taryn, my favorite thing about Taryn, I have many favorite things about Taryn, but my very special favorite thing about Taryn is that we are both Duke Blue Devils. We both graduated from Duke University. So she's also a very committed sci-fi fan, as am I, and we're very devoted to the idea of producing sci-fi from a female point of view. So something that we would like to talk about. But she was born in Vancouver, and believe it or not, she was a competitive figure skater and a national medalist in ice dancing.
Oh, nice.
And then when she went to Duke, she graduated with a degree in economics in theater and film, and she's now a professional actress and writer and a web series producer and also a science advocate. She co-founded a group I love. It's called Sirens, SCIRENS. They're a science advocacy and creative team focused on inspiring science literacy in the general public through entertainment. And they develop unscripted and scripted TV projects and use social media to share STEM news. So lots of great things going on. Go Duke. Next to Taryn is Jeanette DePatty. Jeanette was a late addition. You have to be very grateful to her for showing up today.
I'm actually Lori Schwartz.
Lori could not join us today. She had some things she had to take care of. But Jeanette describes herself as a professional tech-splainer. So she takes really complicated technologies and concepts and breaks them down into everyday language that everyone can understand. She works with Lori at StoryTech, and she shares wildly entertaining and educational views on technology trends with companies like McDonald's, Reynolds, Meredith, Better Homes and Gardens, Facebook, 20th Century Fox. She boasts that she once raised several $1 million in venture capital for a technology company with a presentation that featured 2 pieces of PVC pipe, a plastic funnel, and a rubber chicken. She's been hired to describe tech by a host of Fortune 500 companies. I could make a really long list, but it includes companies like Apple, Intel, and Microsoft. And she's spoken at a number of conferences in colleges and universities and has appeared in the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, on Dr. Drew, the Katie Couric Show, and ABC News, NPR, and the Huffington Post. So we're delighted to have her wisdom with us today. Down at the end, we have Tessa Bell, who's a producer and a filmmaker. She began her career at 60 Minutes and the CBS Evening News. Oh, the stories I bet you can tell us, Tessa. She also created the FYI column for Premiere Magazine, and for 20 years was the president of Infinity Films and Video. Since she moved to LA in 2008, she's produced 3 Women in Film International Short Film Festival. I cut something off here, Tessa.
The actual festivals.
No, the festivals, right. Yeah. She's produced a feature film by Jean Weber, Bipolar, and the multiple award-winning family drama Life Inside Out. She also has done, as I know, many PSAs for the Women in Film PSA production program. She's currently in development on Hacienda, California, a TV series set in Southern California in the 1930s. And her screenplay, The Legend, based on the myth of the first female pope, has recently won 3 awards for Best Screenplay. She's also a founding member of Greenlight Women, whose mission is to champion professional women over the age of 40 and promote diverse perspectives in media. So that's Ms. Tessa. So I had everyone, you didn't get the benefit of this, I don't think, but you can share your thoughts as we talk. So I proposed a few questions to the panel for them to talk about. And the first one was, and I'm going to ask you this, Tessa, because you had a long track record in different forms of media, but do you think digital platforms are actually good for Hollywood? And why or why not?
Yeah, I remember you sending that question and thinking about that for a bit. So I think that first of all, as a place to be able to take all the technology that we have, which is not expensive, certainly not as expensive as it was when I was 20, and practice and learn the craft, it's fabulous. It's fabulous not only for the craft, the creative content, but also because it forces you to learn about marketing in order to reach an audience, because those tools are also available. So it's really fantastic in that way. I think there's an illusion of success that gets perpetrated by the sort of mass marketing of what that looks like, and the reality is really much different. The level of competition is extraordinary when you're competing against hundreds of thousands of content creators. And so therefore, success in that space isn't just about being in the space, it's also about relationships, and by that I mean like, hi, my name is, kind of relationships where you actually physically touch the other person. And I think for the generation that's growing up with this, especially the really young generation that's growing up with this, that's going to be a struggle for them to really understand how to run a business and a creative business through relationships is going to be a struggle, because the lie is that you don't have to, because you can reach people Facebook-wise. But that's not, if you actually look at the most successful people in that space, they're going to all the film festivals. They're doing digital divide. They're out there in this space. But in general, I think it's extraordinary to have the ability to create content on a shoestring. I think is a fantastic thing. I also think that as we move more and more into a world where artificial intelligence is running the world, and we need fewer and fewer people who do things for a living, you're going to have more and more people who have nothing to do but tell us what they're thinking and creating. And so I am a real proponent that we must figure out a way to support creative content in a way that is meaningful rather than competitive. So that, like in the good old days where there was a National Endowment for the Arts and there were grants all over the place for people to create content. When I was a kid, I worked for Doug Davis, and there were two video artists, because video was new in the late 70s. And they both lived in Soho when Soho was still an industrial space. And I worked for Doug Davis, and he had a grant from the NEA for $50,000 a year in the 70s, which would be about $350,000 a year right now, which is about what you need to live in this town and actually be able to do something and have a family, which is what he had. It was a family. So I think we need to support our arts more than we do in order for this digital divide to not be divisive.
Interesting. So either of you can...
That's what my short film's about.
Oh, is it really? So tell us more.
I know. It's I've been writing sci-fi for a long time, but I finally decided to pick up the camera and direct something, one of my scripts, and it is about sort of the future. It's like a Black Mirror-esque short film about the future of influencers under the gaze of an artificially intelligent camera system, but that AI also exists in the larger narrative in that it has disrupted, as McKinsey & Company says, it's going to disrupt 350 million jobs worldwide by 2050. So, we have an impending cataclysmic change that's coming, and it's only going to affect content as well. So the short film is sort of, what do you do when the only thing you can create currency around is your conflict that you show online? So.
I guess I have a slightly less dystopian view of the effect that these digital platforms have on Hollywood. One thing is, I think it allows the conversation to be much more bidirectional, and viewers are influencing what is being seen, I think, in a more direct way, and viewers feel more empowered than they were before. But also, I think if you look at not just the Hollywood business, but every business, that is innovating right now. There's this idea of the sort of the lean startup, the minimum viable product. And what happens on these digital platforms is that you can experiment so much more and so much more quickly. I think it's given Hollywood a big kick in the pants that really was needed. That's my view.
Okay. Well, when you say kick in the pants, what is the kick in the pants?
I think the kick in the pants is that they're seeing, I think a lot of the decision-making in the past was done by very small groups of old white men, right? I mean, if we're going to be frank. And what's happening is I think at that gatekeeper stage, a lot of them just decided certain things would never work. And then on the digital platform, things come out, and they're like, oh, people want to see things like this because it's already there in front of them. They can't deny it anymore. And so the tail's wagging the dog a little bit more, I think, in that they're looking at what they can't deny that certain kinds of diversity are very effective because the numbers are right in front of them. And if they don't do it, there are others who will.
Right. So Issa Rae would never exist, right? The awkward black girl.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think without that digital first experimentation, I'm doing it with you or without you, I don't think that would be alive in the entertainment space right now.
Don't you think she's a bit of an outlier, though? When I got into the producing space for web series, 2008, Dr. Horrible sing-along blog had just been released.
It's one of my very favorites.
The sci-fi web series that I co-produced was nominated for a Streaming Up against them, so I'm meeting Joss Whedon, and I'm like, this digital space is amazing.
Yeah.
I'm meeting like my Buffy king. But, we have and even the Guild, it never got mainstream success. I had so many friends who made phenomenal web series, yet they never were able to monetize them the way that they were promised.
Right, but there's monetizing and there's eyeballs, right? Studios know how to monetize. That's not a question for them. Producing something that's fresh and interesting and being willing to take the risk, that's what they're not so good at. And I think that's something that digital has pushed forward because they can see even a series that doesn't make millions of dollars but gets tens or hundreds of millions of eyeballs, that's a success in terms of visibility. The studio knows how to make money once it's visible, I think.
Okay.
I think we're sort of talking about two things, both of which are true, but which conflict with each other.
Right.
And the fact of the matter is, yes, absolutely, have the OWMs been kicked in the pants? Yes. Do they still hold all the strings? Yes. And with that, everything that implies, even if they see, oh, look, this little web series about science fiction has got lots and lots of views, do they bring up those creators? Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they just take the IP and reconfigure it so that it's there. So, it can be good, it can be not so good.
Well, it's interesting to me that you say they still hold all the strings, because that means you're defining success on getting your product onto their distribution platforms, right?
Well, but they're the ones who know, as she points out, they're the ones who know how to actually monetize it. I have a lot of friends who do really great content, and they're self-funded, and they're not able to, like the distribution marketing arm is expensive, and even in the smaller space, it's expensive. Like I can make a short something or other, but I'm going to end up paying I won't pay the actors because they're lovely, and then I'll end up, paying the DP because I got to have him, and then I'll end up paying the guy who's taking the shots for the Instagram. And I'm not paying him a lot, but the marketing end of it, I have to pay. It's like in the old days, you had to pay for sound or something. I don't remember what we had to pay for, but there's always something you have to pay for.
You still should pay for sound.
Yes. You should pay for absolutely. If you're going to pay anybody, pay the sound guy.
It's just all the when a young web series producer will come up to me, what's the one thing I should make sure I do? I'm like, good sound.
Good sound.
Yeah, because everybody can shoot something good on their phones now, but sound.
Yeah, sound is always a
and someone doing and I didn't have someone on set doing BTS for me, behind the scenes shots, and that or stills, and that for my short has definitely been a thorn in my side when I'm having to do a lot of press and marketing for film festivals. I'm having to like scrounge for stills and screen captures.
This is a really important cautionary tale. There are things you should hire your cousin's brother to do and things that you should not hire your cousin's brother to do. And yeah, BTS is definitely something to spend to spend on. But I would say, based like what we saw with the panel before ours and what we are continuing to see is that there is an opportunity now for brands to connect directly with content creators in a way that they never could before. Yeah. And when you look at some of these branded entertainment opportunities, there is money to be made, and it's a different flavor of money, it's a different channel of money, but there's still money. And I think if you're not necessarily funding a $10 million production, you don't need that initial startup money. We're seeing, especially with blockchain and some of these other technologies that are coming in, that the brands are actually funding production of short films and other kinds of content and getting involved at a very early stage. And there is no studio. There's Coca-Cola, and Coca-Cola has plenty of eyeballs, so they can bring that to the table. So I think it's shifting in a way. Are there people who are going to get lost and taken advantage of? Absolutely, absolutely. And you have to be careful and know what you're doing. But I think there are opportunities there.
Yes, I absolutely agree with you. I'm wondering if everybody knows what blockchain is?
No, I know.
Yes.
Nobody knows what blockchain is. Don't feel bad.
Sure we do.
No. Blockchain is a technology that's used for like cryptocurrency for Bitcoin, but it's also used for things like smart contracts and ways to determine with other people what has value. That's really what blockchain does.
We're putting your simplification skills to work here. So we've been talking a little bit about how, yes, this has disrupted Hollywood, but there's still a subset of people who hold all the strings. So I wanted to put it in the context of you and your short, that you're trying to get out there, like what defines success for you? If you put this thing on the table and you say, I've got this as part of me, I want to show it to the world, and I will deem it as success when X happens.
I've already deemed it a success just by doing it and finishing it and distributing it. So I have a story and it has an audience. And so, I have to first and foremost say, yes, this is a success. To move my career forward, I think the most important thing for me is to catalyze an audience around it and really take note of sort of, I'm a futurist. I'm really passionate about taking science and technology issues and weaving them into stories so that we have some sort of a narrative framework to address our future that doesn't have a narrative that's giving us direction of what to do with climate, with AI, with all the technological and genetic disruptions that we're going to have. But I want to give us some hope, too. I don't want it just to be dystopic. So I have a feature film version of it, which I would love to go, and the company that released my short has the option on it. They haven't exercised it yet, for me to write it, but it's my calling card as a science fiction writer and filmmaker and a futurist. So it's a success when it leads to the next project that furthers the message as a filmmaker that I have.
Okay. Now, there's some things that you have done with Sirens that you guys are very proud of, that would be good storytelling for these folks here. Yeah.
This is an interesting way of using social media. So Sirens came about because I wrote a blog post after watching Bill Nye, the Science Guy, debate Ken Ham. Ken Ham owns the Creationist Museum in Kentucky. He believes the Earth is 4,000 years old. And it was online. I was like, why is he even debating this guy? Watched it for 5 minutes, had to turn it off. I was just so despondent. And then got online and saw all the support that Ken Ham had. And I'm like, people, come on. Like, you can't be serious. And so I wrote an impassioned blog post about how we absolutely need science literacy in our population so that we can come together as a global civilization and not destroy ourselves. I wasn't that dramatic. But I also posited that entertainment was the best Trojan horse to get science literacy to the population. That, we don't need to be hammered by a bunch of guys in lab coats telling us why we need to understand the first principles of physics. We just need to experience why science is so cool. It gives us the toolbox to explain our natural world. How amazing is that? Like, when I went down the science rabbit hole, it was because I was trying to make my sci-fi as theoretically legitimate as possible. And when I did that, I became an evangelist because I'm like, this is amazing. I had no idea about all of this. I didn't study science in college. I happened to love Carl Sagan, when I was a little kid because my dad had the book. But then, I found my way back to it, and I'm like, this is a calling, really. And so, long story short, I wrote the blog post, and it went semi-viral. And I did a call to action to a bunch of entertainment people, especially actresses I knew, where I'm like, who are the least likely but yet most effective people who could champion science? And that's actresses. Because you wouldn't expect, oh, we're divas and we do this and blah, blah, blah. No, we are committed, intelligent, passionate women who, none of us had science degrees, but we all were big science nerds, and we would go to NASA events and we'd go to Comic-Con and sit on the science panels. And we joined forces and created this team. We kind of launched social media-wise when they did the reboot of Cosmos. And we live tweeted every episode of Cosmos and made it just really fun and exciting. And we're like, we would just be like, we didn't know that. Did you know that? We'd really engage with people. There were some stuff that we would add additional information about that we'd know. And so that's how we started, and I've been on Bill Nye the Science Guy's Netflix show and Neil deGrasse Tyson show, where I talked about thorium and nuclear energy on the Bill Nye show, which I was given 1 day's notice on, so that was really fun. The writer was like, how much do you know about nuclear energy? I'm like, enough. I'm an actor. I can know. I study. I copy every hour, every day. I'm just digging into everything. But yeah, I actually corrected one of the experts on the panel about a data point, and I felt very proud of myself.
So can you give folks in the room a way to sign up for this? I think it's the perfect time to turn this into a movement, right?
Thanks. Yeah.
So,
we're on social media. We've been on a bit of a hiatus just because we've all been working on different projects, my short film, and my cohort Tamara Krinsky is on an amazing show on the Space Channel, and which is in Canada, and then Science Channel in the U.S., and Gia Moore has been on a film. But yeah, we have a script, a bunch of scripts that we're writing, and we really want to get this back in action because people always seem to be really authentically excited by it.
So you heard it here, folks. If we want to give science more prominence in our society, come join up with these ladies and let's get some content made, okay?
Yes.
So.
It's Sirens, SCIRENS.
Yes.
I'm Sandra Marshall.
Hi, Sandra.
So besides being an incredible actor, I'm also involved in stem cell patch. You heard of stem cell
Yes, of course.
So if any of you want to come, I have a stem cell patch. You wear for 12 hours, on and off. It gives you lots of energy, and it starts recreating stem cells. And I'll give you the video we're looking at. He's been involved 20 years as a scientist. But people don't know about it. It's the best trend there is.
No, I do a lot of research with stem cell technology, but the patch, no, I know it just is sort of specific.
And I lost my ankle. I broke the ski, and I wear
So we should take this conversation offline. Yeah. So we're talking about science fiction, and making me think about AI. I talk to my freaking Alexa all the time. I make her bark.
It's demeaning to that.
But so Jeanette, I wanted to, since we've brought up the idea of AI, I wanted to know if you see any role in AI in our entertainment going forward, like both in the creation of it and the consumption of it. So this might be a way of getting the strings out of the hands of some people, or maybe not.
Well,
I don't
know. Actually, I think it's even less that. And there's already lots and lots of work being done on how to edit the perfect movie, how to make the perfect song. If you go on Facebook, they've already chopped up all your photographs and decided there is a theme here, and then you wake up one morning and they've done a little short video on all your, I mean, you know, that's AI, and that's creative, and that's, so there's no question that that is something that everybody, that many people in different industries are looking at as a way to communicate. And personally, you know, I'm over 60. I like real things, and not that there's anything wrong with artificial intelligence, but I feel like if the thought patterns of the human race are determined by the general consensus of the data that drives the creative decisions on what is shown, then we may end up missing something. We may end up being a non-cultured culture. I don't know. I don't know where we're going to go with it. It's fascinating, and I'm sure I use a lot of artificial intelligence already in my art that I don't even realize I'm doing, or that I do, but I'm in control. And I guess that I'm a control freak. You know what? That's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
let's hold that thought, and let's have Jeanette tell us a little bit of what she's seeing in her wonderful way.
In AI. So AI is being used to simplify a lot of the production process. So everything from memorizing all of the camera angles that happened to using image recognition in the editing process, and data cataloging, which for news is a key component. We're also seeing AI being used in a very interesting way in the creative process. And I know the ETC, the Entertainment Technology Center at USC, is doing some really interesting research into this space. It's something called generative design, which is where AI doesn't have to think inside the box. As humans, we're conditioned to think inside a certain box. We just are by our experiences. And sometimes what can happen with generative design is a computer will just try things that a human would never think to try because it seems ridiculous. And sometimes out of that, really fresh and interesting and new things can happen. A lot of it is unusable and weird, but sometimes it can jog things out of sort of a formula that into a space that's never been tried before. Can that be misused? Absolutely. I think there is a potential for that. I think it's important to think of all of these technologies as a tool. I mean, you can use a screwdriver to put things together, or you can use it Freddy Krueger style to kill somebody. It's a tool, right? And so it's important to understand the tools and apply the same moral compass that you would to anything else in your life. It's a tool. That's my instinct.
What do you think about that, Tessa? Because it could address the idea that you were talking about kind of groupthink in some ways. It could
I think
address that.
I'm not thinking short term right now where it's at and what it's doing right now that is actually useful. I'm thinking more forest, more, if the planet's still around in 70 years. And I do a lot of reading around technology and the future of technology and artificial intelligence. Not related to the space of art, but related to the general topic. And so I'm really aware of the two kind of main sort of theories about one is going to be we're going to be destroyed, and one is it's going to be fabulous. And so I kind of sit somewhere in the middle because nobody knows what it's going to be. But I tend to think it's a tool, so I'm a control freak. As long as it remains a tool, it's probably going to be fantastic, and I think it's very important for all of us to always seek better tools, especially in that sphere. But I would be a staunch advocate for you need the human mind. And by the way, to the extent that it's true, the computers can, or artificial intelligence can create all these weird things that you and I wouldn't think about, but also the extent to which that stuff is being programmed, the reverse is also possible. In other words, you get a situation where I think I read somewhere like face technology, like they were feeding a bunch of white male faces into artificial technology, so they were having a really hard time finding anybody else who's like, yes, that works for once. But so, it's that kind of, our prejudices could become
the bias is built
norm,
in.
and that I think is very dangerous.
Absolutely. I mean, AI is only as good as the data you give it.
Yeah.
And if you are biased in the data that you put in, you're going to get biased data out. It's just it's like a black box, and I think it's important to explore those things. I think what we found is that there were some facial recognition technologies. It's interesting, like partly it was because there weren't as many African American faces fed in to teach the system, but it was also partly because the lighting systems that were used to demonstrate to record the faces were created to best highlight white faces. So it's a very complicated thing, and absolutely technology can be used to destroy, and the more bias we bring along with us, the more likely the technology is to further that out in the world. But before we run out of time, I want to do a quick ad when we're talking about movements, and I have a movement about movement. And so my side hustle is thefatchick.com or everybodycanexercise.com. And you can see a whole bunch of old fat people dancing to hip hop and having a really great old time. And you were talking about metrics for success. And am I rich? No. Am I having a blast? Yes. Am I changing people's lives a little bit at a time? Yes. And so, yeah, I mean, sometimes technology has the capability to divide, but it also has the capability to, I mean, there are not a lot of fat white old people dancing on TV right now. So, this is my niche. This is a little unique spot. So I just had to get my little ad out there.
Well, thank you. I love that. Question?
What I love from this group is to address social media that you suggest using for people 50 plus, and any tips or tricks that you can give us. So I have a product, it's Miracle of the Sea Medical Aesthetics, and where are my people?
Your peeps are on Facebook.
Yeah.
And you don't really want their email address. You want a text. Actually, there's an idea that old people don't text. And the truth is that because of managed care and all of these medical systems, they're now getting their prescriptions that way. They're getting their doctor's appointments that way. So a lot more, I mean, sometimes they come up to me in my class and they say, I have a text, can you help me read it? So, not all of them, but I think there is a growing movement towards text with seniors because of the digitization of medical care.
Interesting.
They did a study not too long ago, or I'm not sure it was a study. I think it was just an article I read about how the people over 50 are much more likely to start a new business, far more entrepreneurial than people in their 20s, and their success rate is much higher for two reasons. One, because they have patience and wisdom, and two, because it's a huge, huge market. So if you're marketing to this huge generation, and particularly, what did you say it was? Medical. Anything medical, you can't really. It's yours to fail, and Facebook is absolutely the way to go.
Yeah, mostly because they're spying on their grandkids.
I have found that Instagram doesn't, and I heard this before, and I was like, no, that can't be true. So we did a crowdfunding campaign, which I just finished, and it was lovely. And it taught me, I mean, it wasn't my first crowdfunding campaign, but we were trying to link Instagram into the Facebook platforms that we were using, and blah, blah, blah. Lots of eyeballs from Instagram, absolutely no dollar conversions, like thousands of eyeballs. They loved it, thumbs up, hearts, the whole 9 yards. That was their compensation to us. And to be honest with you, to the extent that we were crowdfunding for a feature film, blah, 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 we needed the emotional support, it was lovely. But in your case, it's not really, you're not looking for emotional support. So Instagram is hard, and I don't know why. Is it because there's no...
Well, it really is, it's a demographic question also.
Oh.
I mean, the heart of that audience is 35 and under.
Yeah.
And they will spend money. I mean, I can see why you say, okay, I'm in the beauty category, basically I should be able to sell things on Instagram, because there are a number of brands who are built right on that platform. Mm-hmm. Glossier is one that comes to mind for me. But the reality is there are very few 50-year-olds who are on the platform itself. They're gathering on Facebook. So in your particular circumstance, no. So I don't think it depends on what the product is and what the demographics are around the product, just like any media channel at the end of the day. So,
but your likelihood of success is very high.
Yeah.
Any other tips about how to use Facebook?
I think that we should defer this particular conversation. Maybe you guys can, if you've got some things that can share with you after, because it's a complicated thing, and it might be boring for the rest of the audience, frankly. But I did want to, because you're bringing up the kind of the age question, and we had talked a little bit about age before, and I guess what I would like to kind of communicate with this panel is kind of the wisdom of age and why maybe you shouldn't, like the equity that these digital tools can bring, and maybe some of the barriers they can break down. If anybody kind of wants to take that on, talk about it. So,
well, in terms of in general population terms, people who are aging, who force themselves to learn new softwares and new ways of communicating through technology have a much better chance of not having Alzheimer's, and that's documented. So I think it's imperative for my generation and those who are older than me to stay super, super current, actually learn to code if they can. I don't know, that's not for everybody, but certainly like every new thing that comes along, just go play on it for a little while just so that you can keep your head wrapped around like all that, because it's going so fast if you don't keep up. There you go. It's going so fast that if you don't do it, you're going to become irrelevant really fast. That's what I think about that.
So I do have media from Taryn. If we want to do see a little clip.
Oh, yeah. It's the trailer from my short film. Okay. And I edited this trailer together and licensed this music I found.
Sorry, it always takes me a minute to get this organized.
While she's queuing that up, I could just tag on and say that in terms of why older people should embrace these tools, one thing is that the older you get, the harder it is to get any kind of entree in traditional channels, right? And this is something we were speaking about beforehand. It's, whether you're a director or a producer or a writer, if you're a beginner and you're 60 years old or 50 years old, it's harder to find that space. So kind of DIY, rolling it up yourself, might give you opportunities that you wouldn't find otherwise. That's something to keep in mind.
I think it's a really, really good point, right? And also just the reminder that age shouldn't define how current you are, right?
Absolutely.
The tool sets are there, you can take advantage of them, and if you shock your friends because you have a Twitter account, well, so be it, right?
Yeah, shock your friends and terrify your grandchildren. That's what I really think.
Yeah.
Although culturally, we do have a tremendous age prejudice. I mean,
Absolutely.
If you look at the statistics, it's the most abused discrepancy. I don't know what's the word, diversity in the culture, and that's not true in every culture, but it is true in the American culture.
Right, it's the last permissible form of discrimination. Yeah, for sure. So, all right, so we have Taryn's trailer.
broadcasting. Authenticity.
Wow. I want to watch that for sure. So any more general questions? Believe it or not, we're pretty much out of time once again. So anything else that you want to lob up here for this set of wise women? So, yes?
I'm an actress, I was a baby nurse, but remember back in the day in the music industry, it was called a vanity label when you couldn't get a record deal to sign you. It's called a vanity label. I don't know if I should just get over it. I feel like unless I'm really well established, I have an issue with producing, writing, and starring. I mean, I could hire someone else to start it, but I have an issue with like a vanity label. Am I like, should I just help me shift that attitude, or do I have? I'm from like old school kind of, but
It's
that impression. A lot of people have. They don't say it. They don't say it. That's what,
Can you just, I'm not familiar with it, so basically would you say in that?
when you couldn't get a record deal.
Right, you would do it
or
yourself.
Like your own record.
Got it.
Right, or vanity press. Yeah, vanity press too in writing as well, yeah.
Part of me is like, people are encouraging to, produce my own thing. I mean, it's like a part of me feels like there's I don't know.
It's funny that you're clearly not a millennial or Gen Z, because they would never consider asking that question. In their world, that's all there is, right? And they make decisions. Yes, but she's making my point, right? You basically just have to get over it. Yeah, absolutely.
No,
Right.
wait, let me give you one cautionary tale, okay, because tools are wonderful. Maybe you don't need to learn every single tool and do everything. Find some other old ladies and say, okay, you learn how to be an editor, and you learn how to do sound, right, because you don't want to try and do everything. And I do also want to caution you that there is still the sense of vanity press in that there are companies out there that will claim to do things for you, that will take advantage of you, and they will take your money and you'll be very unhappy. You don't want that either. So you need to vet things carefully, but the notion of a vanity press, there's no Borders bookstore anymore. There's no vanity press. There's just press, right? So, I mean, it's a balancing thing. You do want to just do it. Get yourself some trusted partners. Don't try and be everything to everybody. There are so many talented people out there. This is Hollywood. You walk out on the street and you say, who does sound? And 10 people raise their hands.
You made a very good suggestion. Thank you about and I have a group, but I'm just people that think themselves doing everything, and I just feel like and there are plenty of people in my generation and older that are biased, that they feel like I'm.
Well,
I'm glad that you said
this speaks to a cultural thing that we have that I have that we struggle with a lot, and that is that Hollywood and the culture and the myth of what success means is based on a very sort of male, patriarchal, capitalistic. I don't like those words because they kind of, but they're pointing in the direction I want us to go with this thought, and that is that success is this pinnacle, and there's a lot of people down here and they don't have any value, right? Because they're just down at the bottom of the pyramid. Okay, that's bullshit. It's really this. Actually, the world is this. The world is not this. The world is this. And so you might be on the bottom of this here, but it turns, and it's how you kind of view it, and that is the world today. So there's two reasons to create, right?
thought of us or anyone down. We're all one. I know we'll have something to offer.
But if you feel like this is, if you're buying into the vanity thing, you're buying into this. You're buying into this, and don't do it. If you buy into this, you're stopping yourself. Go eat ice cream.
Did you have a question, Drew? I'm sorry.
I'm curious if there's what you're most excited about from a technological perspective, or what's a technology that you feel like is missing from the industry that you wish you had now, or you foresee in the future that would make your lives easier.
What would disrupt disrupt things?
I want a hollow room. I want a hollow deck really, really bad. And I know we're a long ways from that, but that would be so cool. And I want costumes, and I want the full Star Trek data experience. That's something that I'm looking forward to.
I would actually like, and this is a little frightening, but I would like for everybody to be able to read everybody else's thoughts, because I think then we would become our best selves. Because if you walk around thinking that people are going to hear your thoughts, you really change your thoughts.
Or like me, you'd go to jail.
Yeah.
That's true. If you're in the same wavelength, you do read the person's thoughts.
That's true.
Frequency, vibration, energy does it.
I believe that.
Yeah.
Mixed reality, AR overlay. I'd love for that to be more incorporated into storytelling right now, because I think VR is experientially amazing. I know that Lori, I think, had interviewed Kevin Mack,
Yep.
and I was at a VR panel with him last year, and I did one of his Andala or whatever his experience, and it was basically, I can't even describe it to you, but it was euphoric. It was like I was on some incredible mescaline. I've never done drugs like that before, but I assume that's what it was like. And it was amazing and mind-altering. But I think you can have these really therapeutic experiential experiences in VR, but I think with mixed reality, with overlays, with three-dimensional holographic elements within storytelling, I think that we could really, as women especially, because I don't know, there's just something that we're missing in storytelling right now that I think that can add.
And for those of you who are wondering, this is VR, this is MR, okay? So in VR, you're kind of enclosed in your own little world, which can at times be more isolating. Mixed reality or augmented reality, you're seeing the artificial world and the real world at the same time.
Yeah. And there's some.
This should have a heart, too.
Yeah. There you go.
There's some interesting e-commerce retailers doing stuff with mixed reality, like you can put furniture in your room, and so of
And
course
5G is going to be a huge element
Yeah.
of bringing that to mainstream data.
I think we lost our 5G SVOD person. I think she left, but she had questions about that before.
yeah.
But okay, so we have to wrap it up. So we're going to move on to the next panel. So thanks to these ladies, and thanks to you for being here. Thank you. You're welcome. Thanks for coming.
We're going to get so much attention.
Yeah, so I'm going to have a good time announcing all of you. So I saved the best for last. These are our innovators, and I was incredibly interested in these folks because these people have taken their work or their lack of work in Hollywood, depending on the circumstances, and actually turned them into apps and tools that help other people in the business or help them learn. So, so Cass, I want you to pay particular attention to this panel, okay? You can stand up and cheer. Yay! So I'm going to start down at the end with Ayelet. Did I get that?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect.
Ayelet is the founder of Actors Guru, and she's an actor, a voiceover artist, and a producer. And before all that, she was an attorney and an award-winning information management professional. She founded Actors Guru, which is a career management tool for actors. And she also, interestingly enough, had an award-winning web series called The Couch, and she was nominated for an Emmy Award. And I think
On the ballot.
on the ballot. Okay, you're on the ballot for the Emmy Award, and I think I was probably part of that, Ayelet, because I belong to the Interactive Media Peer Group. So nominate on the ballot for the Emmys for a short-form comedy or drama series. And she's a passionate proponent of advancing the roles and visibility of underrepresented communities, both in front of and behind the camera. So she's also a big lover of animals. Oh, and a national Latin ballroom champion. Holy crap. Is there anything you haven't done?
Lots of dancers.
I know, yeah, lots of dancers for sure. So next to Ayelet is, I can't find your bio, Bonnie Wallace. Bonnie is a podcaster and an online educator. She's the author of the best-selling Young Hollywood Actors and acclaimed Hollywood Parents Guide, and she's the producer of the popular Hometown in Hollywood podcast. And she also writes a blog for parents of young actors at bonniejwallace.com and articles for Backstage. She also is the mother of Emmy Award-winning actor and Columbia Records recording artist Dove Cameron. Yay! And then right next to me with the extra appendage here is Drew Doyen. Did I say that, Doyen? Doyen, okay. Who's the founder and CEO of Upcast. And I love your story. Drew says that after he moved from New York to LA, he lived on a floor for 8 months to kick off his acting career. Since that didn't work out too well, he founded Upcast. So when he's not breathing, or sleeping, I know all about startups, in the office, you'll find him finishing an entire pint of ice cream or working it off with a serious hike. He's a model, a world traveler, and a self-proclaimed songwriter. And then we're actually going to show you Drew's commercial in a minute. And one thing to think about the commercial is that it's actually your car, apparently.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
It just broke down.
Oh, no. I'm so sorry to hear that. So I guess what I would really love to hear about from each of you, and I all day long I haven't asked everybody the same question, but I think it's important here, is what was the inspiration? Like, what drove you to say, I need this tool in the marketplace, or this set of information needs to be out here, or I'm going to take this digital platform like podcasting and make it useful for people. So let's start with you, Bonnie, since I was just thinking about podcasting.
Yeah, so I moved down here nearly 10 years ago with my then 14-year-old daughter, and the whole point in coming down here was she had this big dream of being an actor and a singer. And I thought, all right, I'm an intelligent, educated, resourceful person. I can figure this out. And I was stunned by how little support, real support and information that was good and trustworthy information that there was for parents of young actors. There was a little bit out there, but it mostly had some sort of angle to it that made me feel like, can I really trust what I'm hearing here? And when things were clearly on a good track, which is to say at the end of the first season of my daughter's show, I realized I was in a unique position to become the person that I wished had been here when we landed. And so, to be a resource for families like ours. And so I wrote
the book first, and then I started the blog, and then I started the podcast, which actually has its 100th episode today, which is really exciting. Thank you. It's a big milestone, 100 episodes. It's been 4 years, and Kristen Chenoweth is my guest. So if you're a fan of Kristen Chenoweth, listen to it. It's just a joy. And then I designed some online video courses for parents, which, as far as I know, are the only things of their type out there. They're really well produced and they're really well done. It took me several years to put them together. And again, everything I do is about trying to educate and inspire, parents and young actors. I'm getting more and more followers who are young adult actors, which I think is really cool and interesting. The podcast, for example, is not aimed at parents. It's aimed at actors and anyone who's interested in the industry. So we have an intimate conversation where we sit down and we talk about, their journey and what they learned and everything else. And it's always with somebody who's at a really accomplished place in the industry. So they're fascinating to listen to. But all of this is to say, you have to find people where they are. So in my perfect world, I might sit and write books all day long. But the fact is, a lot of people don't read books. And I'm not going to reach a lot of people who need to hear what I have to say if I only do books. And so you have to slice it a bunch of different ways. The podcast reaches people in over 100 different countries. And the blog reaches people, and even social media, and the online courses. Not everybody can be face-to-face with me. So it's been fun to try all these different ways to find people and find them where they are.
Yeah, we often don't think about the idea of reach, right? And or that there might be somebody sitting in the Philippines who cares desperately about what you're trying to say or wants to know this, right?
Yeah.
So it's a very interesting way to approach it. Do you get feedback from people?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think the easiest way for me to get feedback, because I've got a pretty well-designed website, people can email me very easily, so I get emails pretty regularly. Also, obviously, just comments on Instagram or something like that, little Twitter back and forth.
Yeah, great.
Yeah,
Awesome.
It's really nice. I mean, just knowing that you're making a difference and helping people make better choices, safer choices, feels good.
Cool. Yeah. Okay, Drew, so tell us about your inspiration.
So I started modeling in New York and then moved to Los Angeles to pursue acting because I never really wanted to model but thought that could be a good stepping stone. And after 1,000 auditions, typically an audition in LA is driving an hour in traffic each way, spending 30 seconds in an audition room and then driving an hour back, hopefully without getting parking ticket or whatever else happens in the day. And this is probably about 5 years ago. I had been in between gigs. I was fortunate enough to be working pretty regularly, commercially and doing modeling gigs. I was teaching myself the code. I was working with small startups and building websites for friends and family and stuff like that. And it got to a point with my agents that I would have to be giving up a full day rate of a job just to go to an audition, specifically to go to like a theatrical audition. You're not going to miss, going out for a lead role on a pilot or any audition for that matter from an agent, or especially theatrically. And this is all when kind of the iPhone 4 came out, and I was getting more and more self-tape requests. And my agents were saying, "Hey, can you just take a picture, go to the bathroom? What does your hair look like? Are you still in shape?" Whatever the case is. And I was like, what? Is everybody at the agency just sending photos to this agent? And then they're downloading it, and then they're packaging it, and they're sending it to the client. And I was literally auditioning from my phone. And that's kind of when the light bulb went off, and I thought, why can't I audition from my phone? The phones are taking really good pictures now. There has to be an easier way to go about this. And so I felt like I was in the perfect position to kind of merge my two passions of technology and being in the business and going to 1,000 auditions. And I started to create Upcast, which is a mobile app that lets models and actors audition from their phones. So instead of just sending outdated headshots, we allow them to send current photos and videos and make the entire audition process digital. So I mean, that's kind of how it all came together. It was a complete roller coaster, and it still is, just being in the startup world. But it took a year and a half before I actually had a product out there, and I was working full time on it.
Well, all right, we're going to talk more of that, okay? But I want to hear, since Ayala decided to add yet another thing to her resume, so why don't you talk to us about what your inspiration was for Actors Guru?
So I'll really sort of piggyback on what you guys said, which is that it came out of a personal need, right? So I became an actor. For me, it was the second career after being in the legal industry. And in the legal space, after practicing, I went into this area called knowledge management. And that is designing and building systems that give people access to the information they need when they need it. And I was working in larger teams. It was for large organizations, but essentially working on these projects and tools that allowed people to find sort of everything that lived in disparate siloed databases in one place. When I became an actor, I said, okay, I need exactly that. I need all of the information related to my auditions. I need all of the info, and that's not just a where and when. It's photos of what I wore. It's a self-tape video. It's all of the team members that were, that are attached on the breakdown to the audition. All of my relationship information and how I follow up with people, all of the business, coming to events, networking, all of this stuff, my training, what have I done, what do I plan to do, who do I like, who do I not like, which coaches are helping me get booked or not, or whatever, sort of all this information that lives in so many different places for us, in email, in text, in calendars, in casting sites, in our photos, in our, it's sort of maybe in a Dropbox, maybe an iCloud, it's just everywhere. And so I said, I want one place to go for all of this, and it will make my life so much more peaceful. So because I had the background in building these types of systems, it was sort of really bringing that over to the acting world.
That's awesome. So now the thing I want to hear about, and obviously you have an app, so there's some commonality in building those things. We'll talk about that in a second. But you went with a podcast and with online training. So do you have, when you wanted to create the podcast, where did you start, and how much did you need to learn? Basically, how hard was it? And do you have any horror stories that were part of it? And do you have any things that turned out to be relatively crazily simple that you were surprised about?
Yeah, it's very interesting. There's a whole industry out there where you can drop a lot of money on learning how to be a podcaster. Sort of like an industry where you can drop a lot of money on how to be an actor. There's all these sub-industries, right? And there are a lot of people who would have you believe that you have to drop a lot of money on some very fancy equipment and this and this and this. And I learned that you really don't. I dropped $200 or $300 on a handheld, you can fit it in the palm of my hand, studio grade, Rode, portable recording device. It records an MP3. I love it. I can throw it in my purse. I can do a podcast anywhere. I can go to somebody's office if they can't come to me. I can do it on my couch in North Hollywood, which is where I prefer to do it. and so right away, that's cheap and dirty. You can use GarageBand, which tends to come with your MacBook anyway, to do the editing, which is what I do. You can spend, I think I spent $100 on a license for the music that I open and close my podcast with. You don't have to pay an engineer to put all this stuff together for you. My brain doesn't work that way, and I figured it out, and it didn't take me that long. Little learning curves. I discovered that I have a better podcast experience myself, and I have a better product if I can see the face of the person that I'm talking to, because then we can read each other's body language, and there's less crosstalk, which is terrible. Crosstalk is terrible in a podcast. Learned that the hard way through a few phone interviews. I'm still working out the best way to record something that's remote, like my interview with Kristen Chenoweth this week. She's in New York doing a Broadway show. I'm in LA, and so we did it this time. I tried Zoom. I'm not using Skype anymore for my online consultations. I'm using Zoom. Well, it was okay in terms of quality. Could it have been better? Yeah, but it's better to hear Kristen Chenoweth talking for 40 minutes than
Right,
to not
yeah.
hear her at all. So, like, you don't have to be stopped, I guess, is one of the things I learned, is you don't have to be stopped by not having the best and the most expensive stuff. You can just do it and learn as you go.
What about distribution?
Distribution's fascinating. So originally I was just on iTunes. That was it. I'm like, well, who cares about anything that's not iTunes? But turns out people listen on a lot of different platforms. I also, I've had 3 different hosts for my podcast. I'm with Podbean now. I love them for what it's worth. Anyone who wants to do podcasts, Podbean has been great. And then the embeddable player that I have on my website, you can listen to the podcast on any different major platform. So you can be an Android person and listen to it. You're not stuck not having access to it because you're not listening on iTunes. And now I hired a part-time assistant, a digital native, God bless her. And she helped get the podcast onto a whole bunch of other podcast platforms like Stitcher, and it's on Spotify now and a bunch of other things. So it's reaching a lot more people.
Great.
It's been fascinating.
I have a friend who started, created the tool, a mom, created a tool called Messy FM, which basically it's designed to simplify the distribution path for, well, it's soup to nuts for podcasting. She describes it as the WordPress of podcasting, but so it helps you create it and then also distribute it. It's a really, really lovely tool. As a matter of fact, Comcast just invested in it. It's that lovely. So anyway, check it out. Messy.fm.
Messy.fm.
Yeah. So let's talk about the journey through the app. We won't talk about the Apple App Store just yet, but talk about what did you have to do to get these things going? When you sat down and you started planning this and you knew it was going to take a certain amount of resources and time, and how did you put that together? Let's start with Ayelet this time. Yeah.
Sure. So, 1.5 years, congratulations. Mine was a longer journey for certain reasons. I had the idea relatively early on when I transitioned into acting because I knew, honestly, that I wanted a passive source of income, and I was thinking of what options might be. And so I had the idea, but I would say I have most of the skill sets I needed, including a very high level of comfort with technology, but I'm not an actual coder. So I knew I needed an actual developer. It took me a while to find a business partner, but eventually did. He was a fellow actor who happened to be a developer, so it was perfect because we both understood the business side of what the tool was, which was difficult to find in a developer. Generally, they don't necessarily know what the creative and artistic world is like. And so that was perfect, and we chose time over money. So we ended up, there was about 3 years there where it was not at all full time. It was sort of, we were finding few hours here and there. It was me drafting all the specifications of what it should include, what it should look like, what the features should be, lots of things that are still in the future, deciding, triaging what should be in version 1 and what could live in version 2 or version 3. So it was me doing a lot of the strategizing and documentation, and then him sort of picking up with the actual development. But it literally was sort of finding a few hours here and there. And then about 1.5 years ago, unfortunately for personal reasons, he had to step off the project. But it was still my baby, and I still wanted to make it happen. So I ended up, honestly, basically taking a chunk, self-funding, which I had not originally planned to do, but knew that I wanted to get it out there, and just hiring a developer. Once they were actually on it full-time, it was about 6 months. And so that was most of last year, and then I just launched actually around January of this year.
I didn't realize it was that new. Wow, congratulations.
Thank you. So it was sort of a long process, but it was because of choices that, I had made or we had made in terms of choosing kind of time over, hiring a developer earlier on to just do it. So that was how I got from concept to live.
Okay.
Launch, yeah.
So a little side hustle that turned into serious commitment, is what I'm hearing. from
Right.
you.
I mean, I knew
Yeah.
that I wanted it in the future to be, but I did have to have other jobs that, you know, I was working. My partner had a full-time job as well as he had 2 kids kind of during that time. I had, you know, my acting career that I was developing, and then also, you know, my, I was a personal trainer at the time. That was kind of my income job, you know, at the time. So yeah, there were lots of different things going on, knowing that this was the plan for sort of the future.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we left that personal trainer thing out of your bio. But,
Yeah, it was like a funny thing.
Yeah. You're like those characters, what was it in Living Color, the Jamaican family? It's like, how many jobs you got? How many jobs you got? So, Drew, how about you? So, you talked a little bit about, you know, your inspiration and your thinking, but when push came to shove, how did you just make it happen?
It was, so the whole process definitely was more than a year and a half, but basically I had the idea, I had been doing some development, so I attempted to build the platform, the first version, kind of more so like an Airbnb of actors and models, but then, you know, talking to people and getting feedback, nobody pays for work up front. So then you have the whole concept of 1099ing everybody, and I didn't really want to become a payments platform. So I knew that I needed to find co-founders. I had this whole obsession with the startup world that I really wanted to, my first job really in LA full time was working at a startup that had funding, and we were working out of a garage, and that's really what inspired me. Like, I want to live this life.
You watched Silicon Valley, by the
yes.
way.
So I wanted to dive in. I wanted co-founders. I wanted, you know, to build something from the ground up. So I started messaging every single person I could find on LinkedIn that was an iOS developer, trying to get people on board. I originally pitched the idea to a VP of a multi-billion-dollar company of advertising, and she said, "It's a great idea. Maybe I'll invest." So of course that was actually the original fire that made me start not sleeping. And I researched every single possible thing that I wanted included, how I could build it, what the tech stacks would be, etc., just to have as much of an understanding of everything that I could as possible. And that relationship ended up completely going sour, and I was like, well, I just spent several months trying to figure this out, meeting with dev shops that will build an app for you for anywhere from $40,000 to $400,000 were the quotes I was getting. And I was like, okay, well, now here's another opportunity for me to find somebody to bring in and like find co-founders. I found a husband and wife co-founders, and then they backed out. They already had 6-figure jobs. They were worried about having the time necessary to come to the table and be equal partners. So then I was again back at square one. I was at a wedding in Cabo and met my eventual investor. We were mutual friends. I pitched him on the idea, and I was sitting between the idea of paying a developer $30,000 of my own money, which I never had, or attempting to raise money. And the successful entrepreneur said, it's a good idea. Let's meet in Santa Monica at my office when you come back. I met with him, pitched him. At this point, I already had very clickable prototypes. I knew exactly what I wanted to build, and I had done a lot of research and got feedback. And then it was 6 months. I don't even know, 6 or 9 months after him saying I'm going to invest before he cut a check. So I was able to raise money, which is the only reason that this came to fruition. But then there's so much more, after that. For example, if you're ever going to build something or work with a dev shop, we hired a dev shop. It was a contingency of raising money because at the end of the day, he was really only investing in me. I'm still a sole founder. And we got a fixed bid, which is kind of unheard of. We said, we are going to pay this much for this. And the dev shop ended up going 700 hours over, which would have bankrupted the company before we even launched. So definitely lots of learning curves and things like that would have not even been able to get off the ground. But anyways, from there, we started building the platform that I had dreamed of building. And then we launched specifically in Los Angeles and to test that we had a viable product that people would pay for. And and semi backstory of why someone would ever invest in one person, which is the most difficult thing to do is raise money or do anything as a sole founder. I was lucky enough to work at an ad agency, a small digital ad agency, where I got to be CMO of like 15 different companies, and I was running ads and spending hundreds of thousands of dollars a month of other people's money. So I had the idea, which people were like, "Oh, cool idea," but that was not investable to anybody I talked about. It was really just me selling myself and I know how to market it. And I don't know if that's even still true, but that's that's kind of how we launched, and then iterated from there. But we launched our beta in like November of 2016, and officially like launched in 2017.
You know, I found you in my email box. Isn't that funny? When I was from your launch.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
you reached out to me, and I'd have to go back and look at it and figure out how you found me. But after I talked to you about getting you on the panel, I was searching in my box, and there you were. Now that tells you how often I empty my email. That would be never, but
You didn't reply.
I'm sorry.
Should have turned you down.
You should have. It's funny, but that brings me to the next question, which is finding audience, right? So you're nodding, Bonnie. So tell me a little bit about your journey. I mean, obviously, some people are finding you, all of you, but what are you doing on that front?
That's actually, for me, been probably my greatest struggle, because I think in any industry, we all kind of know the basics of what we need. You know, if you're an actor, you know you need a headshot and a resume and an agent. You probably need some acting classes. Like, it's a quick and dirty, you know, bullet point list. If you're the parent of an actor, you don't necessarily know that you need help. You may well think that you don't need help, and you don't know what you don't know. And because I think I'm in a niche where I'm a category creator, pretty much, it's not like I'm ever going to be on that short list of bullets like, oh, and I need a consultant, I need a coach, I need someone to, you know, save me thousands of dollars and years of heartbreak, who knows what they're doing. So to find my audience needs to know, they need to identify as who my audience is. My audience essentially has been what we would call stage parents of young actors. And the problem is, in our culture, stage parents don't want to identify as stage parents because they feel really squirrely about that. They're like, oh, I'm not like those guys. I'm not like toddlers and tiaras. I'm not like those horrible women that you see on the tabloids, the mothers of the kids who become train wrecks. Whereas if you're like a soccer mom, you're like, I'm a soccer mom, and they'll have it on a bumper sticker on their car. They're so identified with it. So I have a continual issue
That's interesting, yeah.
finding people who will identify themselves as who they are so that we can find each other. So what I've done, and it's a continuing struggle, and if anybody has great ideas, I'm open to them.
Drew's available.
Thank you, Drew. I'm just, as you've seen, I'm slicing and dicing everything I do to try and get myself out in as many different, you know, ways as I can to catch people where I can. And whenever I do a lot of one-on-one consultations. I ask people where they found me. Now, after 5 years of really doing this, I'm coming up in Google searches a lot, which is fantastic. And I've been working on the SEO. I'm using the Yoast plugin on my website, which I love, and I think that that's making a distinct difference. I know Instagram is bringing people to me. Sometimes people find me through my kids, because my kids are both professionals in the industry. But that's literally like, I'm like climbing that mountain all the time.
Yep. Well, you and a lot of folks. So, yeah. So, Ayelet, I found you because you had partnered with Women in Film.
Right.
Right. So I was looking through the deals we get, and there was Actors Guru, and I thought, oh my God, this is great. As a matter of fact, that's when I told Cassidy about it. Are you paying attention? Okay. So obviously you've been doing a little bit of partnership work, but what else? Have you kind of geo-targeted the way Drew is, or how are you kind of pursuing audience for Actors Guru?
So I should talk to also Drew after. So I'll agree with Bonnie that the marketing aspect wasn't, I'll say, my native skill set, and that has also been a bit of a learning
I
curve.
cannot believe there's a skill you don't have.
So, and actually kind of similar to you where your client doesn't even know they're a client, right? With me, I have a similar sort of hurdle, which is that it's a tool that essentially didn't exist on the market. And so people don't even know what the tool is to know what it does, even though actors are always sort of coached and told, you need to track everything and you need to, you know, whatever. Since the tool essentially didn't exist on the market, it's like you have to wrap your head around what it even does. There's sort of an analogy that people use in the knowledge management or information management world, which is that if you ask someone who has a horse and buggy what they need, they'll say a faster horse and buggy. Yes. They won't say a car. Yes. And even if you showed them a car, there's still a long journey between them seeing a car and actually really understanding what a car does if they're used to sort of horse and buggy. And so, and I feel like in my world, the parallel is kind of like the spreadsheet versus what there's so many limitations to sort of the do-it-yourself and the spreadsheet that I kind of, am sort of bypassing and helping to solve, a lot of that. But I sort of have to explain what it even does as a product, But yeah, I've done a lot of sort of work on creating kind of avatars, right? Like who is the ideal client and targeting. But it has been trial and error. I would say for me personally, I have been doing a lot of partnerships with organizations, coaches who do like the business side of acting coaching because it fits seamlessly with what they do. I host a monthly free workshop series for actors, and I try to do that on topics that I feel like are underrepresented in the community. So I just started this a few months ago. My first one was mental wellness for actors. My second one was financial wellness for actors. And then a week from today is legal wellness for actors, where I'm going to have my own entertainment attorney answering questions. And so I've started that. And my newsletter, I share various things. I'll be at I was just talking to you about this earlier. There's an event called the Actors Pro Expo, which is an annual event in New York and LA. I'm going to be there, on Saturday. But yeah, so of course social media. But yes, there's been, I would say, also getting myself in as many channels as possible. And then, it's been less than a year, so I'm still kind of figuring out where the sweet spots are.
Quick thought feedback. I love your analogy of the horse and buggy and the car thing, and I just, that makes so much sense on so many levels. So when the car first came out, they called it a horseless carriage. And so to just like ride that analogy a little bit further, that is the way people's minds are like, oh, it's a horse. You got one of those new horseless carriages. What would the horseless carriage be for you? Because people have these like categories in their minds. And I wonder what it would be for me. But
no, it's a good question. Do you mean what would be the term that I could...
That would help them like go, oh, I need that.
Right.
And I know what that is.
That's a really good question. I obviously have language that I use now on, my sort of my tagline and such on my website, but that's a really good question, and I should think about what if there's again sort of a sweet spot of language that would grab onto it. It's a great question.
Something to
absolutely yes.
So how about you, Drew? I mean, obviously you emailed me and I didn't respond to you, so we know that happened. But
Were you at the Women in Film holiday party last year?
I was.
I hosted it.
Oh, awesome. Well, thank you for the party.
Yeah, no, I didn't know if we had met. I was like, I didn't realize.
Well, that's a great thing. You hosted the Women in Film holiday party?
Yes.
That's very cool.
I didn't go to the holiday party last year. So
I'm blanking on not remembering who I worked with. But yeah, I mean, it was great.
Oh, cool.
It was just like 150 of women in film people. It was
great. Yeah.
Sorry, what was the question?
What are you doing to find audience? And clearly, hosting the Women in Film holiday party is helpful. Right?
Yeah. So I mean, I'll tack on like what the most difficult thing about running this company is specifically. So and we'll see hopefully my commercial at some point, but the marketing commercial is where all of our actors come from. It's got millions of views, and the reality is that like there's no hungrier industry in the world. People want to work. It doesn't matter whether they're trying to be extras. Like actors want to work, and they'll do anything to work. They'll They'll install a new app. Anything that offers more opportunity, right? And they should be. That's what everyone always says. Sign up for everything. Do everything you need to do. Make sure you are everywhere. So for us, it's easy. We have almost 50,000 actors on the platform. That's not really a metric for.
Put a partnership together here.
Here's my card.
I don't even think of that as like necessarily an impressive number. It's just the fact that people are willing. So we're putting it in front of them, which is kind of the same thing. People didn't know that there was an app to audition, the same way that they may not know that there's a way to keep track of everything easily, so they know that they had already met with XYZ casting director in 2017, and this is what they did wrong, and the type of feedback that they got. The difficult thing is getting casting professionals and people ignoring emails. Is getting jobs, and that's kind of that's the most difficult thing of the entire industry. Is there's still a lot of gatekeeping, which is good, and you need it in some capacities. But what we're really trying to do is democratize the casting process a little bit. We find our audience. It's not that difficult to find actors per se through targeting, and because I have a background in marketing, it's all social. But I will say that it's not like, oh, well, Instagram's great for finding actors, or Facebook is great for finding actors. Everywhere you advertise can be good for actors. Because in New York, we have thousands of people that are over 40. In LA, we have audiences that aren't necessarily on any platform. What has been successful for us is our marketing material, and selling that pain point, and getting the shareability out of it, because it's one thing for someone to see something and be like, oh, that's cool, maybe I'll sign up. But if their friend tells them, have you heard about that thing? Now I'm tracking my stuff, or whatever the case is. It's really a lot of like the social proof of like a friend saying it, or being on it, or utilizing any sort of success stories, and saying like, I use that.
Do you do anything to incentivize the sharing of your app? The like people who are using it, do you do anything to incentivize their telling their friends about it?
So in the beginning we launched it just in Los Angeles, and we did an entire like viral scheme of invite 5 friends and you'll get 6 months free, and we got thousands of people on a wait list. So anytime we launched a new market, we had a wait list. So we never like blindly launched and was like, hopefully people will sign up. Every market we had at least like 2,000 to 5,000 people on a wait list. So we could say like, we're launching in a week, and then day one we would have 500 users. We could fill hopefully like a role, not any role, which we still can't, because there's the behemoths out there like LA Casting and Actors Access that have 500,000 actors plus. So to convince a casting director, oh, come here where there's 50,000 people scattered across the United States that a lot of them aren't represented, to use us versus these old, archaic technologies.
Archaic is right. This thing's terrible.
Is the difficult part. So it's part technology and offering new tools and stuff like that. But it's mostly like, how do I get in front of them?
Yeah.
Most of the people that can see it and touch it and be like, oh, that's cool, will use it. It's really getting them to be open to it.
Okay, well, that being said, because it's 4:57, believe it or not, let's take a look at Drew's commercial, which I loved. So, sorry, you're probably going to see a bunch of emails I haven't answered in a second.
10 from me.
No, only 1 from you, Drew. You didn't work hard enough. You're supposed to get 7 no's, right?
Hi, I'm Drew, founder of Upcast, a mobile app that lets you audition for modeling and acting jobs from your phone.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, there's finally an app for that. Why did I create Upcast? You took my spot, asshole!
Oh, sorry, guys.
Because you have better things to do than spend 90 minutes driving 2 inches on the 405 before circling the block for parking more times than Mario Andretti at a Grand Prix. You could be at home swiping through auditions on your phone while drinking the latest, greatest, non-fat, half-cap, gluten-free, taste-free beverage. Tree bark. Instead of getting another parking ticket because the street signs in LA read like hieroglyphics. Poor Milo here. He spent his entire day going from cattle call to cattle call.
Number 762?
You know, the kind where you have to dress up, then strip down. Or do your best impression of a constipated clown. And the rest, that are just a total letdown.
Dude, this blows.
I know, but it doesn't have to. With Upcast, just swipe to find the role that's right for you. Then, just send a photo of yourself acting like Napoleon riding a unicorn.
Wait, I just auditioned from a phone?
Yep.
No drive across town for a single photo bullshit?
Nope, because bullshit's for cows. What's not for cows? Messages from casting right to your phone. Guess who's the new face of Imperial Cologne? Looks like you can pay for that parking ticket now. So stop wasting time and money and start booking work. Sign up for Upcast today. Wait, what parking ticket?
That was awesome. So we didn't get a lot of interaction with our giant audience. Are there any questions that anybody would like to ask? Or
Are you guys protected with patents, or are you? Wow, there are so
shit,
many scams.
sorry guys.
We're not. There's not really anything from like a design patent that felt even like worth pursuing. We didn't really invent any technology. The good thing is, I think with what's kind of like patented to me is the fact that like I wouldn't want to be Upcast 2. Like, you know what I mean? Whether it's because we're doing well or because we're not doing well, it's difficult, and people have already kind of seen audition from your phone. So it's I was terrified. I hid the idea from everybody. I didn't even tell my friends about it. I kept it a secret, which is a terrible thing to do. I would recommend every founder to just blurt out your idea. I thought that everybody was going to be on our tails immediately, and here we are 4 years later, and nobody even has a mobile app. Never mind letting people actually audition from their phones. So I mean, I don't. Yeah, we don't really have technically any IP, but being first, I guess, is our
Market position of like, yeah.
Do you have any? So similar, the technology itself isn't proprietary. I've trademarked the name. Actors Guru. And side note, you actually have to trademark each category of use of it. So I've trademarked the sort of the name itself and the graphic, and also I figured the merch that I was most likely to sell is textile related. So I also added that kind of on, but I didn't do other things. I was like, I won't do mugs. I won't do. Anyway, I was like, you have to choose what you're gonna spend money on. Anyway. But yeah, so that's the only thing that I did was the name. But it's similar, which is that, and I did start out, I was always open with the idea because I figured it takes so long to sort of develop a good version of it that the chances that if I'm already well into whatever my process is, the chances that someone's going to steal an idea and get ahead of me and then launch, it was so remotely slim that it's much better to sort of get the idea out there. First of all, you're already planting the seed of it for your own launch, but also in terms of finding collaborators and partners and stuff like that is much more valuable than the chance that someone would be faster than you and getting it done.
And how do you guys iterate? Like, how do you test new things that you want to put into your product?
So we're a really small team. I've had one developer, my CTO, the entire time. So we're able to launch features in a week. But the way that we iterate right now. So for example, we partnered with a casting company called Waldron Casting in New York City. They cast Blacklist, Blind Spot. So we're casting extras and features actors for like 10 network shows in New York. So the way that we get them to kind of partner with us is we say, what features do you want? And that's how we kind of build. We're really building kind of on demand versus building things that I think casting directors want or independent filmmakers, et cetera. So we iterate, we work in like sprints of, like here's our next features and we knock them off. Sometimes we're working kind of technologically backwards in my opinion, but that's because we launch as an iOS app, and then we launched an Android app. And then now we built a mechanism for people to submit from their computers, which is against what I would think of pushing technology forward. But the reality is people are used to getting home at the end of the day, scrolling through a list of roles, and submitting. So how we try to differentiate and add technology is we now let people submit current photos from their computer. So we launch their webcam and don't allow uploads if that's what a casting professional wants. But really, it's by listening to customers, both from the talent side and from the casting director side.
And just for, go ahead. Well, I was going to say, for what it's worth, I trademarked Hometown to Hollywood, which is the name of my podcast, because I'm pretty enamored of it. I think it's a really great name, and I thought, I'm investing so much energy into this, I'm not going to have somebody else run with this. And I do crowdsource questions, and then I repurpose content. It shows up in books and things, so it's like there's stuff you can do.
I mean, even before launch, I still, I have this huge long list of features that I want to be continuing to develop for future versions. But what I do is I sort of intermingle that with just general user feedback. Sometimes users email and say, hey, it would be great. I also have, for the purpose of kind of marketing success stories and stuff, I have a few users that are essentially serving as case studies for me, and I actually meet with them regularly to get their feedback on it. And then also sort of a new milestone for me as of maybe about a month or two ago, I was able to bring on 2 strategic advisors as well. So one is Karina Walters, who's a very accomplished casting director, a network casting director, and one is Kim Jackson, who has also written kind of a book, Hollywood Survival Guide, and sort of other things, and she's an actor. So it's really sort of consulting with people on different sides of the equation, and as well as just my own experience as an actor and what I need.
Awesome. Well, thank you. This has been super great. I think I've loved this because I'm a technologist myself, and so just to kind of hear these journeys has been really terrific. Thank you so much for coming, and our dynamic audience for staying with us. So we really appreciate the fact that you're here. Yes, you are.
Right. We appreciate it.
And then, of course, our tech support in the back, our AV guy, who's ready to go home. All right, that's a wrap.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are you still working with Tish?
I hate public speaking, so anything like this is great.